Hey everyone, and welcome to a brand new video. Tonight we have 10 hours of horror stories, just the very best from the past month. I hope you all enjoy it. If you do, please be sure to drop a like rating. I don't feel like setting a like goal for this one, just if you do enjoy, please be sure to drop a like rating. It helps out with the algorithm, and it just lets me know I'm doing a good job. If you don't think I'm doing a good job, drop a comment, give me some constructive criticism. I do try my best to read all of them. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated. We are very close to hitting 133,000. We're actually so close we might have already hit it by the time that this video went up. I really appreciate that there's people that, out of all of the unfathomable amount of channels that there are out there, that there are people who want to spend time watching mine. It's something that I've always found very neat and very interesting, but also just really awesome, you know? I really do appreciate it a lot. But yeah, sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, enjoy the horror stories with no mid-roll ads, except for the ad break after this intro. I gotta put an ad in there somewhere, you know, it's just the one after the intro, no more after that one. And as always, I hope you all have a great night. Good night, everyone. My friends and I wanted to do something big together before we all went our separate ways at the end of the summer. We just recently graduated and decided we would take a trip to Mammoth Cave National Park for the weekend. It was 5:30 in the afternoon when River and Henry pulled up to the campsite in Henry's beat-up silver Pontiac. My other friends, Noah and James, greeted them excitedly. "You started a fire yet?" River asked, exiting the car, pistol on his hip. "No, James brought these crappy fire starters that don't work," Noah groaned. River was always the most outdoorsy person in the group. Though we were all raised in rural Kentucky, River spent more time in the wilderness, camping, hunting, fishing, hiking, etc. We had hoped to get the fire started before he got here, so he wouldn't give us crap. "The starters will work. Just give me one more try." James grabbed another starter. It was an empty toilet paper roll with dryer lint stuffed in the middle. He hunched over the crumbling pile of sticks and dried leaves we made and tried to light it with a lighter. No luck. "How did you get this idea again?" I asked James. "My mom thought this would be a good idea. I don't know why they won't start. I figured the dryer lint would light right up." He went back to trying to start the fire. When he once again failed, he grunted angrily and tossed the starter into the forest. It flew about 50 feet, hit a tree, and then thunked onto the forest floor. "Dude, the national park is gonna fine us for that," I said, hitting James on the shoulder. "They won't find it, and besides, it'll decompress." "Decompose?" "Whatever." I didn't know if the national park would fine us individually, or if it would all fall onto me since I made the reservation, but I knew I didn't want to find out. I made my way into the woods carefully, watching for any signs of poison ivy. Luckily, it was close enough to the campsite that there was a small path that I assumed was made by people going out to pee. The path led me mostly to where the starter was, at least where I thought the starter was. When I got there, the spot was empty, all except a small tuft of lint stuck on a bush. Confused, I pulled the piece of lint from the bush and looked around, scanning the forest floor. There was nothing. I looked around one more time when my eyes locked onto something no more than 40 feet away. A yellow eye, like that of an eagle, peered just slightly from the side of the tree. Part of what I guessed was this animal's neck stuck out too. It was covered in white feathering, or maybe hair. It was hard to tell. Perhaps that was most concerning was the height of it. Nearly reaching the first branch of the large oak tree, the animal had to be at least 20 feet tall. I stood frozen. I felt ice shoot through my veins. My heart beat into overdrive. The creature just stared, unmoving. Did it know I saw it? Did it care? What was this thing? Questions shot through my mind one after another until my focus on the creature was broken. Lucas! Lucas! I turned my head at the sound of my name. It was Henry. He walked up, crunching leaves and twigs underfoot. I quickly turned back to look at the creature, but it was gone. "Did you find it?" Henry asked. "No, I'm not sure where it went." I kept my eyes on the tree, waiting for that thing to poke its head out again. "River got the fire started. Took him like 30 seconds. "Henry, I think there might be something out there. I just saw something peering from behind that tree." I pointed to where I saw it. Henry's gaze followed my finger, but he saw the same thing I did. Nothing. "Uh-huh," Henry said skeptically. "Well, if there is something out here, we'll be safer at camp." "Okay." I exhaled, trying to clear my head. My body was still tense, but I managed to walk it off by the time I got back to camp. Everyone had set up their chairs around the fire. I grabbed mine, unfolded it, and sat down next to Noah. I couldn't help but scan the trees around us for any sign that thing was there. "Are you good, bro?" Noah asked. "Yeah, I'm fine, sorry," I said hastily. "He's not fine. He said he saw something in the woods. I didn't know it freaked him out this much," Henry added. "What did you see? A bear?" James inquired. "Definitely not. I think it was some kind of bird," I said in a voice that held more fear than I wanted it to. "Well, we shouldn't let scary forest birds ruin our last summer trip before you all go to college and Noah and I go to the military," River said dismissively. "I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting hungry." "I could definitely eat," James chimed in. "Where do we want to go?" "I think there's a strip club nearby. We could get chicken strips and a lap dance." Henry laughed. "I'm down with that," River replied. "My girlfriend probably wouldn't like that, and I wouldn't want to keep it a secret from her. Besides, I don't really care for glitter in my food," Noah added firmly. "That's fair," James said. "What about this pizza place?" James held up a picture of the restaurant and we all nodded in agreement. Henry's Pontiac didn't have enough room for all of us, so instead we loaded into my red pickup truck. Our vehicles had to be parked end to end, so Henry moved his car so I could pull out. He pulled in again so his car would be in front when we got back. We overindulged at dinner that night. The place was nice. A small locally owned restaurant with a friendly staff. Under the excuse, we're on vacation, let's splurge a little. We destroyed 2 large pizzas and 2 orders of breadsticks. It was good, but I felt like a disgusting grease ball afterwards. As we drove the winding path back into the campground, an overweight older woman waved at us and approached the vehicle. I stopped the car and rolled my window down. Her face was slightly red, and she wheezed a little bit as she approached. "Hello, ma'am. Can I help you?" I asked. She rested a fleshy arm on my car door, which put her closer to me than I would have liked. "I need to ask you boys a favor," she said in a voice that revealed she was a veteran smoker. "My sweet Mabel has run off from us. Could you keep an eye out for her? It's not like her to wander off." She held up her phone. There was a picture of a Shih Tzu with a bright pink collar around its neck. I moved my head so the others could see the picture. "We'll let you know if we see her. Hopefully she'll turn up soon," I told her. "Oh, thank you. My husband and I are staying in that camper there." She pointed to a noticeably large camper that barely fit in the parking space. "Please let us know if you find anything." I nodded and she turned and shuffled back towards her camper. Rolling the window up, I drove us back to our campsite. "That's too bad about the dog," James said solemnly. "Yeah, crappy place to lose a pet. She could be anywhere out there." River gestured to the forest around them. I pulled back into our parking spot and turned off the truck. The air conditioning left the vehicle quickly as the summer heat started to replace it. We looked at the campsite we left. "Crap," we said in unison. In front of us on the picnic table were 3 squirrels. They'd torn open the marshmallow bag we brought to make s'mores. The white puffs were strewn across the ground, each with little teeth marks in them. We got out, and the squirrels quickly scattered, though one decided to carry off one more marshmallow to go. Noah walked over and picked up the torn open bag. There was still about half a bag left. "Can we still eat these, or will we get rabies?" he asked. "I don't think that's how rabies works," River said, taking the bag from him. He picked out the ones with bite marks and tossed them on the ground. "There, now it should be fine." Noah looked at the bag as River held it out to him. "Yeah, I'm not going to take any chances." Noah held a hand up dismissively. "Baby," River taunted as he popped a marshmallow into his mouth. Noah frowned but said nothing. "Why don't we chill around the fire a little bit?" I said to change the subject. We all agreed and gathered around the campfire. I took a seat facing the woods. The sun was setting and the darkness was beginning to envelop the trees. The unsettling thought that anything could be out there looking back at me seeped into my mind. I shivered and shook it from my head. It wasn't productive to worry about what I can't see or control. "Focus on what you can control," my parents would tell me when I started to worry. I needed to remember that. We talked for a while around the fire, circling around topics of women, our futures, and past memories. It hit us that this would be one of the last times we would be together. We'd known each other since kindergarten, and watched each other grow up. I felt a twist of cold sadness coil in my stomach. "I don't think I'm ready to leave you guys," I said in a squeakier voice than I wanted. "We can still stay in contact with each other. It won't be the same, but we can still talk," said Henry. James nodded. "You guys can reach out anytime. I'll try to check in weekly with you all." "Me too," Noah added. "I'm not sure how much I'll be able to talk after I get with the army, but I'll try to reach out when I can." River popped a zin as he said that. "I've been really fortunate to have you guys in my life." A tear fell from my eye, but I quickly wiped it away before anyone noticed. "I'm gonna miss you guys so much." "We had a really good run, though," James exclaimed, adopting a more positive tone. "Sure did," River smiled. "We get to make something of ourselves now. Be real men," Henry cheered. "That's right," Noah agreed. He stood up and grabbed 5 Mountain Dews from the cooler and passed one to each of us. "Cheers to our future," he yelled. "Cheers," we shouted in unison. My God, was it corny, but it lifted our spirits and the cold twist in my stomach lightened. It was now around 9:30 p.m. I excused myself from the restroom. I figured it was good to find the bathroom now so I wouldn't be searching for it in the middle of the night. In the distance, I heard the old woman who approached us earlier still shouting in the dark for Mabel to come back. Her voice was hoarse and weak even for a smoker. It was apparent that the poor woman hadn't stopped looking for the dog since the interaction they had with her. I walked the dirt trail to the restroom. It was a little off the path, but not by much. I could still see tents and campers through the trees. I walked into the men's room, and it was surprisingly clean. There were 2 urinals and 3 stalls. I found the stall furthest from the door and did my business. As I was about to open the stall door, I heard a bang on the door to the restroom entrance that made me pause for a moment. I listened. Silence. I finally exited the stall to see what made the noise. Approaching the entrance door, I put my hand on the handle when another hard bang rattled it. I felt the vibration of the strike travel from the door and up my arm. I let go of the handle and backed away. Whoever was on the other side was strong. Really strong. Another bang struck the door, and then another. How did they not know how to use a door? I thought. Were they drunk? The bangs only intensified. It was like a heavyweight boxer was trying to punch down the door. The noise fell into a rhythm. There was a clear and brief wind-up between each strike. "What do you want?" I finally gathered the courage to ask. Whoever was outside went crazy at that. The banging on the door became rapid, harsher and louder than ever. Then I watched the door handle jiggle. It turned down slightly and then straight up before being violently shaken. At that, I rushed back to the stall and locked myself in. For the first time, I thought it possible that the thing outside was not a who, but rather a what. The handle jostled a couple more times before I heard the door open slightly and then close again. Another bang struck the door before the handle jostled again. It wasn't long before I heard the door open again. This time it didn't close. I pulled my legs up off the floor and held my breath. I heard every beat of my heart in my ears. The door was pushed roughly against the wall with a loud clang. Instead of swinging back and latching, it thunked against something that prevented it from shutting. I heard dainty tapping footsteps on the concrete just outside the door. With a slow creak, the door was pushed open more. The creature I saw back in the woods came back to my mind. Whatever was entering the restroom at the moment did not seem remotely human, but also behaved like no animal I've ever heard of. I then thought about that missing dog and the possibility that she didn't run off. These thoughts swirled in my mind and caused my heart to pound harder against my rib cage. I heard a clacking sound like two pieces of wood being tapped lightly together. What was this thing? What was it doing? I didn't know, and I didn't care. I just didn't want it to find me. There was silence for about half a minute. Then the sound of something slowly sliding against the open door reached my ears. Then the door clicked shut again. It was maybe 15 minutes of silence before I gathered the courage to unlock the stall and walk out. It was another 5 minutes before I opened the door to the outside. I imagined some giant monster waiting outside to grab me the moment I walked out. But that's not what happened. I opened the door and immediately saw the peppering of dents covering it. It looked like someone had taken a hammer to it in a fit of rage. I looked over at the entrance to the women's restroom. It was entirely untouched. The possibility that that thing had stalked me on my walk and to the bathroom hit me. There was a reason why the girls' room was untouched. It had tried to follow me when I entered the bathroom. It was hunting. I wondered how close it got to me, and I didn't even know. I looked around. There was no sign of whatever just attacked the door. I inhaled and then immediately bolted back toward our camp. My legs felt like rubber, and my pace felt like the slowest I've ever run. On my way back, I heard someone calling out the name Michael. Has another dog gone missing? I couldn't worry about it. I needed to get my friends and myself out of here as soon as possible. As I ran back to camp, I realized the silver Pontiac was gone. I'd left the keys in the truck, so they must have moved it out of the way so they could get out. I prayed that Henry and River decided to go home, or were called back by their family. I ran up to the camp. James and Noah were sitting around the fire. "He's back," James said with a smirk. "We thought you'd fallen in." Noah laughed. I ignored what they were saying. "Guys, we have to leave right now," I said as I started grabbing stuff and putting them messily into a bag. Whoa, we have this place booked until Sunday morning. Why do you want to leave?" Noah protested. "You don't understand. There is something here hunting us. It tried to attack me in the bathroom and probably ate that lady's dog," I yelled in a panic. A worried look covered James' face. "Dude, you're scaring me. Are you okay?" "I saw it when I grabbed your stupid fire starter. I should have trusted myself and left then," I rambled. "We can't just leave. Henry and River are still here," Noah pointed out. I paused. "What?" "Yeah, they went to search the trail near the visitor center. There's some kid missing. I think his name is Miguel or something," James explained. "Michael," Noah corrected. Dread reached its claws into my stomach and twisted it into a knot. Call them right now. Get them out of there," I screamed. Okay, James said, pulling out his phone. He clicked Henry's contact and the phone rang, and rang, and rang. After each ring, I hoped to hear Henry's voice on the other end, but there was nothing. The call went to voicemail. He tried to call River. Same thing. "They must have no service," James declared. I paused and breathed, trying not to panic more than I already was. Every part of me wanted to pack up and leave. James and Noah could stay or go if they wanted, and I'd be back home in a couple of hours. But I couldn't leave them behind. What would I tell their parents if something happened? I sighed. We need to go get them, I said, trying to gain control of myself. James and Noah were hesitant to go and still looked worried about me. However, they still loaded into the truck and we drove the path to the visitors center. The parking lot was almost empty, all except an empty silver Pontiac parked near the trail entrance. We got out and faced the trail. It was so dark that the trail's entrance looked like some kind of abyssal void to hell. We turned on our flashlights and in a single file entered the trail. Noah went in first and I was in the back. Every corner of the woods seemed to move. Branches waved in the wind, bushes shook, twigs snapped. Every noise and movement put me further on edge. There were large, uneven stones that created a rough stairway down into a steep ravine. We traversed them carefully, trying not to twist an ankle. The trail widened at the bottom. We kept on walking until suddenly the temperature of the air dropped dramatically. It was cold and damp. "What is that?" James whispered. "Not sure," I whispered back. Noah took a few steps to the side and shone his flashlight around. "There." He flashed his light on a sign that read, "Cave Entrance," with an arrow pointing to a narrow trail that split off and descended further downward. The main trail continued and started to ascend back up the ravine. Just then, a voice came from the trail leading to the cave entrance. "Michael!" It was Henry. He was close. "Henry, River!" James shouted. "James?" River shouted back. "Yeah, get up here." A slight relief came over me with the fact that they were both alive. Through the trees, we saw their distant flashlights moving closer. The two of them jogged up the trail until they caught up with us. "Did you find the boy?" asked Noah. Henry shook his head. "No luck. We'll have to keep looking." "No," I yelled. River and Henry looked surprised. "There's some kind of monster here. It tried to attack me while I was in the restroom. I'm guessing it took that dog, and I wouldn't be surprised if the boy was gone too. We need to leave." "A monster like that thing you saw earlier today?" Henry asked. "Yes, and don't try to convince me I'm imagining things. I could never imagine this." "Okay, well, you've at least spooked me, and I'd like to get out of this forest now," Henry replied. "Let's go back that way then. We can get in our cars and go back to camp," River said, pointing in the direction we came. He led the way back through the path and we filed in behind him. We eventually came upon the same stone steps as before, when at the top, a putrid odor hit my nose. It smelled like crap. I wasn't going to ask anyone about it. I just wanted to get out. It could have been a number of animals that left it. Nobody else mentioned the smell either. We'd all been exposed to livestock before, so we were very accustomed to unpleasant smells, and they likely thought nothing of it. However, as I passed my flashlight over the trail, I found the source of the smell and I stopped as the rest of the group continued. It was a pile of dung, but it was larger than any dog could leave. Most unsettling of all was the frayed pink dog collar sticking out of its side. "Guys, I don't know if we should continue this way," I called out to them, but they were already stopped about 20 feet ahead of me. I jogged up to them to see what was going on. "Holy," I heard River mutter. I looked over them to see why they've stopped. The scene was brutal. Blood splattered the trail ahead of them, still shining crimson red. It was fresh. There were organs strewn around too. I saw a liver, stomach, pieces of intestines thrown about like silly string, and what I think was a kidney. The victim, a female deer, lay just a few feet in front of us. The front half of her body was concealed by the off-trail vegetation. Her abdomen was torn open and entirely hollowed out. "Did you see this on your way here?" Henry's voice quivered. "No," James whimpered. "It's here. "It's here, I know it is," I cried out. Panic had set in, and I didn't know if I should run or curl up in a ball and pray it doesn't find us. "Shut up," River hissed. "If there's something here, all that noise is going to get its attention." I moved my flashlight around frantically but saw nothing in the darkness and thick vegetation. I stopped to listen. There was no sound. No birds, no crickets chirping. Nothing. Then I saw it. Ahead of us, up a small hill about 50 feet off the trail, it showed its head, peeking its long neck around one side of a tree. Its eyes, shining white from the flashlight, were locked on them. It bobbed its head from one side of the tree to the other. A long pointed beak, about the size of a man, extended from its face. It had the same hair or stringy feathers I'd seen before. A blocky red crest sat above the eyes. Ice blasted through my veins. It was going to kill us. I knew it. The misfortune was almost laughable. We're out in the one place and one time that this awful unknown creature exists. I heard James yell as he noticed the creature too. Everyone pointed our flashlights at the thing. We held our breath and didn't dare to move. For a long time, we sat there watching this thing swing its head from one side of the tree to the other. Then it took its first step towards us. A long and lanky front leg moved forward slowly. It had a long finger that curled back and stuck straight up. It craned its neck down as it tediously moved like a cat stalking its prey. It eventually emerged from its concealments. The proportions of its body seemed entirely wrong. A giant head, long neck, spindly legs with the front being longer than the back. Its chest was shallow and frail looking. Whatever this was, it was not of this world, or had not been for a long time. It continued to creep forward until it was about 20 feet from us. To our horror, its cautious steps quickened into an unsightly gallop. It raced towards us. We scattered in two ways. Henry and I moved back a few feet into the trail, while the other three ran in the direction of the parking lot. I turned around and watched the creature catch James by the foot with its beak. He gasped and fell onto the trail. He tried to get up, but the monster smacked him with its beak, knocking him onto his back. Like a swing of a pickaxe, it brought its head up and plunged its pointed beak into his abdomen. With a swift motion, it pulled back and a string of James' intestines came with it. Surprisingly, James didn't scream. A look of panicked horror painted his face. He whimpered and tried to push himself away from the beast. It was horrible to watch. The tragedy of an animal trying to survive, even when there was no hope, unfolded before my eyes. I'm sad to say it, but at that moment, all I wanted was for James to die so he wouldn't suffer anymore. The monster tore off a piece of intestine and swallowed it whole. It noticed James' slow and desperate crawl away and craned its neck down towards him. It made 2 strikes in the blink of an eye. Both hit James in the throat just below the chin. His body fell, blood poured from his neck and out of his mouth. His eyes glossed over and I knew he was gone. The monster stood over my lifeless friend. Henry and I had stopped running long ago. How could we continue after what we just saw? The scene before us was entirely unreal. Suddenly a shot rang out and that thing made the most terrible sound I've ever heard. It started low as a deep, throaty gurgle, but then crescended rapidly into a shrill, ear-piercing screech. Another shot rang out and the creature screamed again. It turned and galloped toward the parking lot, limping painfully as it moved. I watched River and Noah jump to the side of the trail out of its way. It didn't even look at them. Instead, it kept running down the trail. Henry and I rushed over to them, running past James' deceased body. We hurriedly pulled Noah and River to their feet. "Get to the cars," River screamed, gun in hand. "Run." Racing down the trail, we prayed that the beast wouldn't jump out at us from the trees. It wasn't long before we got back to where we entered the trail. We stopped. That thing was in the parking lot, as if it couldn't get any more horrific. I watched as it took a running leap and threw itself into the air. Its forelegs opened into the largest pair of wings I've ever witnessed. From end to end, I guessed its wings were the width of a school bus. It took to the air but flew low. It tried to flap its wings, but its flaps were uneven, and the monster crashed to the ground near our cars with a pained wail. As it got up on its stick-like legs, I noticed a large bloodstain on its shoulder. It stood up, limping worse than before. It moved in anguish into the trees in front of our vehicles and disappeared. The four of us exchanged looks and bolted for our cars. I threw open the door to my truck and jumped in and slammed the door shut. Noah scrambled into the passenger seat. I watched River enter the passenger side of Henry's Pontiac. Henry threw open the door to the driver's seat but then stopped. The monster was back. Standing almost over him, it plunged its beak down. The glass of the driver's window shattered as the creature's head plowed through it. It recoiled and shook its head. Henry took off back towards the trail entrance. The beast gave chase, slower and with a pained limp. It was still fast enough to start closing in on Henry. I exhaled sharply. I wasn't going to let another person die tonight. I turned to Noah. "Get in Henry's car." "What? Are you crazy?" he yelled. "Now." Noah scrambled quickly into Henry's car while keeping an eye on the monster at all times. He got in and shut the door. I threw the truck in reverse and pointed the front end at the creature chasing Henry in front of the tree line. I slammed on the gas and the truck rocketed forward. I felt the front end slam down roughly as it left the pavement and fell onto the grass. The monster turned its head. Seeing the large vehicle barreling towards it, it left Henry and tried desperately to hobble away in the opposite direction. It wasn't fast enough. I turned the wheel sharply and caught the beast. It fell hard on the front end of the truck and fractured my front window. Then, with a loud bang, my truck collided with the solid trunk of a tree. My airbag deployed, which sent me roughly back into my seat. As it deflated, I exited the car. My chest was painfully bruised. My nose was bleeding and my head rang like a bell. I turned and looked at the damage. The front end of my vehicle was horribly damaged. It looked like it was trying to engulf the tree. Between the tree and the truck was the creature, horribly broken but still lashing what little parts it could move. One wing was crushed between it and the truck. The other stuck out at an odd angle and gave jerky movements. Its neck bent over loosely and its head hit the crumpled hood of the truck, blood pooling from its mouth. It opened and closed that terrible beak, but no sound came out. Its chest, lungs, and lower body were crumpled somewhere in the wreckage. As I watched its eyes blink and free wings flutter weakly, I was reminded of how James died. I found myself pitying the thing for a brief moment before I pushed the feeling away. It didn't feel right to give this thing the same emotion I'd given James. Henry, Noah, and River ran up to me shouting things I couldn't understand. My ears were ringing too loudly to hear anything. The last thing I saw was the red and blue lights of the emergency responders before I collapsed into darkness. I woke up in the hospital the next day. I had a concussion and had broken my nose and a few ribs. It hurt like hell for a while, but it wasn't anything too severe. Strangely enough, nobody ever questioned me or anyone about the events of that night. It wasn't until much later that I learned why. They already had their story. The news reported the events of that night as a wild black bear attack. For some reason, they covered it up. James' parents were told their son was mauled to death along with a Shih Tzu and a 12-year-old boy named Michael. For now, that's the story they will believe. Henry, River, Noah, and I didn't have it in us to tell them what happened. We'd sound crazy if we did. The cover-up did not go unscrutinized, however. For one, black bears were rare, if not unheard of, around Mammoth Cave. And two, fatal black bear attacks were almost just as unheard of. People wasted no time spinning theories about what happened that night. From Bigfoot, serial killers, and wild cave people. They landed on everything but the truth. I did some research of my own. After a Google search, I learned that the thing we encountered that night was called a Quetzalcoatlus. It's some flying reptile that went extinct with the dinosaurs about 66 million years ago. I guess that needs to be updated to June 16th, 2023. I find myself pitying the monster again from time to time. I guess I should stop calling it a monster. It was a predator, an animal. One is trying to find a place in a world that has long forgotten it. It died because it had to. The earth demanded it. The environment was not made for it anymore. If it wasn't the front end of my truck that got it, it would have been the bitter winter of the Midwest, disease or starvation. What still doesn't make sense is how it got there. I don't think some magic portal opened from the late Cretaceous and this thing slipped through. I think someone made it, and by some negligence, it got out. That explains the cover-up. Someone doesn't want people to know they made this thing, and I'm going to find out who. No matter how deep, I have to dig. I'm making this post because I can't sleep, or eat, or do anything in my day-to-day life anymore. I have tremors in my hands, a constant taste of pennies in the back of my throat, and a scar on my ribcage that opens when I press it. I'm writing it down because the second I stop thinking about it, it forces me to remember it with everything I do. I got the job because I needed the money. That's it. I was broke, my lease was up, and I couldn't keep digging through my couch for loose change to try and eat every day. My cousin knew a guy who managed a place called Hollow Willow Outreach. It sounded like a church, but with better branding. They did community support, such as food drives, counseling, and addiction recovery. A place for people who didn't have anyone or anything. They had a nice building, clean carpets, free coffee, and the kind of calm faces that make you lower your voice without thinking. I showed up in a button-up that didn't quite fit right, and tried to act like I wasn't desperate for a couple bucks. A young woman at the front desk smiled at me too hard. It felt practiced. "Are you here for the intake?" she asked, like this was a normal way to say, "New hire, I'm here for the interview," I said. She tilted her head. "Ah, the helping intake." I met the director, Elliot Rusk. He was maybe 40-ish. One of those men who keep their hair perfect and their voice so soft you can't put an age on them. He wore a plain sweater and a copper wedding band that was definitely too small for him, almost like it was meant for someone else's finger. He shook my hand with both of his. "You have very kind eyes," he said. No one has ever told me that. I laughed awkwardly. I'm good with people." I gulped. He studied my face like he was reading it. The whole time, his smile didn't change. Warm, simple, like a painting. "We don't pay much," he said. "But we do feed you. We keep you. We help you become whole." This is where I definitely should have known something was up, and I should have left, but the building was warm and coffee was free. And Elliot looked at me like he was proud of me for just existing. I started the next Monday. My first week was incredibly boring. I answered phones, stocked shelves, and drove donation boxes to storage. The people who came in were exactly what you'd expect. Tired, empty, and twitchy. Some were kind, some were mean in that way people get when they're hungry for something that isn't food. The staff were too nice. They didn't gossip, they didn't complain, they didn't swear. They laughed quietly, like loud joy was disrespectful. They all wore the same little pin on their shirts, a circle with a stake through it. I asked one guy, Matt, what it meant. He touched it with his fingertip like it was fragile. "Correction," he said. "It helps you remember who we're supposed to be." "Like spiritually?" He smiled. "Like biologically." He said it like a joke, but his eyes didn't move. At the end of my first week, Elliot asked me to stay late. The building emptied out, lights dimmed. The hum of the vending machine was corrupting the silence. Elliot led me down a hallway I hadn't been down yet. We passed offices, past a locker door with a keypad, past a wall of framed photos of smiling people holding those pins. The air changed the farther we went, colder and more humid, like the inside of a refrigerator. He stopped at another keypadded door. Staff only, the sign above read. Your staff, he said, still smiling. He punched in a code without looking at the pad. The door clicked open. The hallway beyond was unfinished concrete and bare drywall. The smell hit me like a train, bleach and iron, like pennies and pool water. Somewhere far down the corridor, something dripped slowly. Drip, drip, drip. I stopped walking. What is this place? I asked. Elliot turned, with that smile. This is where we do the work that can't be done in the sunlight. My mouth became dry and I managed to choke up a chuckle. Okay, is this like AA stuff? Group therapy? He looked genuinely confused, almost like I was speaking another language. No, he said softly. This is where we help you become whole. He put his hand on my shoulder and gripped tight, then guided me forward. We reached a room that looked like a hospital room, if a hospital room was designed by someone who'd only seen one in a nightmare. There were clean stainless steel tables, cabinets with glass doors, a rolling cart with instruments laid out neatly, scalpels, clamps, sutures, needles far too long to be used on anything human, and in the center, bolted to the floor, was a chair. Not a dentist chair, not a recliner. A heavy-duty, industrial chair with arm restraints and foot straps, like it belonged in an old loony bin. The leather was dark, cracked, and stained all over. My mouth became dry again. Is this some kind of sick prank? I said. My own voice sounded so far away. Elliot's hand stayed on my shoulder. His fingers were ice cold. We don't prank, silly, he said. We correct God's mistakes. He walked to one of the cabinets and opened it. Inside there were many jars. Not like mason jars with pickles. Thick glass jars with metal clamps, filled with yellow fluid. Chunky items floated in them like pale fruit. I saw what looked like a swollen finger, a slab of skin with black hair still on it, and a jar full of what looked like ears. My vision narrowed. I could hear my heartbeat like a war drum trying to thump its way out of my chest. Elliot? I said shakily, and I hated how small my voice was. What the hell is this? He closed the cabinet so softly it didn't make a click sound, like he didn't want to upset the jars. You've been living, he said, with gaps. What? He stepped closer. Everyone has gaps. We are all born misaligned. You can feel it, can't you? That feeling like something inside you is missing? That you're walking around every day with a cavity that can't be filled? I didn't answer. Because the sick part is, he wasn't wrong. I've had that feeling my whole life, like there's a hole inside me. Elliot smiled wider, and for the first time it looked strained. We fill the gaps, he said. We make people whole. He pointed to the chair. Sit. I couldn't move. His voice didn't change. Still soft, still kind. Sit, he repeated, and something in the air seemed to lean toward me, like the room itself was listening. I'm getting out of here, I said, even though my legs didn't move. Elliot sighed, like I disappointed him. I was really hoping you wouldn't fight, he said. You have very kind eyes. People with kind eyes make the best vessels. They don't hold on so tight. Vessels? I echoed because my brain was latching onto words. He nodded excitedly. For the correction. The next part is embarrassing. I don't like admitting it. I didn't get tackled. No one jumped out from behind a curtain and grabbed me. Elliot didn't start waving a gun around. He just looked at me and said, "You're safe here." And my body started to work against me, like I was put into some kind of trance with those 3 words. I sat in the chair. I hate myself for it. I still do. The restraints clicked shut. One of the staff members came in. A woman, maybe 30. Hair pulled tight, same pin on her shirt. She didn't speak. She checked my wrists and ankles like she was tucking a child into bed. "Wait," I said, trying to lift my arms. But they were already locked so tight, any movement felt like the restraints would cut into me. Elliot leaned in close. His breath smelled like mint. "Don't be afraid." He giggled. "Fear makes the seam rough." "What seam?" The woman took a syringe from the cart. It had to have been the thickest needle. It looked like it belonged in an animal tranquilizer kit. I tried to jerk away, but the chair held tight. The more I pulled and moved, the more the metal restraints bit and cut. "Stop," I cried. "Stop, I didn't sign up for this. I'm calling the police, and when they get here, they will wipe that grin off of your face." Elliot stared into my soul with those dark green eyes and crazed smile. "Your phone is upstairs," he said calmly. The needle went into my arm. The cold flooded my veins. Not like numbing, like winter lake water. My fingers tingled, then went heavy. My tongue felt too big in my mouth. The room blurred at the edges, but the center stayed sharp. Too sharp. I could see every crack on Elliot's lips, every tiny scratch on the metal straps, and every speck of dust that floated into the light. I tried to scream, and all that came out was a wet moan. "Good," Elliot murmured. "You're still present. That's important." He pulled on gloves. The woman wheeled the cart closer. Metal clinked. Elliot picked up a tool, not a scalpel. Something shaped like a thin, curved hook with a handle, like a crochet needle from hell. "Where are you?" I tried again, but my words slurred. Elliot pressed his cold, long fingers against my sternum, right in the center of my chest, and I felt something in me respond. Not pain, not yet. More like pressure, like something inside recognized his touch. "Here," he said softly. "Your gap is here. I can feel it. A little hollow, a little gap. That means only a little correction." My heartbeat sped up so fast it felt like I was trying to leap up my throat and into my lap. He placed the hook against my skin. I expected a cut. I expected a sting. Instead, the hook sank into me like I was made of warm wax. I couldn't process it. My brain rejected it. The hook slid into my chest without any resistance, and I felt it inside me, rummaging around gently like a finger stirring soup. A sound came out of me that I didn't recognize as mine. A small, animalistic noise. Elliot's eyes closed, like he was listening to music. "There you are, silly," he giggled. "Do you feel it? God's mistake?" The hook rotated and caught onto something inside me. He tugged. My body responded not with blood but with movement. My chest skin bulged outward in a line, like something beneath it was being pulled toward the surface. It looked like a zipper being drawn from the inside. I could feel it, a tearing sensation, but not like ripping flesh, like separating two things that had been stuck together like old Velcro. Elliot continued to yank and pull. My sternum split. It didn't crack or snap. It was one straight line from the base of my throat down to my stomach. A seam appeared and parted. My skin peeled back in two neat flaps, revealing not organs, not ribs, but something else entirely. A cavity, a smooth, glistening interior, pale pink, lined with fine, vibrating hairs like the inside of a dog's ear. It pulsed. It breathed. It was waiting. I tried to throw up, but my stomach was strapped in. My mouth filled with saliva, and I swallowed it in with panicked gulps. Elliot smiled like a proud father. "See?" he said. "You were made with mistakes." The woman opened a cabinet behind him. I heard glasses clink and liquid slosh. She returned holding a jar. Inside floated something that looked like a thick knot of pale tissue, fibrous and threaded with veins. It wasn't an organ, I recognized. It was too symmetrical, like it had been grown in a lab. Little pores dotted its surface, and each one pulsed erratically, like it was excited. Elliot took the jar with reverence. "This," he said, "is what will correct you. Correct the mistakes that God has bestowed upon you." He opened it. The smell punched my nostrils. It smelled like sweet rot and antiseptic, like flowers left in a hospital room too long. He reached in with his gloved hand and lifted that thing out. It dripped yellow, viscous fluid down his wrist. The pores quivered, reacting to the air, to the light, and to me. I started to sob, silently, because my body couldn't make any more sound. "Please," I begged through my breath, "please don't." Elliot looked genuinely sad. "Oh," he whispered, "you think this is harmful?" He leaned in, holding the thing above my open chest. "This is your correction," he said. "This is our love. This is being made whole." He lowered it into my cavity. The moment it touched me, my entire body arched against the restraints, cutting into my wrists even deeper. Warm crimson red dripped off the arms of the chair. Drip, drip, drip. Pain exploded through my nerves. Not sharp, not burning, but invasive. Like 1,000 tiny fingers pushing into places they didn't belong. The furs latched onto inside me, and I felt them connect. Suck. Fuse. My vision went white. Somewhere far away, a low hum began, like a choir warming up, except it wasn't outside. It was in my bones. Elliot's voice seemed to come from what sounded like underwater. "Breathe," he said. "Let it settle." I couldn't breathe. My lungs locked. The thing inside me pulsed, and with each pulse, my ribs felt like they were being violently rearranged. Not broken, but shifted like they were being shuffled into a different pattern. I felt a pop beneath my collarbone, then another, then the wet, soft, warm sensation of something growing where it shouldn't. My throat made a choking sound and something warm ran down my chin. Blood, dark and thick. The hum grew louder, and I realized it had words. Not words I understood. Words that sounded like someone trying to speak through water and teeth at the same time. Elliot stepped back, hands lifted, eyes shining. "Yes," he breathed. "Yes, you hear it." I heard it. I hated that I heard it, because underneath the pain, underneath the terror, there was a sensation like relief, like a pressure you didn't realize you were carrying, finally being let out. Like scratching an itch you've had since birth. The thing inside me pulsed again, and this time my body responded automatically. My mouth opened, and I spoke. Not English, not anything I'd ever learned. A wet, layered sound came out of my throat, like two voices stacked on top of each other. I felt it vibrate in my teeth, in my sinuses, in the seam of my chest. Elliot's face went slack with joy, like he'd been waiting years for that very sound. The woman beside him bowed her head. Elliot whispered, "Welcome." I blacked out. When I woke up, my shirt was back on. My chest wasn't open, but there was a scar. Not a normal scar. Thin and pale. perfectly straight down the center of my torso like someone had stitched me shut with invisible thread. I was in one of the upstairs counseling rooms on a couch with a blanket tucked around me, like I had just come down with a cold. A cup of water was on the table. Elliot sat across from me with his hands folded. I shot upright so fast my vision swam. "What did you do?" I said, and my voice was hoarse, scratchy, like I'd been screaming for hours. Elliot's expression was gentle, almost amused. "We helped you," he said. "You did beautifully." I clutched my shirt and yanked it up. The scar stared back at me. My skin around it looked stretched, slightly raised like there was something underneath pressing outward. I pressed my fingers on it. It pushed back. Not like swelling, like something breathing. I scrambled off the couch, stumbling toward the door. It was unlocked. Of course it was. They didn't need locks. I clumsily ran through the building, out into the cold air, half expecting someone to tackle me, to drag me back downstairs. No one followed. The streets outside were normal. Cars passed. A man walked his basset hound. The sky was an ugly winter gray. I almost cried from how normal it all was. I got in my car and drove. I don't even remember where. I just drove until my hands cramped from gripping the wheel so long. That night, I tried to convince myself it was a nightmare. I took a shower so hot my skin turned red. I scrubbed my chest until it stung. I stood in front of the mirror and told myself scars don't breathe. Then I heard it, a faint hum, deep in my rib cage, like a lullaby. I pressed my palm to my chest and felt it vibrate under my skin, and something inside me shifted, like it was getting comfortable. I didn't go to the hospital. How do I tell anyone this? Hi, I think a non-profit organization opened my body like a jacket and put a new organ in me that sings. They'd sedate me, strap me down, cut me open, and if they found anything, if they touched it, I don't know what it would do. So I did what people do when they're afraid. I pretended it wasn't real. I went back to work. I told myself I'd go to the police. I told myself I'd record it, gather evidence, burn the place down if I had to. I walked into Hollow Willow Outreach the next day with a knot of dread hanging in my stomach. The woman at the front desk smiled. "Feeling better?" she asked. I froze. "How did you?" She tilted her head like before. "Your seam is cleaner today," she said and went back to typing. I backed away and nearly ran into Matt. He looked at me with bright, shining eyes. "You heard it," he whispered through his smile. I swallowed hard. "What is it?" He touched his own pin. "Correction," he said again. "Now you understand how you're supposed to be." I tried to quit that day. I tried to tell Elliot I was leaving. He listened patiently in his office like a therapist. When I finally ran out of words, he smiled wider. "You can go," he said. Relief hit me so hard my knees went weak. Then he added calmly, "But you'll come back." I stared at him. "I won't." Elliot leaned forward. "You will," he said, still soft. "Because the gap is corrected now, and it doesn't like being alone." I laughed, sharp and desperate. "You've lost your mind." Elliot's eyes flicked briefly to my chest. "You haven't slept," he said. "You've been hearing it, and soon you'll start to taste it." My mouth filled with a penny taste, offering proof. He sat back. "We don't trap people," he said. "We correct them. The world does the trapping. We just open the seam." I left. I didn't come back. For 2 weeks I tried to live normal. I went to work at a different job. I ate. I watched TV. I texted friends. I laughed at jokes and pretended my laughter didn't have a second echo underneath it. At night, The humming got louder. It started to have rhythms, patterns. It began to sync with my breathing, like it was training me. Sometimes, right as I drifted off, I'd feel it push against my ribs and I would jolt awake, gasping, with my hands gripping at my chest like I was trying to hold myself closed. Then came the dreams. Always the same hallway of concrete. The chair, the instruments, and a door at the end of the hall I hadn't noticed before. In my dream, I always walked toward it. I always reached for the handle, and right before I could touch it, I'd wake up with my chest itching so badly I'd scratch until my nails broke skin. One night, I woke up with blood and fragments of skin under my fingernails, and a thin line down my sternum that hadn't been there when I fell asleep. Not a cut, a seam, barely visible at first, like my skin had been pressed together and was starting to come apart. I stumbled to the bathroom mirror and pulled my shirt up with shaking hands. The scar was there, but now it looked active. The skin around it puckered the lips. I touched it, and it quivered under my finger. The hum rose in response like it was pleased, almost like a purring cat. I gagged. I splashed water on my face and I tried to breathe, and then I heard something else, a sound from my own chest that wasn't humming, a quiet, wet click, like something unlatching. The seam twitched, and for a second, only a second, it opened a hair's width. I felt cold air touch something inside me that had never felt air before. My knees slammed onto the tile. I sat there, hunched over, holding myself like I was trying to keep my insides from falling out. I understood, very clearly, that this was not a scar. This was a door. After that, it got worse fast. Food started tasting wrong. Anything with meat made my stomach twist in knots. I started craving things that weren't food, salty, metallic, sharp. Once, while doing dishes, I stared at a box of razor blades under the sink for so long I forgot what I was doing. The hum would change when I was near certain people. It would be quiet around strangers, like it was hiding. It would swell around anyone wearing that stupid little pin, even if they were across a grocery store aisle. The day I saw Matt again, it nearly tore me open. I was walking downtown trying to keep busy, when I heard a voice behind me. "You're fraying." I spun around. Matt stood there like he'd been waiting. He wore his pin. His eyes looked too bright, too awake. I took a step back. "Don't." He held his hands out, palms up. "We're worried," he said. "Elliot says you're suffering." "I'm not." My chest seized. A pressure built behind my sternum, like someone pushing from inside with both fists. I gasped and clutched my shirt. Matt's eyes softened. "It hates being ignored," he said. "It hates being alone." The seam burned. I felt the skin on my chest start to separate, not from an external cut, but from within, like it remembered how easily it could open. I stumbled backward, bumping into a lamppost. People around us didn't notice, or if they did, they looked away too quickly, like their eyes slid off me. Matt stepped closer. "You can fight it," he murmured. "Or you can come back and let us tend to you. The seam can get infected if you force it shut." I made a sound that might have been a laugh, but it broke halfway through into a sob. "I don't want this," I choked. Matt's voice went softer. "No one wants correction," he said. "But once you've been filled, you don't get to go back to being empty." My seam fluttered. I felt it, not like an injury, like a mouth trying to speak, and then right there on the sidewalk, my chest opened. Not fully, just a thin split down the scar line. A wet, gleaming chunk of skin peeked into the outside world. The air hit it and the humming turned into a thrilled, hungry vibration that made my teeth ache. Matt stared at it with something like reverence. "Oh," he whispered. "It's calling." I slammed my hands over it, pressing hard enough to hurt. I don't know how I got away. I don't remember. I just remember running, hands clamped to my chest, feeling something inside me pulse against my palm like a heartbeat that wasn't mine. That night, I barricaded the door. I taped my shirt down with duct tape. Like that would help. I sat on my bed with a kitchen knife in my hand, shaking. I told myself if it opened, I'd cut it out. I told myself I'd rip myself apart before I let them have me. Somewhere around 3 a.m., the humming stopped. The silence was worse. I held my breath and listened. A deafening groan erupted from my chest. The seam on my chest began to open. I took my shot. I gripped the knife hard and gritted my teeth before sinking the blade into my own chest. That same feeling like cutting into warm wax. I pressed harder and further, pushing against the parasite. It let out a symphony of screams and cries. My legs went weak and buckled. I didn't care if I cut past the demon that lived in my chest as long as I didn't have to give myself to that thing. I took the blade halfway out so I could punch it with the piercing point on my cold steel savior. Crunch. Snap. A blinding hot pain exploded from within me. In my horror, both of my top ribs were facing outward. Points of blood and mucus-covered bone were sticking out of my skin. We let out a synchronized blood-curdling scream. I jammed the knife back in with what little strength I had left. I felt the blade puncture its rubbery membrane. A geyser of yellow and red fluid sprayed from the seam, tearing the edges as it sprayed my bedroom's carpet. I don't know how long I sat on that bedroom floor with a knife sticking halfway out of me, and covered in that fluid that smelled like antiseptic rot. When I pulled the knife out, the parasite let out a soft whisper, before my seam slowly closed with little wet snaps and pops. Then I heard it, a knock at my door, not loud, not urgent, polite. I didn't move. My whole body went cold. The knife shook in my grip. Another knock, then a voice through the wood, calm and warm. "You didn't kill it. You only wounded it, and made it angrier with you. That was a mistake," it said. I didn't respond. The voice continued, like it knew I was there. "We brought you something," Elliot said, "to soothe you both." I swallowed hard, tasting pennies. The hum started again, faint like it was waking up. My chest scar tingled. "Go away," I groaned. Elliot laughed softly. "I understand," he said. "It feels like you are losing a battle, and you are correct." A pause, then gently. "But you were never correct to begin with." The doorknob turned. I'd locked it. I'd chained it. I'd shoved a chair under it. The knob turned anyway. The chain rattled as if someone was lifting it from the outside with careful fingers. My chest seam burned hot, hot as lava. The humming swelled into a choir. This is the part that makes me most feel sick writing all this, is that the thing inside me wasn't afraid. It was excited. The door cracked open. Elliot stepped in like he belonged there, like he was visiting a friend. Behind him were two others in plain sweaters, the woman from downstairs and Matt. They all wore their pins. Elliot held a jar in his hands. Inside was another one of those pale, twitching knots. "This is for you," he said. I tried to stand, tried to run, but my legs didn't work right. My body felt heavy, like gravity had doubled. Elliot's gaze dropped to my chest. "Ah," he whispered, almost tender. "You poor thing. How bad did this bad man hurt you?" My hands clung into my shirt. The duct tape had started peeling away on its own, curling like dead skin. The seam beneath it pulsed. Elliot stepped closer. "I told you," he said softly, "you would come back." "I didn't," I whispered. "You came here." Elliot smiled. "We're not separate," he said. "Not anymore." He reached out. The moment his fingers touched my sternum, my chest opened like it wanted him. The seam parted wide, skin folding back neatly. The pale interior glistened, vibrating with hunger. I screamed, but it sounded wrong, layered like something else screamed with me. Elliot leaned in, eyes shining. "You see?" he whispered. "It recognizes family." God, I hate this. Matt stepped forward and lifted his own shirt. He had the same seam, the same scar. He opened it with 2 fingers, casually, like unzipping a jacket. Inside him, I saw it. Not just one knot. Several. A whole cluster of pale, pulsing organs stacked and intertwined, stitched into him like a grotesque bouquet of tumors. Some of them had grown outward, pressing against his ribs so his chest looked subtly reshaped. His skin stretched thin over certain bulges. His hum was louder than mine, more confident. He smiled at me with wet eyes. "It hurts at first," he whispered. "Then it feels like being loved." Elliot raised the jar. "Open wider," he told me gently. My body obeyed. I felt the seam tear wider. I felt the interior hairs vibrate in anticipation. I felt myself make room. My mind screamed no, but my body, my door, said yes. Elliot lowered the new beast towards me, and I saw something I hadn't noticed before. The pores on it weren't just twitching. They were shaped like tiny mouths. Little puckered openings that flexed and tasted the air. The thing inside me surged toward them. My chest cavity rippled, like a throat swallowing. Elliot smiled, delighted. "Easy," he murmured. "Help him. Help your family and take what is rightfully yours. Correction." The moment the new knot touched my interior, it latched. The tiny mouth sealed against the vibrating hairs with wet clicks. Pain flashed, sharp and hot, but underneath it was that horrible relief again, like scratching a lifelong itch until you bleed and you're still wanting more. I felt it connect, and then I felt it spread. Threads shot out from it, thin as hair but strong, burrowing into me. They wrapped around my ribs, around my lungs, around my heart like snakes seeking a rodent. Each thread pulled gently, firmly, rearranging me. I choked, gasping. Elliot watched like a proud artist. "Perfect." He laughed hysterically. "You're taking them so well." Matt stepped closer, voice shaking with excitement. "Do you hear it?" he asked. I did, not just humming now. Voices. Many voices. Some in my bones, some in my teeth, some in the seam itself, whispering in wet, layered syllables. I realized the words weren't random. They were instructions, directions, a map. Elliot leaned close enough that his breath wet my cheek. "You're going to help us," he whispered, "because you're correct now." I tried to shake my head, but my neck felt too heavy. Elliot's hand slid down my open seam and rested inside me like he belonged there. Palm pressed against the pulsing knot. He closed his eyes. "I can feel it," he murmured. "It likes you. It's growing fast." Something under my left rib shifted. A bulge pressed outward, round and firm, like a fist pushing from inside. I screamed again. The bulge moved. It traveled under my skin, sliding upward like a thing crawling beneath a blanket. It reached my collarbone and stopped. Then it pushed. My skin stretched, went white, then split in a thin line as something sharp pressed out. Not bone, not metal. A pale, wet spike emerged, covered in clear mucus, like a tooth growing where no tooth belonged. Elliot opened his eyes and smiled. "A marker," he whispered. "You're becoming visible." Matt stared, tears streaming. "You're so lucky," he breathed. I couldn't breathe. My chest was a living door, my body rearranging itself around a parasite that felt like love if love was a trap. Elliot withdrew his hand and finally, gently, pushed my skin flaps closed. The seam zipped itself shut with a series of wet clicks. The scar sealed, smooth and pale, except now there was a lump under it. Multiple lumps, like knots under fabric. Elliot patted my chest like he was soothing a pet. "You'll feel sore," he said. "Drink water. Avoid sharp objects. Don't pick at your seam. Don't let him hurt you ever again." He stood, straightening his sweater, calm as ever. "We'll see you tomorrow," he said. Then they left, just like that. My door closed, but the hum didn't stop. It never stops now. Here's the part I'm stuck on. The part that makes my hands shake as I type. They didn't need to restrain me anymore, because when they were gone, and I was alone in my room, I sat on the edge of my bed and listened to the choir in my ribs. And my first thought wasn't, how do I get this out? My first thought was, what if they're right? What if I was missing something? What if the horrible relief is the only honest feeling I've had in years? That's when I knew I was in real trouble, because I don't trust myself now. I don't trust the way my body leans towards certain places when I walk past them. I don't trust the way my hands drift to my chest in my sleep. I don't trust the way my mouth waters when I smell blood, even my own. And I don't trust the thing inside me that's learning my routines. 2 days ago, I woke up with my shirt folded neatly on the floor. My scar was exposed, and there were fingerprints around it. Not mine. Small, damp prints, like someone with wet hands had pressed against my sternum and tested the seam. Last night, I found one of those pins on my kitchen counter. I don't remember picking it up. I don't remember going outside, but it was there. A circle with a stake going vertically through it. Correction. I threw it in the trash. I took the trash outside immediately. This morning it was back on my counter. Clean, dry, waiting. So I'm writing this now because I need someone, anyone, to know that if you see Hollow Willow Outreach, if you see their food drives or their smiling volunteers or their little pins, you do not go inside. You do not let them touch you. You do not accept their coffee, no matter how good it smells. And if you've ever had that feeling like there's an empty space inside you, like you're walking around with a hole inside you, please, please understand that there are people out there who can fill that gap, and they don't see it as a pain, they see it as an invitation. The last thing Elliot said to me, quiet and warm like a blessing, keeps replaying in my head. "You'll come back." The worst part is, I don't know if he meant me, or the things that are trying to slither and claw their way out of my chest. My hand is broken. I'm pretty sure about that much. The pinky is bent at an unusual angle at the knuckle, and the ring finger isn't far behind. The skin across my knuckles is peeled back in places with raw, dark meat showing through, and the blood has slowed to an ooze that pools in the creases of my palm and drips into the tile in a thin line. did this to myself. I want to be upfront and clear about that. The door didn't do it. It just didn't open. That's the whole problem with the door. It just sits there in the frame like it's part of the wall. I hit it until I couldn't hit it anymore, and all I have to show for it is a broken hand and a streak of blood across the wood. I should probably back up, though. The name on the deed, not that I have a deed to anything anymore, not as of about 4 hours ago, is Franklin Dale Marin. I go by Frank. I'm 50 years old, which means I'm too old to be sitting on a bathroom floor in a diner I've never been to before. I'm too old for a lot of stuff. I'm too old to be running too, but that's what I was doing when I pulled into the parking lot of this place. I was running from Briarwood. Specifically, I was running from my wife, Diane. Or I guess she's not my wife anymore. Not really. Not after tonight, and from our house, and from the kid, our boy, Bryce. 11 years old and built like a fire hydrant. I had 4 suitcases in the back of my DeVille. That's it. 11 years of being a father reduced to 4 suitcases. A few folded 20s in my pocket, with 1 earmarked for gas. I was going to Cancun. That's what I'd been telling myself anyway, that my father was buried somewhere down there and I owed it to myself, and to him, to go find the son of or find the place, or just find somewhere that was a long way from where I was. Cancun. As if you've ever been to Cancun. As if you even know the old guy made it that far. The voice in my head has been doing that all night. I've just been ignoring it. I found this place. No sign out front that I could read. Just a blinking neon thing in the window that might have said open, or might have said something else. About 5 miles outside of Briarwood. Just 5 miles. I didn't even make it 5 miles before I needed a drink. The parking lot was almost full, which surprised me. The inside of the place was nearly empty, bar a few stools. A TV on the wall with the sound on mute. The captions on the screen reading, "Unseasonable heat wave expected to continue throughout the week." Seemed about right for Oklahoma. I ordered a Campari, then another, and another. By the 4th one, the bartender cut me off, and I folded face first into the crook of my arms and passed out on the bar like the kind of man I always swore I wouldn't become. I dreamed. I don't want to talk about what I dreamed about, but it had to do with my father and a fire poker, and a sound I've only heard 1 time in my life. The sound of something going into something it shouldn't. You know the sound. Or you don't. I woke up and my neck ached, and there were more cars in the parking lot than when I'd come in, which made no sense, and the bar had fewer people. I didn't think about either one of those things hard enough, and that was a mistake. I asked the bartender for the bathroom. "Pass the machine," he said. There was a jukebox at the end of the bar, dark and not running, the kind with actual discs in its belly. I could see my reflection warped in the glass of it. 3 of me. If I tilted my head right, left Frank with the soft jaw, center Frank with the turned down mouth, right Frank with the gray at the temple, and none of them looked like somebody who was on his way to a better life. There was a smear on the side of the jukebox. Ketchup, maybe. Maybe not. The hallway smelled like mop water and urinal cakes. The bathroom door said "Gents" in stenciled paint. I shouldered it open. 1 stall, 1 urinal, 1 sink. A mirror. A warped little postage stamp of a thing, glued, crooked above the basin that showed me only the middle slice of my face. Eyes, nose, and the top half of my mouth. My eyes were bloodshot. The light overhead buzzed and flickered and buzzed some more. I stood at the urinal and couldn't go. My body does that sometimes when it thinks something is watching. I stared at the tile. Some joker had scratched a pair of tits into the grout. Underneath, in block letters, "Call Megan for a real good time," and a phone number. Megan. I knew a Megan once. 17 years old. Worked the overnight intake desk at Briarwood Hospital back when I was the night janitor. Skinny girl, hair always a different color, laugh like a cancerous grandma. She smoked out back with me on breaks, leaning against the dumpster, and one night she said, "Why do you always smell like cherry pipe tobacco if you don't smoke a pipe?" And I said, "My father did," and she just nodded, as if that settled it. She OD'd in the ER bathroom that same summer. I mopped around the chalk outline. The bleach pruned the skin on my hands for a week. You tell yourself you ain't responsible, but you remember every kid who dies within 50 yards of your mop, don't you? I finished the urinal, washed my face. The water was lukewarm. Warm. And I splashed some of it on my face and got some in my mouth without meaning to and wiped my hands on my slacks. I looked at myself in the mirror, just the middle slice, eyes and nose and the crease of my mouth. "You look like hell," I told Mirror Frank. "Right back at ya." Mirror Frank said. I checked the stall, door hanging off kilter, toilet with a burn black ring, somebody's jacket balled up in the corner. Kids leave stuff everywhere. I turned toward the door, and I stopped. Something was wrong. Some old part of me. The part that learned to read a room before I could read words. The part that kept 8-year-old Frank breathing through a childhood that should have killed him. That part went quiet and cold and knew before the rest of me did. The buzz of the light was gone. The muffled clink of glasses from the bar was gone. Even the sound of my own breathing seemed to get swallowed up, like the bathroom had taken my breath and was holding it for me. I reached for the handle, brass knob, cold under my hand, which didn't even make sense given the heat. And then I turned it. It didn't move. Not an inch. Not the quarter inch of give that even a locked door will sometimes offer. "Hey," I said to the wood. "Hey, come on." I tried again. Both hands, full grip. Torque it right, but nothing. "Hey!" I hit the door with my palm. Then my fist. I'm not going to narrate the next few minutes in detail because I'm not proud of them. I'll just say that somewhere in there I lost control of the sensible part of my brain entirely. And by the time I came back to myself, I was sitting on the floor with my back against the door and my hand wrecked and my face wet, and the voice in my head very, very quiet. The way it gets when even it doesn't have anything to say. "You deserve it, Frankie. Every bit of it." My name was on the deed, and now I'm sitting here thinking about 2015. August 10:34 p.m. A nurse who looked uncanny, like a bulldog, came out and told me, "It's a boy, Mr. Marin. A big, healthy boy." And I did what a man does. I smiled. I passed out cigars. I let the other men in the waiting room slap me on the back. "Attaboy, Frank. Future ball player right there." But later, standing alone in that puke green hospital hallway, the thought surfaced like something dead floating up from deep water. A girl. I wanted a girl. I don't fully know why. Maybe I thought a girl would have been quieter, less likely to grow up into the kind of loud and ultimately disappointed man I saw staring back at me from every dark window I passed. A man with his father's eyes and the beginnings of his father's protruding gut. His father's particular talent for being present in body only. Diane was beautiful in that hospital bed. Even exhausted, even gray with it. She was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen. And the baby was big and healthy. Just like the nurse said. Red-faced and squealing. I held him and felt the surprising weight of him, and I buried the thought. I told myself I buried it. I played the hand I was dealt. I played it for 11 years. You call that playing? You were somewhere else the whole time, Frankie. Even when you were in the room. I think about the night I left. 4 hours ago. Though it feels like longer from down here on the floor. Diane was in the doorway crying. Still the prettiest thing. With Bryce at her hip. Half a boy, really. And more skin than anything. 11 years old and sad in a way that no 11-year-old should be. But he wasn't crying. That washed-out stare he'd had since he was 2, the one that made something cold move up my spine every time I felt it on me. He already knew. I could see it on him. He knew his father was going, and he knew his father had been gone long before tonight. I thought, sitting in the cruiser in the driveway with my hands on the wheel, and the keys not yet in the ignition, I thought, maybe I got my wish after all. I looked at Bryce through the window, at my sad and gentle boy who was so unlike the other boys in town, so unlike the boy I was at that age, and the thought came up like bubbling poison. A girl. I wanted a girl. And maybe that's what I got. I'm not going to defend that. I'm not going to dress it up. That's what I thought, sitting in my car in my driveway, about my 11-year-old son who was watching me leave him. I drove away. Figured a neighbor would call someone. Figured Cancun sounded warm and final and far. And that was enough. You are a filthy man, Mr. Marin. A filthy, filthy man. I know. The dripping won't stop. The faucet has been dripping since I got in here. I think. I don't know anymore. And each drop hits the basin like a little bell. High and clear and maddening, and I keep watching it. Gather, swell, detach, fall. Gather, swell, detach, fall. Or the water, Frankie. Don't forget about the water. I've been trying not to think about that. About the water I got in my mouth when I washed my face. About the fact that something in my stomach has been nodding and on-nodding ever since. And twice now I've had to grip the sink and ride out nausea that crests and passes and comes back worse. The light is doing something too. Flickering. On, off, on. And in the dark between the flickers, just for a half second, just long enough that I can't be sure, I see shapes that aren't there when the light is back on. Or maybe they are there. Maybe I just can't see them when the light is on. The little window above the stall is prison-sized, way too high for me to reach. But I can see sunlight coming through it, which means it's still the same day. Which means I haven't been in here as long as it feels. I look at my hand. The blood has dried in the creases of my palm. The broken fingers have swollen up thick and purple, and I can't flex them without the kind of pain that makes your vision go white at the edges. I look at Mirror Frank. He looks back at me from the middle of his face. Just the eyes. Just the nose. Just the wreckage of a mouth. He looks scared. Because you are scared. Coward. Yeah, I tell him. I sure am. It doesn't make anything better. The door doesn't open. The light keeps doing what it does. But it's the first honest thing I've said in, God, I don't know, years maybe. The faucet is still dripping, and I just threw up. There was water in it. Way more water than I've had to drink. Part 2. It's been a full day. I know that because of that little window above the stall. I can't see out of it, but I can see through it. Sort of. When light came through this morning, I knew it was day. Now it's a dark gray smear, and I know it's night. I've been in here a full day. My knee is bad now. Did something to it when I tried to stand on a trash can and jump up and see through the window. Which, in hindsight, was one of the stupider things I've done in a life that has no shortage of stupid. Something went pop, pop when I came down wrong, and now every time I put weight on it, the kneecap grinds like a sandbag. So I'm limping. 3 limps from door to sink, 2 from sink to urinal, turn, 3 back. It hurts like hell, but it's all I've got to keep from going insane. My broken hand throbs in time with the drip. Drip, pain, drip, pain, drip, pain. I've been going through the jacket. Someone left it in the stall all balled up in the corner. This is the 4th time I've picked it up. I keep putting it down and picking it up because there's nothing else to do in here. And because I keep thinking I've missed something. And because at some point I stopped being embarrassed about how desperate it all is. It's denim. The patches tell me something about whoever owned it. A skull with roses growing through the eye sockets, a faded American flag, and stitched in red thread with the words, live free or die. New Hampshire. That was a New Hampshire thing, wasn't it? Their state motto or whatever. So this jacket belonged to someone from New Hampshire. Or someone who'd been to New Hampshire. Someone who'd sat in this stall and taken off their jacket and left it here and what? Left through the door that I can't open? I push this thought away before it angers me, and I check the pockets. Again, I've done the outer ones twice already and nothing. Not even pocket lint. This time, I try the inside pocket. The one against the chest, and my fingers find something. Paper folded up tight that I swear I couldn't feel before. I pull it out. Use my good hand and my teeth to get it open because the broken fingers on my right hand have swollen up purple, and I can't grip anything smaller than a doorknob with them. The paper is old and yellowed and signed at the edges. The writing is in pencil, erased and rewritten at least 3 times over, and I can see the ghost marks of the earlier attempts underneath the final version. 4 words. Don't drink the water. I stared at it for a long time. Then I look at the sink. Gather, swell, detach, fall. I already drank the water. I want to be clear-eyed about that. Not on purpose. I splashed it on my face last night when I first came in, and got some in my mouth. Just a little. Maybe more than a little. I rubbed my eyes with wet palms. I didn't think anything of it because why would I? It was a sink in a diner bathroom. It was just water. After you drank it, Frankie. After you took it inside you. My stomach has been doing something since then. Not pain exactly. More like a slow churning. Something that crests and recedes and crests again. Worse each time. My head feels stuffed. Thoughts moving like they're wading through a ocean current. I told myself it was the Campari hangover. But that was this morning, and it's not getting better. I crumple the note and throw it at the toilet. It hits the rim, bounces, lands near the base, and unfolds slowly in the flickering light. Don't drink the water. Too late, I tell it. Too late. My lips taste like metal and old hose water. The kind of hose water that's been sitting in the pipe since last summer. Bryce used to drink from the spigot out back, and Diane would scream about parasites, amoebas, brain-eating microbes, and Bryce would just look at her with that patient, untroubled look as if he'd already made his peace with the world, and everything in it. That look that used to make me want to shake him and scream, "Get mad! Throw something! Be a boy!" I never said it out loud. I want that on record. I never laid a hand on that boy either, which is the one thing I've got over my own father. Some nights it was the only thing, but the voice in your head doesn't have to come out of your mouth to do damage. Kids feel the shape of what you're not saying. Bryce always did. Who made him that way, Frankie? Who taught him that staying small was how you stayed safe? I went to the toilet for water. I want to be honest about this too. I'm trying to be honest about things. It seems to be the one new habit I've picked up in here. I went to the stall and I leaned over the bowl and I looked at it. There was a hair floating on the surface. One long, dark strand of hair. It made me think of Megan, on the ER floor with her hair fanned out around her, arms stretched wide like she was trying to make a snow angel. I didn't drink from the toilet, but I thought about it. That's where I'm at. That's what a day in this room has done to me. My throat feels like I swallowed a fistful of sand. My tongue sticks to the roof of my mouth when I talk, and I've been talking more than I should. To the mirror, to the door, to the voice in my head, to nobody. All I know is that I would give my other hand for a glass of water that wasn't dripping from the faucet. Not yet, you mean? You ain't that thirsty yet. The lights went out. Just for a moment. 12 Mississippi. I counted. But long enough that I made a sound I'm not going to describe, and my good hand flew out and found the edge of the sink and held on like it was the rail of a ship going down. The dark in here isn't regular. It's the kind where you can't tell if your eyes are open or closed, or even where your hands are, even if they're right in front of your eyes. When the light came back, I said, "See? Power surge. Just a hiccup." Out loud to nobody. My heart didn't believe me for about 10 minutes. I stopped pacing eventually and went back to the door. I don't know why I keep going back to that door. It hasn't changed, and it will not change. The knob is a decoration on a wall, but I keep going back the way your tongue keeps finding the socket of a pulled tooth, compulsively unable to help itself. I press my palm over the bloody smear on the wood, the streak I left last night when I split my knuckles open, and I pressed hard and I said something I swore I would not say. I said, "Please." I said I got the message. "I'm a coward. You win. Just let me out and I'll call them. I'll go back. I'll send them money. You're bargaining with the bathroom door, Frankie." The voice was right. I stopped talking. And then I felt it. Through my palm, I swear I felt the faintest pulse, like something on the other side shifting its weight or leaning in, an ear pressed to the panel. Something like that. I yanked my hand back. "Who's there?" My voice came out louder than I meant it to. "Hey, who's there? Open the door." Nothing. I pressed my ear to the wood and it was ice cold, colder than it had been just a second ago. Cold enough that the cartilage of my ear stung. I held my breath. I listened past the blood in my own head and the drip behind me, and a sound. Something between a grunt and a groan, muffled by the wood. It went on for a few seconds, then stopped. Then the faucet dripped louder. Gather, swell, detach, fall. I'm sitting with my back against the door now. I can feel the cold of it through my shirt. The light is doing its thing overhead. Buzz, flicker, buzz. And I'm looking at the note on the floor by the toilet. My tongue is leather. My hand is a thing that happens to be attached to my arm and occasionally reminds me it's there. By turning the pain up so much I can feel it in my teeth. I keep thinking about Bryce. I took him fishing once. He was 5, maybe 6. Drove us out to Lake Pemberton with 2 rods and a tackle box my uncle had given me, and a cooler full of beer that I told myself I wouldn't drink all of, but did anyway. We sat on that dock for 3 hours, and Bryce didn't complain once, not once, about the heat, not about the boredom, or about the fact that we weren't catching anything. He just sat there, fat legs dangling over the water, holding his rod the way I showed him, patient as a saint. We caught nothing, not a single fish. I was furious, but not at the lake or the bait. I know that now, and I think I knew it then, but at Bryce, at the way he just accepted it, the way he reeled in his empty line at the end of the day and said, in that gentle voice of his, "That's okay, Dad, maybe next time." I wanted to grab him by the shoulders. I wanted to scream at him to be angry about something the way a normal boy would be angry. I drove us home in silence instead. He sat in the passenger seat with his hands folded in his lap, and I thought, and I remember this clearly, I remember it the way you remember things that haunt you. I thought, this is what I'm stuck with. And whose fault is that? Who taught him that staying quiet kept him safe? Who was it that made the room go cold every time he walked in? Who made him practice being invisible? The grunting is starting again, from the other side of the door, and not quite human sounding, and not quite not. I don't move toward it this time. I look at the notes. I look at the sink. I notice the scratches on the wall when the light steadies for long enough. They're on the tile to the left of the urinal. Down low, some. Scratched in with something hard and thin. A key maybe, or a belt buckle. Not too sure, but something with a point and a lot of time. 3 uneven lines that got smaller toward the bottom. Help me, please. I'm sorry. I stare at them for a long time. I wonder if whoever wrote that had a son, If they'd left someone behind the way I left Bryce and Diane. Driven away with a trunk full of suitcases and a story about Cancun to paper over the part of their brain that knew better. If they'd sat on this same floor and thought, I'll call later. Someone else will handle it. It's not my problem anymore. And I wonder, and this is the thread I can't stop pulling, whether they regretted it, wherever they are now, or whether they just died in here, still convinced they'd made the right call, that it was for the best, that some people aren't cut out for the life they ended up with, and there's no shame in admitting it. Like you, Frankie? Here is something I have never said out loud. My father was a mean, vicious man. Bloodshot at 10 in the morning, the kind of drunk who'd beat you bloody for breathing too loud, for existing in a way that reminded him of his own failures. I swore I would never be that, never raise a hand to my kid, never make my son afraid, and I didn't. But maybe that was worse. Because instead of fear, I gave Bryce something arguably worse. Indifference. That creeping kind. The kind that hardens over years until one day you realize you can't remember the last time you looked at your son and felt anything other than a dull resentment. A resentment that he existed. A resentment that he was soft. A resentment that Diane loved him so easily when it cost me everything just to be in the same room as him. A resentment that I was supposed to love him too. To perform it. To take this sad and gentle creature the nurse had put in my arms and feel what a father was supposed to feel. You wanted a girl because you thought a girl would be easier to ignore. Admit it, Frankie. A girl would have been Diane's problem, but a boy you had to shape. A boy you had to turn into a man, and you couldn't do it. You didn't even try. I close my eyes. When I open them, I'm still here. I go back to the door because there's nowhere else to go. I press my forehead against the wood. It's warmer than it should be. Or I'm colder than I should be, which is more likely. The cold has been coming up through the tiles all day, into my shoes, into my ankles, like the floor is slowly drinking me down. October in Briarwood does this. Hot one day, cold the next. And the year we didn't replace the furnace filter, Bryce got bronchitis for 3 weeks. And I told Diane it built character, and she looked at me like I'd said it in a language she didn't speak. I breathe slowly. Breathing fast makes the room tilt, I noticed. My breath fogs the wood. I watch it. 3 puffs. 4. Little ghost clouds blooming against the chipped brown paint. There and then gone. There and then gone. And I count them because counting is something to do. And I have almost run out of everything else. Then I push away and do the inventory. Stall, urinal, sink, mirror, jacket, light. That's it. That's the whole world. The light buzzes. Then it goes out. I make a sound I am going to decline to describe. My good hand finds the sink edge by muscle memory, and I hold on. I close my eyes even though there's nothing to close them against it. It just helps to choose the dark rather than have it handed to you. I count. 1 Mississippi. 2. When I was a boy, and my father locked me in the hall closet, go in there and think about what you done. I counted in the dark. Numbers like rungs. Something to climb out of my life and run away. 12 Mississippi. The light snaps back with a spit and a flicker and holds. My heart takes a while to catch up. The little window above glows yellow from whatever outside light is still out there. Parking lot lamp, maybe. The world still running its errands without me. And for some reason, that's the thing that gets me. Not the door or the water or the scratches on the wall. Just that yellow glow. Just the fact that it's out there and I'm in here. And I did this. You left your own wife crying in the doorway, left your boy at the window. But sure, Frankie, let's talk about what people owe you. I go back to pacing. Limping, I mean. 3 limps from the door to the sink, 2 from the sink to the urinal, turn, 3 limps back. My throat is sore. The note is still on the floor by the toilet, still unfolding in the bad light. The faucet is still dripping. The dark behind the mirror is still the wrong kind of dark. And somewhere out there, Diane is either still crying or she's stopped. And Bryce is doing what Bryce always does. Going quiet, going small, folding himself down to the size of something that won't be in the way. I taught him that. Not on purpose. You sure about that, Frankie? You sure it wasn't on purpose? The grunting stopped. And then I hear it from the other side of the door. A long, wet breath. Part 3. I didn't sleep. I'll argue that till the day that I die. You can't sleep in a place like this. Not really. At least. But something like sleep must have taken me anyway. Some joyless cousin of sleep. Because when I opened my eyes, the bathroom was washed in thin morning light, leaking down through the little window, like someone had poured a glass of milk over the thing. Second day here. My neck aches. My back aches. My broken hand aches. My good hand, which stopped being good sometime last night, aches. The tile has smoothed its image into the side of my face. I can feel the grit on my skin, and the grunting and breathing stopped for a little while. For one stupid second, I let myself think it was all just a Campari hallucination. I mean, I did drink more than I planned. That my brain cooked up something crazy because my nerves were shot. A bad dream you can't fully remember. But now I hear it again. Breathing. Just pipes, I whisper. Air in the pipes. The whole building's probably... No, it ain't, Frankie. Pipes don't got lungs. I back up until my calves hit the urinal. I keep my eyes on the knob like it might soften under a hand I can't see and turn. The breathing is longer this time, a wet intake that catches in the throat with a small click before whistling back out through the nose. It's the sound of someone who smokes too much and sleeps too little. It's the sound of a face pressed right up against the other side of the wood. I hold my own breath. My lungs start to burn. In, click, whistle, out. In, click, whistle, out. Right there, inches away. Separated by cheap plywood and 30 years of paint. I get on my hands and knees. My body just does it. Moves low. Tiles biting into my kneecaps. Broken hand throbbing. Crawling until my nose is almost touching the door. Until I can smell the dust trapped in the wood grain. I listen. The breathing hitches and stops. The person on the other side is listening back. He knows you're there, Frankie. He can smell the fear leaking off you. I raise my good hand. Extend one finger. Tap. Just one tap. Just once. Just a test. Nothing. The faucet drips. My blood rushes loud in my ears. And then from the other side, tap. A knuckle on wood. Same spot with the same force. I swallow dry air. Hello? It comes out as a croak. No one answers. Just the breathing again. In, click, whistle, out. I drag myself back to the sink cabinet and sit with my back against it. I'm not alone. I keep turning that over. I'm not alone, which should mean something, which should be some kind of relief, and it isn't. It's worse. It's just... worse. Being alone just meant I was trapped. Being here with something that breathes and taps and will not speak, that means I'm being watched. Or toyed with. Or it means whoever it is can't speak, Frankie. You ever think of that? I look at the sink. Gather, swell, detach, fall. The thirst has changed. Yesterday it was a scratch in my throat, something I couldn't brush off and pretend didn't exist. But now it's a living thing that has climbed down my gullet and is squeezing my stomach with both hands. My tongue feels too big for my mouth. My lips are cracking. Little fissures that open when I move my jaw and taste like blood when I run my tongue across them. I look at the note on the floor by the toilet. don't drink the water. Screw you, I tell it. You don't know. You ain't here. But they were here, weren't they? They left the jacket. They left the note. They left that piss stain on the floor. They left everything behind. And they're not here anymore, Frankie. And you might want to think real hard about what that means. I grab the edge of the sink and haul myself up. The right knee pops, and it's a sound like a bone breaking. Wrong, and I ride the nausea with my teeth clamped and my eyes watering. I don't cup the water in my hands this time. I don't want to feel it on my skin. That felt too civilized, and civilization checked out around the time the door locked. And I realized, really sat with the fact that I might not see Diane again. Don't lie, Frankie. You weren't ever going back, no way, no how. I bend my head, put my mouth directly under the tap, and I twist the handle. The water hits the back of my throat like a tidal wave. Cold, shockingly, bitingly cold. And I gulp it down, swallowing air and water and spit. Choking, sputtering, drinking like a dog, drinking like a man in a desert. I drink until my stomach distends and aches, until the cold makes my teeth hurt and my brain seize. I pull back, gasping. Water drips off my chin and onto my collar. Oh, God, I say. Ah, sweet baby Jesus. It's the best thing I've ever tasted. Then the aftertaste hits. It blooms in the back of my tongue a second later. It tastes like the way the bog water smelled when I took the kid fishing. I wipe my mouth. I look at the water swirling down the drain. It was no longer brown, which was a sort of relief. But as I watch it swirl away, the room seemed to stretch, just for a hair. I blink and the sink looks normal again. Or, no, not normal. Not exactly. The drain spun too long, like the whirlpool was taking its sweet time, as if the water didn't want to go, as if it was being swallowed by something deeper than just rusted pipes. The chill in my stomach turns. Something thick drags itself down behind my ribs. Oh, hell, I whisper. Shouldn't have drank it, Frankie. Boy, you shouldn't have done that. I back away from the sink and hit the wall. I don't remember it being that close. I press my palm to the tile and try to breathe slowly, the way the doctor told me when the palpitations started 3 years ago, and I told Diane it was nothing, and she didn't believe me, and she was right. I close my eyes, I open them again. The grout lines between the tiles are curving inward, or they were always curving, and I'm only now seeing it, bowing towards the center of the room. I put my hand to my forehead. Hot or cold, I genuinely cannot tell which. Sit down. I say it out loud. Just sit. It's water. It can't be. But instead of sitting, I grab the trash can again to try to see outside. I needed to see outside, to get someone's attention so they could let me out. I dragged it across the tile and the wheel screamed the whole way, loud enough that I almost stopped due to the pain in my ears. But only almost. I pushed it against the wall and climbed up. I steadied myself and went to jump, but the plastic lid bowed under my weight, and my foot slipped. I came down hard, and the right knee twisted sideways, and then it buckles out from under me like cardboard, pain detonating up both thighs, and the room swims. Steadies, swims. I'm sweating. I'm shaking cold. The distinction between the two has stopped meaning anything. I try to crawl back toward the stall, and I cannot move my right leg. Have to drag it. Dead weight, stiffening. The joint swelling around whatever I did to it when I tried to jump for the window. And the pain is... Oh God, it's locking. The knee is locking up. It won't bend. It won't bend, and the pain is white. It's searing, climbing up my thigh like fire, like acid, and I can't move. I can't even try without the whole leg seizing up, cramping, screaming, and what if it's permanent? What if I tore something that doesn't heal? What if I'm stuck in here with a dead leg and... The thought snaps off. The room swims, then steadies, then swims again. Black. Part 4. I come to with my cheek pressed against the tile, tasting grout. My mouth is open and drool drips from my chin onto the floor beneath me. How long? Couldn't have been that long. The light is still doing the same death-rattling flicker. The faucet is still... gather, swell, detach, fall. I push myself upright using the good hand, the good leg, the good everything else I have left that isn't broken or close to it, and I slump against the stall door. My right knee screams when I try to shift any part of my body. Something went very wrong in there during the fall. Something very, very wrong. You're falling apart, Frankie, piece by piece. Nobody's coming to put Humpty Dumpty back together again. The sound behind the door has gone still again. No breathing, no tapping. God, the quiet is worse than the noise was. Quiet means waiting, and what in the hell is it waiting for? For you to get thirsty again, for you to get dumb again. I swallow, my throat is already dry again. I run my tongue against the roof of my mouth and it rasps. Scrapes, like the water I drank didn't quench anything, just wrung me out like a sponge and left me emptier than before. I look at my hands. The good one is shaking visibly. The broken one just throbs, matching the faucet's drip. Gather, swell, detach, fall. Gather, swell, detach, fall. The panic won't stay down. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to breathe slowly, try to talk it back from the ledge. But the panic is tenacious. It reminds me of this waterproofing salesman who used to come round Jose Grove when I was a kid. Gil Guntherson. You could slam the door in Gil's face. You could turn the porch light off. You could threaten to let the dog loose. Call the sheriff. Hell, you could threaten to shoot him square in the jaw. And Gil would just stand there, sweating through his cheap polyester suit, smiling that sleazy smile, waiting for you to crack. That's the panic. It's Gil Guntherson, just sweating on, pooling in my brain, and thinking about sweat. God, am I sweating? A cold and slimy filth like I've been dripped in lard. Makes me think about the summer of '94. A week in August, I picked up some cash working off the books for Levesque's septic company, the Honey Wagon it was called, though there was nothing sweet about it. It was 104 degrees in the shade, a heat that sat on your chest like a fat aunt, and Levesque had taken a job in Briarwood at the estate of some textile heir who hadn't pumped his tank since Truman fired MacArthur. I remember the smell before anything else, before the truck stopped rolling, before we even popped the lid. You could taste it, and it wasn't just crap, let me tell you. Crap is honest. Crap is biological. This was something else. This was a fermentation, a soup of bleach and drain cleaner and human waste and lie that had been cooking underground for God knows how long. Levesque, a man who had no nose left to speak of and smoked unfiltered Camels while he worked, handed me the pry bar. Pop her open, Frankie. I jammed the iron under the concrete lid and I heaved, boots slipping in perfectly cut briarwood grass, and the seal broke with a sound like a sloppy kiss. Schwuck. And the lid slid back. I didn't throw up. I was proud of that. I really was, but I wanted to. There was a solid 3-inch crust of gray-brown matter hardened over the top of the tank like the skin on pudding. It rippled when the light hit it, and right in the center of that crust, stuck fast, was a pristine white plastic comb. Just a comb. Probably dropped down some toilet in the 50s by a kid who never thought about it again. I stood there staring at it. I couldn't stop. I was thinking about the journey it had taken, from a marble bathroom counter that probably smelled like lavender, down the porcelain throat, through the dark twisting pipes, all the way down to this tomb. And it was still white, still perfect, floating on top of a literal ocean of rot, refusing to sink, refusing to be stained, refusing to be taken. I remember wanting to reach down and pluck it out, not to keep it, Christ, no. Just to see if I could separate the clean thing from the dirty thing without falling in myself. Quit staring at the turds, kid, Levesque barked. Hook up the hose. We got sucking to do. I hooked up the hose. I spent 6 hours inhaling that air, 6 hours listening to the slurp chug slurp of the pump eating through the crust. When we were done, when the tank was empty and the check was signed, I went to the spigot on the side of the rich man's house to wash my hands. The water came out ice cold. I drank it straight from the tap, just like I did at that sink. Mouth under the metal, gulping until my belly was tight as a war drum, and for a second it tasted like heaven, like salvation. But on the drive home, sitting in the cab of the honey wagon with the windows down, I burped, and it tasted like the tank, like the gray crust and the bleach and the rot, as if the air I'd been breathing all day had saturated my blood, as if the water had just rehydrated the sewage coating my throat. I pulled over and retched into a ditch. But the taste didn't go away, stayed with me for a week. Every time I drank water, I tasted the crust. Every time I swallowed, I felt that white plastic comb bobbing somewhere in my stomach. And you taste it now, don't you, Frankie? I do. I taste that comb. The water from the bathroom sink is sitting in my gut, heavy and sloshing, and the aftertaste is rising back up my esophagus. Not the septic tank, exactly. Though it's got hints of that, yeah. It tastes like wet fur. Shouldn't have drank it, I mutter. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to push the image of the white comb out of my head. But the image changes. It's not a comb anymore. It's a hand. A small, unformed hand, floating on the surface of the black water in my stomach. I gag, a dry heave that bends me double, but nothing comes up, just air, just the taste of wet fur. And then the breathing starts again from the other side of the door. It sounds more like a machine now, an EKG hissing behind the wood. I push myself upright, back sliding up the stall until I'm sitting straight, legs splayed out on the checkerboard floor. The movement makes my head swim, but I ignore it. Something new has arrived, louder and more demanding than the thirst or the fear. The itch. It starts in my fingertips, the good ones, of course, and crawls up my wrists, tightens the skin around my jaw. I pat my shirt pocket. Flat. I pat my pants. Nope. Nothing but car keys and a gum wrapper. I need a smoke. I need a smoke so bad my teeth hurt. Other things hurt too. All of me hurts. But the need for a smoke has climbed on top of the rest of the pain and is now running the circus. My eyes go to the jacket on the floor by the toilet. Check it again, Frankie. You checked the inside pocket. You didn't check the insides. Maybe our New Hampshire friend had the same filthy habit as you. I don't hesitate. I crawl over to it, dragging my bad leg, moving like a crab. I've checked every pocket on this thing like it's got a winning lottery ticket in it. Outer pockets, inside pocket. Even turned it upside down and shook it. But I never checked the bones of it. The denim is stiff with road grime and something that might be bird crap. I bunch the front of it in my good hand and start feeling at the lining with my fingers, digging along the seams, pressing, feeling for anything that doesn't belong. Don't hold out on me, I whisper. Be a pal. Come on, be a... My fingernail catches a loose thread near the inside hem. I pull. The thread pulls back. The seam opens just enough to make a dark little mouth in the lining, and inside it, I feel a crinkle. My heart jumps so hard it makes the room tilt. I hook 2 fingers into the tear and dig around, fishing blind inside the jacket's guts, and then I pull something free, a soft pack of Pall Malls, crushed and bent nearly in half, sweat soft and lived in. but they're here. I shake it, not empty. Thank you, I wheeze. And the wheeze turns into a laugh that turns into a hacking cough. I fish out a cigarette, crook it into a V shape, tobacco shedding from the tip, but smokable, and I stick it between my lips. The taste of unlit tobacco is the single most real sensation I've had in 2 days. Then I go back to the tear. If someone hid cigarettes, they hid the fire too. I reach inside again, feeling deeper this time, and my fingers close around something small and hard. Pink disposable Bic. Almost empty. I flick it. Sparks. No flame. Nada. I flick it again. Sparks. No flame. Nada. You piece of... I shout. You're getting desperate, Franklin. Third time, shielding it with my broken hand. The knuckles flaring as I curl them into a cup, but I don't care. I need this. I need to fill my lungs with something that isn't mildew, crap, and fear. Flick. A tiny blue-orange flame coughs to life. I lean in and suck hard. The tip of the Pall Mall goes cherry red and I inhale, and the smoke hits the back of my throat like a freight train, harsh and full body. And I hold it there and let it burn and let it coat the taste of the wet fur and the Campari, and I blow a long gray cloud up toward the ceiling. There it is. That's the stuff. Now you're a king again. I lean my head back against the toilet tank. The nicotine rush makes me lightheaded, but it also makes me feel mean, gives me my edge back. I'm not a trapped animal anymore. I'm a guy having a smoke and a John. I'm Franklin Marin, and I don't take crap from anyone. Hey, I shout at the door, my voice feeling stronger now, raspy with smoke. You hear that? I'm having a smoke on the John. Getting comfortable. You think you can wait me out? I got nowhere to be, pal. I got all night. Wait. The sound doesn't change. I laugh. It's a jagged and ugly sound. I reach back into the jacket. If New Hampshire had smokes, maybe he had something else. A flask, maybe. I check the outer pockets again anyway. Empty. I check the inside pocket again, even though I already know better. Then I go back to the jacket's guts. I dig 2 fingers in and pull out a cracked leather wallet. I flip it open. Don't look at the ID first. I go straight for the cash slot. 1 $5 bill. Cheap, I mutter, and shove the bill into my own pocket. Then I look at the license. I squint in the flickering light. On, off, on. I squint harder. The cigarette falls out of my mouth. It lands on my thigh, burns through my slacks, sears the skin, and I don't feel it. I just stare at the little laminated card. That isn't my birthday, and the photo isn't me. At least, not yet. It's an older man. Gray beard with hollowed out cheeks and eyes like 2 cigarette burns. A man who looks like he's been starving for a very, very long time. But the name is right. And the address? It's correct. I throw the wallet. It hits the floor and lands open, that starving face staring up at me from the checkerboard tile. No, I whisper. That ain't right. I scramble backward until I hit the sink cabinet. I look at the jacket in my hands and throw it too. It hits the wall with a soft whump and slides down. It's a trick, Frankie. Someone's messing with you. The bartender. They stole your wallet and made a fake. But my wallet is in my back pocket. I can feel the lump of it. I reach back, pull it out, and open it. My license is there. My younger face. Same name. Same address. I look at the one on the floor. I look at the one in my hand. Wait. The sound outside the door stops. I hold my breath and look up. I grip the sink edge with my good hand and rise using my left leg, and the bathroom seems to shrink around me. walls drawing in, floor stretching downward, ceiling swinging low, and I duck, and when I straighten up, the ceiling is exactly where it's always been, 8 feet, water-stained tile with the flickering bulb. Except, the bulb is on the left now. Wasn't it on the right before? I remember because it flickered in the mirror. You're losing it, Frankie. The bulb didn't move. You moved. The whole room is spinning and you're the only thing standing still. I press my palms to my temples. The cigarette is still burning on the floor where it fell. I watch the smoke rise. It bends midair, hooks left, then folds back on itself like a snake eating its own tail. I look at the door. The brass knob is gone. The wood is smooth where it used to be, as if there was never a knob at all. No, I say. No, there was a... I tried the knob. I broke my hand on that door. There was a... I lunge forward. My bad leg gives out halfway and I collapse against the door, cheek pressing into the wood, and I can feel it. The breathing on the other side, the heat of it, like a mouth pressed right up against the panel, exhaling slow and steady. Who are you? I whisper into the door. The breathing stops, and then from the other side, who are you? I shove myself back so hard I fall, land on my ass, broken hand cracking against the tile, and the pain is white. The pain is immediate, and I curl around it, fetal, rocking, gasping, tears running hot down my face. When I look up, the door has a knob again, a different knob, glass or crystal maybe, faceted, like something from a fancy hotel or a funeral home, and inside it, suspended in the glass like a fly in amber, is a tooth. A fat, human molar. I stare at it, it stares back. That's your tooth, Frankie. The one you lost in '09 when you slipped on the ice outside the mill. You spit it into your hand and just stood there like an idiot, blood on your chin, thinking, I am falling apart. You remember that? Screw you, I still got all my teeth. I run my tongue over them. All there, all 32. Minus the wisdom ones they yanked in the service. But I look at the crystal knob with the tooth inside it and I start to remember. Not all at once. Memory doesn't work that way. Not in here. Not anymore. It comes in pieces like pulling a nail out of rotten wood. The smell first, ammonia and pee, and that under-smell of wet fur. Then the sound. The drip. Always that drip. Then the feeling. My hand on a door, pounding, my voice hoarse from yelling. I've been here before. No, Frankie, that's the water talking. You just got here 2 nights ago. You came from the cruiser, from Diane, from... But the memory keeps on spooling and I can't stop it. I see myself, younger, 30-something, standing in this exact spot, staring at this exact sink. Saying something to the door, something important. I'll go back, younger Frank says. I swear to Christ, just let me out and I'll go back. I'll fix it. And a voice, not my voice, not yet my voice, but a voice whispers back. You won't. The younger Frank drank the water, and younger Frank wrote the note. And younger Frank left the jacket, and younger Frank walked out of this bathroom, got in his car, drove away, and forgot. Completely. As if the bathroom had reached into his skull and plucked the memory out clean as the wisdom's. But he didn't go back. He drove to Nebraska, or Iowa, or Cancun. It didn't matter where, because he never arrived anywhere. And one day, a year later, or 10, he got hungry or thirsty or just plain tired and he pulled off at a diner he'd never seen before but somehow recognized. Not even 5 miles from home. And he walked into a bathroom with gents stenciled on the door and... And here you are again, Frankie. Right back where you started. How many times now? 3, 5, a dozen? No, I whisper. I don't remember any of them, but I'm already looking at my hands. The broken one is worse. The fingers have gone ash gray, and the good hand. I turn it over. I look at the palm. There's a scar there, a white scar, faint, but it's there, running from the base of my thumb to my wrist. I don't remember getting that scar. Part 5. Or... I turn my hand over again. Back, front, back. The scar is there. It's always been there. White and thin and running from the base of my thumb to my wrist in a clean line that I have never once in 50 years of living inside this body been able to explain. I have a story for every other scar. The knuckle I split on a locker door in 92. The burn on my forearm from a kitchen grease fire in 96. Every scar has a story. This one doesn't. It does, Frankie. You just told yourself a different one. I look at the shards of red plastic on the floor, the broken stoplight lens from the window ledge, the one that's been sitting up there since I woke up in here, the one I knocked down when I tried to... That was someone else, I say aloud. The words don't land right. They never do when you say something out loud that you already know just isn't true. That was you, Frankie, last time, or the time before that. You cut your hand on the glass just as you broke it on the door. You keep hurting yourself the same way, over and over, because you never learn, Frankie boy. No, just messing with me. You never learn. I said stop. I grab the sides of my head and I squeeze and I scream. A real scream. The kind that fills your whole chest cavity first before it ever comes out. Until saliva floods my mouth and my vision goes black at the peripheries and I have to let go just to stay conscious. The bathroom keeps existing around me. Uncaring and as patient as a headstone. My breath comes back in pieces. I wipe my mouth with the back of my good hand. It's shaking. Has been shaking for... God, how long now? Hours? Maybe longer? Maybe it's been shaking my whole life and I only just noticed because there's nothing left to do in here but notice things. You're losing track of time, Frankie. That's what the water does. Time gets slippery. Slides right through your fingers like crap through a goose. I finish for it. I laugh and it sounds wrong. More of a wheeze or a gag or something a sick animal makes when it's trying not to keel over and die. I look at my hands. The broken one is much worse. The swelling's gone down some, which should be a good sign, but it isn't. Because the color underneath is all wrong now, turning a deeper gray purple. That shade of old bad meat. I try to wiggle my pinky. Nothing. I try again. I send the signal down deliberately, the way you do when you're concentrating so hard on a physical task you can almost feel the individual nerves like wires. Move. Move, you son of a... Move. Nada. It's dead, Frankie. That finger's dead. Rest of the hand'll follow. Gangrene sets in fast when you're sitting in your own piss. Give it another day and you'll start smelling it. That rot. You know the one. I do. I worked a double at Jose General in 05, maybe 06. The years blur together when I try to look at them directly, mopping the third floor. It was August, specifically. The end of August, so it was the kind of heat that doesn't quit at night anymore. They wheeled someone in from a car accident on Route 9. Someone who'd been sitting in a vehicle for 3 days before anyone noticed the car pulled off in the breakdown lane. 3 days in August. The smell got into the ventilation system, into the walls, into the fibers of my uniform, and I drove home with the windows down the whole way and it didn't matter. Diane made me strip on the porch, made me hose off in the backyard. in the dark like a dog before she'd let me cross the threshold, and even then, she kept a window open. I remember standing in the backyard in the dark, wet from the hose, watching the yellow light in the kitchen window, and thinking about how far away it looked, just how small everything seemed. That's not the smell you're thinking about, though, is it, Frankie? I clench my jaw. It is. It isn't. You're thinking about the other one. That one from the trunk. There was no trunk. The cruiser, summer of '05. You remember, Frank. You remember what you put in there. You remember how long it took before you... I press the heels of both hands against my eyes until I see stars. There was nothing in that trunk. I shout. Nothing. I didn't. But you did. And you remember the drive. How long did it take, Frank? 2 hours, 3, all the way out to the quarry with the windows down, trying to air it out, trying to convince yourself it was just roadkill you'd driven past, just something dead and rotten on the highway that had gotten stuck in the undercarriage. Shut up. Stop. Can't stop, won't stop. The rock's at the bottom. You know how deep it is out there? Past the swimming area, out where the signs say, no diving, deep water. You know what's down there. It was dark. My voice is a whisper now. I couldn't. It was dark and I couldn't see what I was. My breath is coming in more rapidly now. My chest feels too tight and I can see it. Can see myself standing at the edge in the dark. The splash so small, so quiet in the loudness of the night, swallowed up by all the black water. No, that was someone else. That was a dream, or that was... You wore gloves, the yellow ones, Diane's kitchen gloves from under the sink. You remember putting them on, Frank. You remember how the rubber smelled. You drove back and you threw them in a dumpster behind the hospital. Behind your hospital, Frankie. Where you mopped floors and told yourself lies about being a decent man. A good man. And then you went home. And you told her you'd been working late. I was working late. The words come out flat and dead. I had a double. I was mopping the third. The third floor, yeah, you've said that. You've been saying it for over 20 years. Said it so many times you almost got there. Almost made it all the way to believing it. But sometimes late at night when Diane's lying there pretending to be asleep and you're staring at the ceiling, you smell it again, don't you? That trunk smell. That 3 days in August smell. My good hand moves to my throat. The air in here feels wrong and I can't catch my breath. It was an accident, I say. Was it? It was. Which time? My eyes snap open. Which what? You heard me, Mr. Marin. Which time was an accident? The first one, or the second? Or was it the third? The fourth? The fifth? I don't... There wasn't. There was one. There was only ever one, and it was an accident. It was dark, and I couldn't... The splash was small, wasn't it? The air goes out of me. You always think about the splash, but not the drive or the gloves, not the weight of it. Though that surprised you too, didn't it? Just how light. You think about the splash because it was small, because you expected something bigger and the smallness of it was the thing you couldn't. The thing you'd never been able to. Stop. The second one was quieter though. Stop. The third one? You didn't even get out of the car for. You just opened the trunk and... Stop it. Stop. There was only ever... The shoes, Frank. I make a sound I have never heard myself make before in my entire life. Something that isn't a word, but rather comes from a place in me I have spent 30 years building walls around. You keep the shoes. Did you know that? Every time you come back here, the water shows me the shoes. Little things. 2 pairs with Velcro straps. One with the laces tied in a double knot, the way a mother would do it. Still in the trunk of the cruiser. In that locked metal box under the spare tire. You told Diane you kept the jumper cables in. You remember exactly where you put them. And you don't know why you kept them. And I think, if you were honest, if you could be honest about even one thing in your miserable life, you would know exactly why you kept them. I'm on my hands and knees on the tile, and I do not remember getting here. I can feel the cold of the floor through my palms, and my dead hand is screaming and I cannot breathe. I cannot get air in past whatever is sitting on my chest. Whatever has been sitting on my chest since 2005 or 2006 or whenever it was the first time I drove out of the quarry with Diane's yellow kitchen gloves on my hands and told myself lies in the dark. They were already... The sentence collapses. Go on, Frank. Finish it. Just once. Say what you did. Not to me, I already know. Say it to yourself. Say it out loud and proud in a room where there's nobody left to protect you from it. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. 50 years and not a single word comes out. That's what I thought. And then, silence. The faucet drips, gather, swell, detach, fall. I am on the floor of a bathroom in a diner I don't remember pulling into, with a dead hand and a scar I can't explain, and a locked metal box under a spare tire, and I have been a lot of things in my life. A son, a husband, a father, a janitor, a coward. But I have never said the word out loud. Not once. Not in 50 years. I don't say it now. And from the other side of the door comes a sound I haven't heard before. Weeping. Quiet. Decades-old weeping. The sound of a person who ran out of hope so long ago that they don't even remember what hope felt like. I know the voice. I have always known the voice. I press my back against the wall and I pull my knees to my chest. And I sit there while the person on the other side of the door cries, and I do not move. And I do not speak. And the faucet drips in the silence. Gather. Swell. Detach. Fall. Part 6. The final part. I know the voice because it's mine, not my voice as it is now. All ragged and cigarette ruined and 50 years of crappy decisions worn into the grit of it all. But my voice from before, the voice I had when I was young enough to still believe that wanting to be a decent man was the same thing as being one. Younger me, 30-something me. The one who stood in this exact spot and made a promise to a door, and then broke it so completely that he forgot he'd ever made it. He's been in here since then. The thoughts all arrived the way the worst of them always do, as a fact you've known for a long time and have simply chosen to ignore. He's been in here since the last time, since the time before that. Every version of me who ever walked through that door and drank the water and could find his way out has been here, stacking up on the other side of that wood like sediment, like the gray crust on Levesque's septic tank. Adding another layer every time the man on this side of the door decides to get back in his car and drive away and forget. I did this. Me. I did this to myself. Came back and came back and came back because I never actually left. You can't leave a place you never stopped running from. And I have been running from the quarry and the yellow kitchen gloves and the sound of the black water when it's swallowing something. And I have been running for over 30 years. And the running looked like Nebraska and Iowa and a diner off Route 9. And another diner. And another. And every time I ended up here, right in this room, in front of this mirror, looking at a man I almost recognize, but will never be able to. I'm sorry, I say. And it wasn't even to the thing behind the door, but to them all. To the version of me who stood here before with his hand bleeding from the stoplight lens and wrote, "Don't drink the water," on a piece of paper and left it in a jacket, knowing he wouldn't remember why, knowing the next man in this room would look at it and hesitate and drink it anyway, because that is what I do. I read the warnings and then decide I know better. I decide my crap doesn't stink after all. To my wife, who has been lying awake for God knows how many years in a house I used to live in, wondering if the man she married ever existed, or if she invented him out of loneliness or just sheer bad luck. To my son, God, my son, who is at least 10 and always will be in my head, who looked up at me from the back seat the last morning I was a father and said, "Bye, Dad." And I said something back. I must have said something back, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it was. I just hope it was enough. But I know it wasn't. The weeping on the other side of the door goes quiet. The light in here changes. Finally stops its flickering. Hold steady for the first time since I woke up on this floor with grout on my cheek and no memory of how I got here. The bulb burns clean and still, and the door opens. It just swings inward on its hinges, as if it had never been locked at all. Like it was always only waiting for me to stop throwing myself at it and just stand there. And the air from the other side hits my face, that cool diner air, the specific smell of every American diner that has ever existed. I stand in the doorway and look out at an empty dining room, empty booths, empty counter stools. A ceiling fan is turning overhead in a slow, useless circle. Through the glass plate windows, the parking lot is dark. My car is there, just where I left it, under the single working light in the lot. I walk toward it. My legs work, which surprises me. I expected them not to. Expected the bad knee to give out in the doorway. Expected to spend whatever is left of my life face down on sticky linoleum. But the knee holds, and I cross the dining room, and I'm almost to the front door when my bad leg catches the leg of a counter stool I didn't see in the dark. I go down hard. Both hands out in front of me, pure reflex. And the right one, the broken one, the gray-purple zombie-looking one, takes the weight first, and the pain that comes back up through my arm is the kind that wipes the slate clean for a second. Nothing in my head but the sound of my own voice making a noise that isn't a word. I wrench sideways as I fall and catch myself on the edge of the counter instead, my good hand slamming flat against the formica. And there's something on it. A coffee mug someone left handle out at the edge, and the handle catches the meat of my palm and opens it up clean. And I know before I even look at it that it's bleeding. I can feel the hot crawl of it on my wrist. I lie on the floor for a moment. Both hands are ruined now. One dead, one bleeding. Probably some kind of poetry in that. I push myself up with my elbows, get to my knees and then my feet. I look at my good hand. The cut is deep, running diagonal across the palm, already sheeting red. I press it to my shirt without thinking. Add it to the list of things to deal with in the morning. The list is getting really long. I push through the front door, and the night air hits me, and it is cold, and clean, and real. I stand in the parking lot for a moment, and I notice that I don't remember what I came in here for. I needed to use the restroom, I think. Yeah, long drive. Needed to stretch my legs. I look down at my hands. The right one is wrapped in what looks like an old shirt, tied off at the wrist. Fingers swollen and the wrong color, and the left one has blood on it, seeping through where I'm pressing my palm to my knees. I must have caught it on something on my way out. I should get both of them looked at. I should. I was going somewhere. I was driving somewhere. I stand next to the car and try to find the shape of the thought, and it isn't there. That's just the hum of the highway somewhere beyond the trees and the cold, and my own breath fogging the air in small, pale clouds. I had a reason for being out here. There was something I was thinking about on the drive. Something important. Something about a house I used to know. A boy. I reach for it, but it slides away like trying to catch the drip before it detaches from the faucet. Gone. I get in the car. I drive. I don't know how long. The radio plays something I don't listen to, and then static, and then something else. The dark opens up ahead of me and closes in the rear view and opens up again. Pine trees and the occasional light from a house set back from the road. Lives I'll never know anything about. Whole worlds running parallel to mine with no idea I even exist. There's an exit sign I pass. There is, somewhere in me, an instinct that wants to take it. Wants to drive to a house I may or may not still have a key to. Wants to knock on a door at whatever hour this is and stand there in the dark and say something to the woman who opens it. I don't know what. Something. Something that starts with her name and ends with, I'm sorry, probably. But I pass the exit. I'm tired. That's the thing. I am so profoundly, structurally tired that the tiredness has stopped feeling like tiredness and started feeling like whole body fatigue. I need a drink, and then I need to sleep in a bed somewhere, and then I need to get these hands looked at in the morning, and then I'll think about that house. I think about everything in the morning when I'm not so tired. I always do my best thinking in the morning. I pull off at the next exit. The diner is a quarter-mile from the highway, the kind of place that exists in every small town all across the world, with its big neon sign in the window and gravel in the lot. A pickup truck I don't recognize. An old sedan. A closed sign in the window of the barber shop next door. I sit in the car for a moment. The name of the diner is something I don't look at. The neon in the window is a color I don't register. I need to use the restroom anyway. It's been a long drive. I get out of the car. Inside, it smells like everything I expected. Beer and fried food and decades of spilled drinks absorbed into old wood. Honest smells. The smells of ordinary people having an ordinary night. A woman at the bar turns to look at me when I come in. The bartender, young, with a face I probably won't remember by morning, looks up and nods. His eyes drop to my hands. A flicker of something. He doesn't say anything about it. Restroom? I ask. Back of the house, he says. Already looking back down, past the jukebox. Hang a right. I nod and start walking. The jukebox plays a song I recognize from somewhere I can't place. The hallway past it is narrow, the kind that forces you to turn sideways if someone's coming from the other direction. And at the end of it, there are two doors. One on the left, one at the end of the hall. The one at the end of the hall has a word on it. Gents. I put my hand on the knob. The cut in my palm presses against the cold brass. It stings, but I turn it. The door opens. And that was 2 days ago. Or 3. I'm not really sure anymore. The light has been flickering and the faucet won't stop dripping. My right hand has gone a color that hands aren't supposed to go. And my left one is crusted shut where the cut stopped bleeding sometime yesterday. The door doesn't open. I've tried the window. I've tried screaming. There's a jacket on the floor that isn't mine. Some old denim with a patch on the shoulder that says something I can't read in this god-awful light. And in the inside pocket there's a folded piece of paper. I haven't opened it yet. I don't know why I haven't opened it. I think I'm afraid of what it says. Earlier today, I started hearing breathing from the other side of the door. I'm posting this from my phone. The signal is bad and getting worse. I don't know if this will go through, but I don't know if it matters. I'm so thirsty. There's a sink and the faucet just started running on its own. But I'm not going to drink from it. Sure you won't. You never do. We met at a pool party. I remember that day clearly. It was in the middle of an unforgettable heat wave. Elfie smiled at me from across the pool, and the rest was history. Not only was he gorgeous and completely unaware of it, but he was also a fantastic listener. No matter who he spoke to, he listened intently. He was never just waiting for his turn to speak, never just nodding absent-mindedly. He absorbed every word, eyes bright and understanding. Later, when I told him that was one of my favorite things about him, he smiled and said, "Most people just want to be understood. It isn't difficult if you pay attention." He has always paid attention. Even in early months of our relationship, he remembered everything. How I take my coffee, which side of the bed I prefer, that I can't sleep without my bedside fan or my childhood teddy, Scrappy. There had always been a quiet predictability to our life together. We'd wake up at the same time each morning. I'd shower first. He'd make coffee. We'd meet in the kitchen in the soft light of dawn before the day properly began, moving around one another with the ease that comes from long-term familiarity. Sometimes we'd talk, sometimes we wouldn't. Silence never felt uncomfortable. Then came the shift. He was handing me my morning coffee. Milk and 2 sugars, right? I laughed because I thought he was joking. We'd been together for 9 years, married for 4, and I'd never taken sugar in my coffee. Not once. "No sugar, you're sweet enough," he'd say. We had both been sleeping a little less than usual lately. I put it down to nothing more than a brief moment of forgetfulness because of tiredness. I kissed him on the cheek, took the coffee, and told him not to worry about it. Then he started watching me sleep. Now, I've always been a light sleeper. A change in temperature or a shift in the light will wake me. For years, that sensitivity never bothered me. If I woke in the early hours and turned my head, I'd find Elfie beside me exactly as expected, fast asleep with one arm tucked beneath the pillow, breathing deeply. Recently, though, I'd turn to face him and find him already awake, not moving, not on his phone, doom scrolling, just simply lying there, looking right at me. The first time it happened, I smiled at him, still half asleep, and asked what he was doing. "Couldn't sleep?" he said. "Did I wake you?" "No," I told him, and reached for his hand beneath the covers. But it kept happening. Not every night, but enough for me to pick up on it. Each time, the explanation was reasonable. He'd woken early. He'd had something on his mind. He hadn't wanted to disturb me by getting up. Although it made sense, it kept me up at night. There was something about the way he was watching me that bothered me. It wasn't intrusive or intense. If anything, it was gentle. The same attentive expression he'd always worn around me. But lying there in the dark, meeting his eyes before either of us had fully entered the day, I had the faint, disorienting sense that something was off. I just couldn't put my finger on what. Even with minimal sleep, life continued, as it does. The usual routine of work, dinner, and an evening lounging on the sofa. All the normal things. He became more perceptive than ever, more aware of my moods, quicker to anticipate what I needed before I asked. It felt, on the surface, like a deepening of the same gentle love he'd always shown me. Which is why when I'd catch him staring, I'd tell myself it was nothing more than a look of admiration. And, for a while, I had no reason to believe otherwise. With time, the staring crept its way into the daytime, too. I'd be washing the dishes, and would catch him in the reflection of the kitchen window, standing behind me, still as a statue, just watching me. I'd turn around and he'd spring back to life, tending to whatever menial task had previously garnered his attention. He also started repeating things I said. It would happen hours after the initial conversation. sometimes even the next day. He'd do it casually and in a slightly altered context, as though the words had occurred to him independently. One afternoon I mentioned that the air in the house felt strangely heavy. It wasn't a particularly unusual observation, just something I had said without thinking as I opened a window. At the time, he'd simply nodded. But then later that evening, as we sat on the sofa scrolling through Netflix, he looked around the room and said those exact words. "The air feels strangely heavy." I waited for a sign that he was joking, that he was deliberately echoing me, but instead, he looked mildly contemplative, like the thought was completely his own. When I asked what he meant, he shrugged. I know it might not sound like much, but I can't express how unlike Elfie these behaviors were. There were other changes too, like slightly delayed responses. I don't think anyone else would have picked up on it, but I knew my husband like the back of my hand. He was changing. If I laughed, he laughed, but a little too late. If I frowned, he frowned, but after a pause. It felt like he was mirroring me, as though without my lead, he wouldn't know which emotion to express. One evening, after a particularly shitty day at work, I relayed my frustrations to him. It was nothing dramatic, just office politics, the sort of thing we'd discussed 100 times before. As I spoke, I watched his face. For a brief moment after I finished, his expression remained completely neutral. Then, as if remembering what should come next, his features arranged themselves into sympathy. "That sounds frustrating," he said. The words were correct. The tone was correct too, and yet for reasons I couldn't properly justify, I felt uncomfortable. Enough was enough. I decided I would call him out on it, hoping to clear things up to stop me feeling so on edge all the time. "You've been a bit different lately," I said one day as we cleared the dishes, hoping I didn't sound too accusatory. He looked up at me, his expression blank. "Different?" The word hung between us for a moment. I felt a flicker of embarrassment, wondering if maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I opened my mouth to soften the blow, to explain that I hadn't meant anything serious by it, but he spoke first. "I'm sorry if it feels that way. Work's been taking up more space in my head than I realized." His voice was warm, reassuring, just like always. I nodded, already prepared to let the matter go. But then, in that same even tone, he continued, "You've seemed a little on edge yourself recently." "What?" I said, surprised. "I assumed that maybe you were just tired. You haven't been sleeping properly." He was right. I hadn't. With a small, sympathetic smile, Elfie stepped closer, resting his hand lightly against my arm. "You've been noticing things more, haven't you?" I nodded. Sometimes when you focus on the little things too much, they start to feel bigger than they are. I contemplated his words. It wasn't until that exact moment I considered maybe I had been the problem all along. The conversation began with me expressing a small uncertainty about him, but now I was questioning myself instead. "Yeah," I eventually replied. "Like you said, I'm probably just tired." From then on, I deliberately tried to stop noticing things, telling myself that it's easy for ordinary behaviors to appear unusual if you examine them too closely. So instead, when he paused before responding, I'd tell myself he was just thinking. When I caught him looking at me from across the room, I assumed he was just admiring me. When small details slipped, like a forgetful moment or a repeated phrase, I let them pass without comment. This worked at first. The house felt calmer, but underneath that calm ran a thin, persistent awareness that I was working quite hard to maintain it, that I was adjusting my own perception, so that nothing he did would seem unusual enough to question. I snapped out of that mindset one evening when he did something so strange and out of character that I just couldn't ignore it. I'd been brushing my teeth when I caught him staring again. I spun around and met his gaze, expecting him to smile or say something. He didn't move, he didn't break eye contact. He just stood there, hands by his sides, head tilted slightly, staring. Something about his eyes bothered me. They were a little too wide, and there was a flicker of something I couldn't quite place, and with it came a feeling I'd never felt towards Elfie before. Dread. After what felt like eternity, he parted his lips to speak. "You've been brushing your teeth for a while now. Everything okay?" How long had he been standing there? He walked towards me, eyes unblinking. Instinctively, I took a step back. He noticed and let out a chuckle, seemingly amused by my uncertainty. I tried to stand my ground as he approached me further, but my body flinched as he raised a hand to my shoulder. Another chuckle. "Come on, darling. Let's go to bed." My heart sank. Darling? He never called me that. I was certain. Then, he was different. So in the days that followed, I began testing him. While pretending everything was fine, I purposefully changed small details in my stories to see how he'd react. The old Elfie would have questioned me, maybe gently corrected me, but this altered Elfie didn't register. Or if he did, he didn't let on. I spoke about the day we first met, describing it as a snowy day in December. He didn't correct me, so I kept going. I talked about wearing a brown fur coat when we passed each other on the street. I told an entirely fabricated story, watching him closely, waiting for him to burst out laughing or call me out on my BS. But he didn't. He listened without interruption, smiling softly. That evening, as we lay in bed in the dark, he rolled onto his side and said softly, "You're as beautiful as you were the day I met you." I froze, waiting to see if he'd taken the bait. I knew even then that you were someone I could build a life with. That beautiful snowy day changed everything for me. I felt sick. I rolled over and pretended to be asleep, but I didn't sleep at all that night. I lay there, staring at the wall, wondering where the Elfie I knew and loved had gone. I cried softly as he slept, oblivious to my heartache. The next morning he handed me my coffee. "2 sugars," he said. "Extra sweet, just like you." I set the mug down on the counter, a little too forcefully, startling him. "We didn't meet in December," I said flatly. "It was August, during that awful heat wave, remember?" He looked up at me confused. "No," he said slowly. "It was definitely December. It was snowing. You were wearing that brown fur coat." I scoffed and shook my head. "I've never owned a fur coat in my life. You know I hate fur." He held my gaze, as if waiting for me to correct myself. "Are you sure?" "Absolutely sure," I snapped, grabbing the mug and pouring its contents down the sink. "And I don't take sugar in my coffee." "Yes, you do. You always have." "2 sugars, sweet like you. Are you feeling all right?" "No," I snapped. "No sugar. I'm sweet enough." We stood in silence, waiting for the other to cave. "Sorry," he muttered eventually. "I've been a bit forgetful recently. I'm sure you're right." He looked genuinely sorry, and I felt a pang of guilt. He hadn't raised his voice. He hadn't said anything unkind. And there I was snapping at him, slamming things about. Something I never did, not even on our worst days. I had acted out of character, and the irony of that was not lost on me. I exhaled deeply, the fight draining out of me as quickly as it had arrived. "No, I'm sorry," I said quietly, unable to meet his eyes. "I shouldn't have snapped like that." He accepted my apology and kissed my cheek before leaving for work. Once again, I couldn't shake the creeping suspicion that perhaps this really was all my fault, that I was the one distorting ordinary moments into something they weren't. I felt like I was losing my mind. That evening, I would doubt my sanity once again. I was getting ready for bed, only Scrappy wasn't on the pillow where I'd left him. "Elf?" I called, tearing apart the duvet and searching under the bed. He appeared in the doorway, wearing a pair of blue pajamas I'd never seen before. He normally slept in his boxers. I can't find Scrappy, I said, putting the pajamas to the back of my mind. I've looked everywhere. I was met with the blank stare I was becoming all too familiar with. Scrappy? I repeated. I can't find him. Elfie pointed to the cupboard. Why is he in there? I asked. You put him there. What? No, I didn't. Yeah, you did. You definitely put him in there this morning. I watched you do it. I tried to think back, but all I could remember of that morning was Elfie's sorry expression, and the guilt I'd felt for accusing him of being different. The dull ache pulsed behind my eyes, so I closed them, pinching the bridge of my nose. Maybe he was right. Perhaps I'd accidentally tidied Scrappy away. That didn't feel right to me, but it wasn't entirely impossible. I couldn't focus on the office the next day. He had definitely been wrong, hadn't he? Of course we met in the summer, right? Had I really put Scrappy in the wardrobe by mistake? Then I started to wonder if it even mattered at all. I eventually concluded that perhaps it didn't, and once again, I was prepared to let it all go. I stopped by the bakery on the way home from work to get some of those blueberry muffins he loved. A peace offering. A way to put this whole thing behind us. I let myself in the front door, box of muffins tucked under one arm. Before I could shout hello, I noticed him sitting on the sofa with his hands placed neatly in his lap. He wasn't doing anything, just sitting there, staring at the TV. It was switched off. Our eyes met in the reflection of the black screen, and he slowly turned to face me. He raised his arm robotically and gave a forced, unnatural wave of his hand. You bought muffins. His voice was devoid of emotion. Chocolate? Blueberry. Oh. His mouth formed a thin line, and he slowly turned away from me. I thought they were your favorite, I said to the back of his head. I'm allergic to blueberries. I stood there dumbfounded. He absolutely was not allergic to blueberries. He wasn't allergic to anything. Anger surged through my veins, and I bit my tongue. He was messing with me. He had to be. You weren't the last time you ate them? I muttered. Look, he replied, taking a deep breath and turning to face me. I don't know what's going on with you recently, and I didn't really want to say anything, but I'm starting to get worried. You keep getting things confused, and it's clearly making you angry. That's so unlike you. You've just been so different lately. Me? I scoffed. You're the one who keeps staring at me and copying me and being all weird. I had never raised my voice at Elfie before. He looked shocked, then disappointed. He shook his head solemnly. See what I mean? He said quietly. You've got it all backwards. You're the one doing all those things. I wake up in the night and you're just watching me, staring at me, and you keep repeating things I've said. Really weird, insignificant things like, oh, the air feels strangely heavy in here, when I'd literally said that exact phrase only hours before. What? There's no way. That couldn't be possible, could it? My heart began to thud and my head spun, causing me to stumble backwards. Elfie jumped up and rushed over, offering me his arm. I took it, trying to swallow the sickness that was creeping up from the pit of my stomach. Let's talk about this later, okay? He said softly before kissing my forehead. Why don't you go take a nice bath? We can both take a moment to cool off, and we'll have a chat this evening. Sound good? I nodded. I took myself upstairs, locking the bathroom door behind me. For a while I just stood there, hands clutching the edge of the sink as I stared at my own reflection. The skin under my eyes was puffy, almost purple. I tried to slow down the sudden, shallow rhythm of my breathing. How could I possibly be the one in the wrong? I was certain that blueberry muffins were his favorite. We'd had blueberry cake at our wedding, too. It had this beautiful pale baby blue icing. with fresh blueberries cascading down one side. I was sure of it. I made a mental note to dig out the photo album later and prove it to myself. I turned the taps on, letting the bathroom fill with steam as thoughts whirred around in my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut as a sharp, pulsing headache pressed behind my temples. I shifted my focus to the sound of the rushing water, waiting for the pain to fade into a dull ache. When I opened my eyes, the water had nearly risen to the rim of the tub. I lurched forward and twisted the taps, not bothering to question how long I'd zoned out for. I lowered myself into the bath. The house was quiet, and the warm water offered some sense of comfort. My eyelids grew heavy, and I allowed them to close, focusing on my breath. In, out, in, out. I stayed like that for a while, before drifting into a dreamless sleep. A loud creak woke me up. I glanced over at the locked door. The thin strip of light beneath it dimmed suddenly. A shadow. Every muscle in my body went rigid as I stared at the narrow line. Someone was standing there, right on the other side of the door, not moving, not knocking, just there. I could feel it in the air, the way you can feel someone's presence even without seeing them. That unmistakable awareness of another body occupying the space just inches away from yours. Seconds dragged past, heavy and distorted. My heart pounded. Then, without warning, the shadow vanished. Erratic footsteps tore down the hallway outside, thundering away from the door. Too fast, too uneven. A chaotic scramble that sent a violent jolt through my entire body. I flinched so hard that the water sloshed over the side of the tub. The sound stopped as abruptly as it had begun, leaving behind a suffocating silence that pressed in from all sides. Had that really just happened? Had I been dreaming? In a daze, I reached for a towel and dried myself off. In the bedroom, I put on my pajamas, grabbing Scrappy from the bed and pulling him close to my chest. I lingered in the doorway for a moment before forcing myself into the hall and down the stairs. When I reached the bottom and looked into the living room, I stopped. Everything was wrong. The sofa was pressed up against a different wall with a blanket I'd never seen before folded neatly over the back of it. The TV sat on the other side of the room. In fact, every piece of furniture was in a completely different place. I looked at the curtains. They used to be gray, but now they were blue. The candles on the side table were green, not orange. But most disturbingly of all, there, on the mantelpiece, was a photo from our wedding. Slowly, I edged towards it. "Babe?" Elfie appeared from the kitchen. I leant in, examining the picture. We were cutting the cake. Our plain, white wedding cake. I collapsed to my knees. Elfie hurried across the room, his footsteps quick but careful. He crouched down beside me, lifting my chin with his finger. "Hey, what is it?" he asked, his voice low and soft. The kindness in it was too much. My chest tightened, and before I could stop myself, I began to cry. I buried my face in his chest, clutching his shirt. He wrapped his arms around me without hesitation, holding me close as I shook against him. "It's going to be okay," he whispered. "I've got you." I took the next few days off work, and so did Elfie. I didn't ask him to, but he insisted. He held my hand as I made a call to the doctors, setting up an appointment for the following week. He brought me coffee, black, no sugar. He even rearranged the furniture just to put me at ease. "Huh? I like it better this way," he said, as he stood back and admired the room. I smiled. "Thank you," I said weakly. My head still throbbed and my eyes were still crusty from all the tears, but I felt okay, for the first time in a while. I felt hopeful. Elfie was right. It was going to be okay. We went to the appointment together. The doctor didn't look at me when he spoke. "Stress," he said. tapping something into the computer. And exhaustion. Very common. He printed the prescription and handed it to me. These will help you sleep. Deep sleep. That's what you need. Elfie squeezed my hand with a reassuring smile. The first week of taking the tablets was bliss. I'd pop a pill and fall asleep within minutes. And it was a good sleep, too. Dreamless, like I was dead to the world. But nothing lasts forever, apparently, as sometime during the second week, I started feeling the side effects. I kept having these awful nightmares. In them, I'd wake up to find Elfie acting strangely. In one dream, he was completely naked and hunched over, his mouth hanging open in a wide, unnatural smile that stretched the skin of his cheeks. In another, I rolled over in bed to find him staring at me, his eyes so wide I could see the whites all the way around the irises. Every time I'd squeeze my eyes shut, willing the dream to end. Eventually, I'd fall back asleep and wake up sometime later in a cold sweat. I'd tell Elfie about the nightmares each morning. He'd listen, frowning, equally as disturbed by them as I was. He suggested that perhaps my brain was just adjusting to the medication, that eventually the dreams would stop. I hope so, I said. I don't know how much more of this I can take. They're not real, remember? Just dreams. I nodded. Just dreams. That night I awoke suddenly, heart thudding. I sat up. The bedroom door was slightly ajar, and at the end of the hallway something moved. He was there on all fours. My husband was crouched at the end of the corridor, his spine arched strangely high, his head hung low between his shoulders. His eyes were wide, wild, and fixed on me. Elfie? His mouth opened. That same huge, silent smile. Then he moved. With a jerking of limbs, he scurried at an inhuman speed, palms and feet slapping the floor as he rushed towards the bedroom. I shrieked and threw myself back into bed, dragging the covers over my head. The mattress dipped as he climbed onto it. I squeezed my eyes shut and held my breath, waiting for fingers, teeth, anything. I woke, gasping for air. Morning light filled the room. The door was closed, Elfie's side of the bed cold and empty. That night I didn't take a tablet. I kept this information to myself, not wanting to concern Elfie. I waited until he was in the bathroom, then slipped the tablet back into the bottle, and returned to the bedside drawer. When he came to bed, I pretended to swallow it with a sip of water. I lay awake for hours waiting for nightmares that never came. At some point, Elfie stirred next to me. I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep, not wanting him to question why I was awake. I felt a soft tap on my shoulder. Dang it, I thought. He's on to me. I kept my breathing slow and heavy, counting a few seconds before stirring to make my sleepy act seem more convincing. When I rolled over, his voice came from across the room. Over here. When my eyes adjusted to the night, I saw him standing rigidly in the corner of the room. His eyes bulged from his face, as though something inside his skull was pushing them outward. Saliva dripped from his gaping mouth, which was stretched into a wide, panting grin. Something at his side shimmered in the light of the moon. A knife. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I watched in horror as he slowly raised the blade to his neck, dragging it gently across his throat in a silent, mocking promise. I shut my eyes and turned away, burrowing beneath the duvet. My body locked in terror as I felt him crawl back into bed. He fell asleep not long after. I lay awake trembling, still unable to move. When the morning light finally crept through the curtains and I heard him rise to start his day, I realized what I'd witnessed hadn't been a dream at all, because I had never fallen asleep. I made a plan to pack up my things and get the hell out of there, whether I was imagining it or not. I couldn't risk staying in that house with him. He checked on me before leaving for work. As I lay in bed pretending to be sick, I mumbled some excuse about calling the office to tell them I wasn't coming in. He rested his hand on my forehead, and it took every ounce of my being not to recoil. "You do feel clammy," he said, feigning a look of concern. "Do you want me to stay with you?" My pulse raced. "No," I said, trying to sound casual. "No point. I'll be asleep for most of the day, I imagine." He nodded. "Okay, well, take it easy. I'll be back this evening to look after you. I love you." I waited for the sound of the front door to close behind him before springing out of bed. I just needed the essentials: my keys, my phone, my charger, my purse. I'd figure the rest out later. I shoved my things into a bag and hurried down the stairs. Scrappy. I ran back to the bedroom. He wasn't on the bed. He wasn't under it. The wardrobe. I flung open the cupboard and rifled through the contents. He was buried beneath a pile of clothes that had fallen from their hangers. I went to grab him, but something else caught my eye. The glossy corner of a photograph peeked out from a small gap in the back panel of the wardrobe. A sickening thought crossed my mind. Pressing gently against it, the panel shifted with a soft, reluctant creak, revealing a narrow seam that hadn't been there before. Heart hammering, I pushed it further. It was a secret compartment. I took a closer look at the photo that had led me to this discovery. Vomit rose in my throat, my hands shaking as the picture fell from my gentle grasp. It was us on our wedding day, cutting our cake. Our blueberry cake. Reluctantly, I leant forward, peering into the compartment. Our photo albums were back there, but they looked different. I pulled one out and opened it. On every page, sticky notes clung to the photographs, frantic arrows, underlines, suggestions. The notes didn't describe our memories. They dissected them, speculating how each image could be changed, reframed, and made to say something else entirely. There was a picture of us in the living room when we first moved in together. The furniture was exactly where I'd remembered it being. A cold, sharp dread settled in my chest as the pieces fell into place. Every conversation that had left me doubting myself, every time I caught him staring at me, every odd behavior, every time he'd convinced me I was the problem, all of it had been orchestrated by him, by Elfie, by the love of my life. The slow erosion of my sanity hadn't been accidental. For months and months he sowed the seed of doubt in my mind, manipulating me, tricking me, gaslighting me. All of it had been real, and all of it had been him. I sat there on the bedroom floor, a sea of ominous rushing through me. I felt everything all at once, and it was too much for me to deal with then and there. A voice in the back of my head told me it would take years of therapy to unpack this. I wouldn't be able to trust anyone ever again. Numbly, I retrieved the belongings and descended the stairs. The urgency I'd had only minutes ago had completely left my body. There wasn't room for it. I was halfway to the door when it opened toward me. "Only me. I forgot my..." We stopped. Our eyes met. With a look of concern I knew was pretend, Elfie examined my face, checking for tears, for anger, for anything that might tell him what he was walking into. I watched him do it. I watched the familiar softness appear, that careful attentive he wore when he thought something was wrong. Then he saw it. He saw that I knew. His concern vanished in an instant. It was as if a switch had been flipped behind his eyes, the warmth replaced with something icy and cold. "You figured it out," he said. I didn't shout. I didn't cry. I didn't run. I simply looked back at the stranger in front of me, the love I once had for him non-existent. "Why?" I asked. "Why did you do it?" He shrugged. "No," I said. "I need an answer. It's the least I deserve." His eyes were steady and clear but eerily empty, as if nothing human stirred behind them. "Because I could." And that was it. All that he'd done, all that he'd put me through. There was no reason, no master plan. It was all for sport. I pushed past him, door closing behind me as I headed for my car. I sat with my hands on the wheel as I stared back at the house we'd shared together. It was nothing more to me now than a pile of bricks. While reversing out the drive, unsure of where I was going, a realization hit me. I understood with a cold and final clarity that the most terrifying part wasn't what he'd done. It wasn't why he'd done it. It was how easily he would go on living now, untouched, unbothered, while I gathered the scattered pieces of my mind he had so carefully, deliberately broken, just because he could. I don't believe in family curses. I always thought that was something out of bad movies, something superstitious. People made up to blame for their own failures. My family was always normal. My dad, Joseph, Joe to his friends, was a retired engineer, a widower for 15 years, a methodical man who labeled every box in the house. My mom died of cancer when I was a teenager, and after that, it was just us two in a quiet, respectful routine. I met Sophie 8 months ago at a coffee shop near my work. She ordered a double espresso, and I spilled my cappuccino all over her table trying to grab a napkin. A complete disaster. She laughed, a clean, warm laugh, and said she'd forgive me if I bought her another coffee. The rest is a cliché. Dates, movies, weekends together. Meeting the friends, meeting the family. My dad loved her. Polite girl, beautiful, looks you in the eye. He said after I had brought her over for dinner, "Don't let her get away, son." I didn't plan on it. My dad died 3 weeks ago. A stroke. It was fast, painless, but the emptiness he left behind is enormous. Sophie has been my rock through all of it. She moved in to help me sort through things, clean the house, decide what to donate, sell or keep. She cooks. She keeps me company. She holds my hand when I wake up in the middle of the night with that feeling that I've forgotten something important. I had no idea how literal that feeling would become. My dad's house is one of those old places with big rooms and a basement he turned into a storage space over the years. We spent the first week on the main floor, kitchen, living room, bedrooms. Then we moved up to the attic, and yesterday, we finally went down to the basement. Sophie stayed in the kitchen making lunch when I went down the wooden stairs that creaked in protest. The smell was mildew and old paper, that smell of frozen time. Bare bulbs hanging from the low ceiling lit up shelves crammed with cardboard boxes, all labeled in my dad's neat handwriting. I started with the shelves on the left. Documents 1990 through 2000. Photos, miscellaneous. Family heirlooms. I grabbed the photo box, sat on a old wooden bench, and started flipping through. Just regular photos. Me as a kid, my dad younger, my mom still alive. I cried a little, I'll admit. Then I put it all away and moved on to the next box. Old albums. Inside I found 3 hardcover albums with those black pages and sticky corner mounts. The first one was from the 80s. My dad with long hair, floral shirts, hugging friends at parties, graduation photos, a few of my grandmother, who died when I was 2. It was the second album where everything changed. A 4x6 photo, color but slightly yellowed with age. My dad in his early 20s, arm around a girl at the beach. She was wearing a red bikini, laughing at the camera, her head resting on his shoulder, black, straight hair, almond-shaped eyes, tan skin, a perfect, wide smile. My heart stopped. It was Sophie, the same Sophie who was, at that very moment, in my kitchen making pasta. I took a deep breath. Lookalikes exist. Doubles are more common than you think. Probably an aunt, a grandmother, someone in her family who looked just like her. Even the faint scar on her left eyebrow. My mom always said I was too skeptical for my own good. I turned the page. There she was again, now in an older photo, black and white, edges slightly worn. She was sitting on a park bench next to a man in a suit and a hat, a man I recognized as my grandfather, Anthony, from the photos my dad had in the living room. My grandfather was smiling shyly at the camera. She was smiling too. The same Sophie, the same expression, the same high-colored dress my grandmother wore in a wedding photo I knew by heart. My hands started shaking. I flipped through pages frantically looking for newer photos, older photos, anything that could explain this. I found a third, a fourth. She was in a family portrait from the 40s, standing behind my great-grandparents, her hands on my great-grandmother's shoulders. She was in a graduation photo of my great-uncle from the 60s, wearing a floral dress. She was in a Polaroid from the 70s, hugging a distant cousin I never met. Always her, always the same. I slammed the album shut and just sat there, listening to my own heart hammering in my chest. Upstairs, Sophie's voice hummed a tune I didn't recognize. I needed more information. I needed to understand. I put the album back at the bottom of the box, went up the stairs and walked right past the kitchen, mumbling something about needing air. I locked myself in my dad's office, a small room at the back of the house he used as a retreat. Inside, his computer was still on, an old desktop full of folders and files. I started digging. My dad was organized even in his digital life. There was a folder labeled Family. Inside, subfolders. Parents, grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents, cousins, historical documents. I opened the first one. Digitized photos from even older albums, probably stored somewhere I hadn't found yet. My great-grandfather, James, in 1920, serious and bearded, in front of a simple house, and next to him, wearing a light dress and a straw hat. Sophie, the same, untouched by time. I opened another folder, great-great-grandparents, a sepia photo with serrated edges. My great-great-grandfather, William, in military uniform, probably from World War I, and next to him, in a long dress with a serene look. Sophie, young, beautiful, eternal. The last folder was genealogy. My dad had digitized old documents, birth, marriage, death certificates, hand-drawn family trees. I kept clicking until I found a folder called Parish Records 1800 to 1850. Photos of handwritten documents in old script. Difficult to read. One was the baptismal record of my great-great-great-grandfather Isaac from 1837. Next to it, a pencil notation. Married to Mary, record not found. And then I saw the next image, a photograph, the oldest I had ever seen, a daguerreotype, more like a metal plate than a photo. Two faces emerged from the dark background, almost ghostly. A man with a thick beard, deep-set eyes. A young woman in a high-collared dress, her hair in a tight bun. The woman was Sophie. The man was my great-great-great-grandfather. The folder had more photos. She appeared in several, in a portrait alone with an enigmatic smile, in a group photo, next to children who must have been my ancestors as kids. Always the same, always unchanging, a constant in the lineage of the men in my family. I sat in the chair, my entire body ice cold. She had been there, in every generation. She had dated my dad, dated my grandfather, my great-grandfather, my great-great-grandfather, my great-great-great-grandfather. What happened to all of them? A horrible idea started forming in my mind. My dad, widowed at 50, healthy, active, died of a stroke at 72. Normal? Maybe. My grandfather Anthony died of heart complications at 58, according to my dad. I never looked into it. My great-grandfather James died young too, in a farm accident. Always vague stories, told with sighs and silences. She was the only constant. She was there, and they disappeared. The sound of footsteps in the hallway made me jump. The doorknob turned. "Honey, you in there? Lunch is ready." Her voice, sweet and concerned. The same voice that comforted me every night. The same voice that must have comforted my dad decades ago. I opened the door. She was standing there in an apron, a wooden spoon in her hand. Her hair was tied up carelessly. Her face slightly flushed from the stove heat. Beautiful, perfect, and terrifying. "You okay?" she asked, tilting her head. "You look..." "Fine," I lied, forcing a smile. "Just missing him, you know? Going through his stuff." She nodded sympathetically, reached out and touched my face. "Come eat. I'll help you in here later if you want." I followed her to the kitchen like a sleepwalker. I sat at the table. I ate the pasta without tasting it. She talked about her day, about a neighbor who said hi, about the prices at the market. I answered in monosyllables, my eyes fixed on her, trying to find a crack, an imperfection, something that would reveal the monster. I found nothing. Just a beautiful woman who loved me, who cooked for me, who slept next to me. Night fell. She went to take a shower. I stayed in the living room, my phone in my hand, thinking about calling someone. The police, a priest, anyone. But what would I say? My girlfriend is the same person appearing in photos from the 19th century? They'd lock me up. When the shower turned off, I made a decision. I needed to confront her. Not aggressively, but carefully. I needed to see her reaction. She came out of the bathroom in a robe, wet hair dripping over her shoulders. Beautiful. Always so beautiful. "Sophie?" I called, my voice steadier than I expected. "Can I show you something?" She smiled, curious. "Sure." I led her to the office, turned on the computer, opened the folder with the photos. She stood behind me, her warm breath on my neck. I showed her the first photo, her with my dad at the beach. "Who's that?" I asked, pointing. She tilted her head, frowned. "Wow, she looks just like me, huh? Must be a relative of yours. Your grandmother, maybe? A cousin?" I showed her the second one, her with my grandfather. Again, the resemblance is incredible. Strong genes, huh? I showed her the third one, her with my great-grandfather. Silence. I showed her the fourth one, her with my great-great-grandfather. The silence stretched like a razor's edge. Then she laughed, a low laugh, different from the clean one I knew. Older, tired. "You were always so curious, weren't you, Joe?" My blood ran cold. "My name is Luke," I corrected, my voice barely a whisper. She placed her hand on my shoulder, a light, almost affectionate touch. "I know, sweetheart, but you're just like him. Exactly like him. The same way of furrowing your brow when you're worried. The same nail-biting habit. The same smell." I tried to stand up, but my legs wouldn't obey. She leaned in, her lips brushing my ear. "Your father was the best of them, you know. The sweetest. I was so sad when he left, but then you appeared. So similar. So him. It was like he had come back." "What are you?" I managed to ask. She sighed as if the question was tedious. "Doesn't matter. I've been with so many of you, since your great-great-great-grandfather Isaac. He found me in the woods, you know. Said I was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Took me home, introduced me to the family. He was so naive." What did you do to him? Nothing, she said, and there was something worse than the simplicity of the answer. I didn't do anything. I just stayed, and one day they're gone. Like your dad. Like your grandfather. Like all of them. And I stay, waiting for the next one. I managed to stand, stumbling backward, away from her touch. She didn't move, just watched me with those deep, ancient, empty eyes. Why me? I asked, my voice breaking. Because you're the next one, she answered with a sad smile. The next Joe, the next Anthony, the next James. Always the same blood, always the same smell, always the same end. I ran. I don't know how, but I ran out of the office, out the front door, into the dark street. I ran until I couldn't anymore, until my lungs burned, until I fell to my knees on the asphalt. I didn't take my phone, money, or ID. I just stayed there, gasping, staring at the empty street, at the distant house lights. She didn't follow me. She doesn't need to. Because now as I write this on a computer in a cyber cafe, using money a stranger gave me when he saw my desperation, I can feel it. I can feel her watching me from somewhere. I can smell her in the wind. I know that no matter where I go, she'll be there. She's been there for 200 years. She'll be there for 200 more. And I'm the next one. The next on the list. The next Joe. The next man in the family she chose. She said she doesn't do anything. That she just stays. But I remember my dad. Healthy, active, dead of a stroke at 72. I remember my grandfather. Dead at 58 of heart complications. I remember my great-grandfather, dead in a farm accident. She doesn't do anything. She just stays, and while she stays, we go. We wither, we fade, we die. And she stays, waiting, always waiting. If anyone reads this, don't try to find me. Don't try to help. Just be careful who you love. Be careful who seems too familiar. Be careful who seems like they've always been there. Because maybe, yes, they have. And maybe, they're never leaving. I live in Appalachia. I've always lived here. I've always been aware of the Haints that are my neighbors. They are aware of me too. When I was young, they used to terrify me. Eyes within the trees, whispers that sound like human voices mixed with the howling sounds. When the birds go silent, you become acutely aware of the fact you are trespassing on your neighbor's property, and you are not welcome. Unlike people, Haints don't use guns to defend themselves. As I grew older, I grew a deep appreciation for them. This has been their home much longer than it has been mine. The Appalachian Mountains are older than we can dream of, older than bones and even the sea. When you're quiet and still, you can speak to the bones. The ground itself talks in a voice with no sound, communicating to your soul, not your conscious mind. When I first bought my own property with my husband, I made it clear to the Haints I was going to inhabit this property as it was my own. I gave them gifts of milk and sugar, woven baskets and carved charms set with the intentions and phrases my mama taught, passed down from the 10 generations my family had lived here. When I set my wards, nails taken from the corner boards of my house salted and blessed with my own blood. My husband isn't from here originally, so he thought it was a bit of an extreme response. But he didn't protest. He declined my offers to add him to the wards. I wasn't pleased with that. I'd no intention of forcing him, though. He didn't believe my stories for the first year. It wasn't until the things in our house would go missing, only to be shortly returned after I served up honey milk to the Haint living with us, that he started to believe. He never confirmed it aloud, but the change in his disposition was clear. He began to fear the things in the woods. I told him time and time again there was no fear to be had, as long as we respected them the same way they respected us. Yet he still refused to be out past sundown. We no longer hosted bonfires or watched the fireflies after the trout-bellied sky sank beneath the horizon. I understood the fear he held, the paralysis of realizing you are being watched cautiously by things beyond your comprehension. The apex predator is aware you are stepping on its territory, and it may pounce at any moment. It wasn't until the screams started that I became nervous as well. I'd heard the screams before, almost woman-like, yet oddly inhuman. It had been many years since I'd felt the dread they inspired, the need to flee. My husband froze, still as a rabbit on its haunches, waiting to see what the hound will do. I guided his arm inside and locked the door, salting the windows and door. I was confident in my wards, but that did not mean I was somehow stronger than whatever this was. As far as I knew, the wards could be completely useless. The Haints run by their own rules. The words of my father from childhood stuck in my head. That ain't how a human screams. Go inside. He said it with such a serious face, as if he was warning me, not just keeping me away from a fox or a mountain lion. When we heard the deer screaming in agony 2 days later, his eyes darkened and he turned his back to the woods with resolve. He kept the shotgun by the door for a month after that, something I was now doing too. We lived that way for 6 months. This Haint, unwilling to live amicably with me like so many others, terrorized my husband the most. He woke up screaming most nights, some night terror breaking his mind slowly but surely. I was beginning to grow angry. I had made good faith offerings, burnt meat in a fire just outside my bounds, honey bread and homemade meads, yet the Haint accepted none of it. All was spoiled and rotten by morning, a rude rejection and a statement to me. It only stoked the flames in my own soul. This was my home just as it was the Haint's, and I would not allow it to terrorize my loved one. It began killing my chickens. That was when I decided it was war. I responded in earnest, upping my wards tenfold, saying nightly prayers, calling upon the friendly neighbors for aid. I did not like calling upon them. It always came at a cost. I was growing more rapidly aware of the fact that if I did not, this Haint would kill us. It was not content to only feed off the discomfort. It craved the taste of flesh. My chickens were not a satisfactory substitute. I saw it for the first time 3 years into us living here. It stood at the edge of my wards, careful not to step over them, yet seemingly testing the bounds. Its appearance is difficult to describe, but I will do my best. Deer are prey animals. Their eyes are set on the side of their heads to give them near complete 360-degree vision. Their legs are made for running and hold immense ability to spring into jumps over creek beds or brush as they escape hunters. This beast did not hold those features. Its eyes were front set, pitch black with absolutely no glint as the porch light hit them. It stood taller at the shoulder than a normal deer, nearly as tall as the willow it towered near. Its mouth was wrong, slitted and barely masking the shape of sharpened teeth. It moved its head like a cat, cocked its head to the side like a dog, chittered like a fox, stepped like a mountain lion. What I found most uncanny were its legs. They were not the slender, graceful legs of a deer. They were muscular, the legs of a predator, not prey. It pawed the ground with a ferocity that spoke to its power. I did not want to cross. The antlers upon its head were sharper than nature intended, the shedded velvet coated with dried blood. I suppose this could have meant it sheds its antlers like a normal deer, but deep in my bones, I knew they were attached to its skull like horns. I did something then that many would consider stupid. My husband was deep asleep, tired after a day's work and exhausted from the ongoing torment. So, as quietly as I could, I slipped out the back door and walked to it. It seemed surprised I had chosen this route. It took several steps back, cautiously watching my hands as if I were going to pull a revolver and silver bullets from my pocket. I did not. I held the leftover pork from that night's meal. I placed it upon the ground and pushed it with a branch across the ward lines. It regarded me with interest, unsure of what my motive was. For the first time, it bowed its head and ate. I took it as a sign of truce, at least in that moment. I spoke to it, introduced myself, my lineage, introduced it to the bones of my kin who now walk the deep earth of the mountain, same as the Haints. I asked it as simply as possible, "What do you seek out of this?" Its head shifted and clicked, the teeth in its mouth showing as if it was grinning. "I want him." The words took me aback. My husband. The outsider, who had done no conceivable harm to anything here, who had been respectful as I'd told him to be, who'd followed every rule. Why? I did not bother to hide the shock or animosity in my voice. How well do you truly know the man you have bound yourself to? How much do you know of his history, of the path his kin have passed to him? How confident are you that man is a good one? You will find me when you decide. That is, if it's not too late. The voice that spoke to me did not come from vocal cords. It traveled up my spine. The voice of the grave dirt beneath my feet seeking revenge of ages. It regarded me one final time before its shadowy form sank into the darkest part of the tree line. I chewed on its words for several days. I told myself that it was meaning to make me paranoid, distrustful of my husband. If that was the intent, it was working. I could not hope to view him the same way. I watched his every move and reconsidered everything he'd told me. I watched as he snapped at me over small things, something I'd once blamed on the Haint tormenting us. I re-examined the ways he drank, unable to sleep or feel much without it. I considered the way he chopped wood as if it had done something to him, an intense anger just underneath the surface. I listened to the words he spoke in his sleep, realizing they were not words in response to a Haint, but someone from his past. I began to wonder if the Haint was his reckoning. I spent a month pondering what to do. I sat by my ward lines night after night, waiting for the Haint to speak to me once again. It never came. I could hear it, feel it just beyond the capabilities of my sight, even felt as if I made eye contact with it a few times. He's starting to become paranoid of me as well. I feel his eyes upon me when my back is turned. I see the way his knuckles go white as he grasps knives at dinner time. I see the way his jaw tightens when I speak. I'm beginning to wonder if I've been fighting the wrong war, if the isolation I once considered sanctuary will become my grave. I broke my ward last night. It was on pure impulse. My mama would scold me if she could see the way I went about it. Dug it up under the cover of night and felt the cold wash of the surrounding neighbors overtake me. I heard the sound of the stag chittering with that fox-like voice. Then I went to bed. I do not know how long I have until this war ends. I do not know which side I am on. All I know is I clutch my protection necklace much more tightly, and I no longer sleep at night. I watch and whisper to the Haints. I call my neighbors. Part 2. I think my wife is a witch. There's no other explanation for the things occurring in and around this house. We've been married for nearly 5 years. Moved to this house 4 years ago. Ever since we moved, things have been terrifying. When I met Lottie, we were both young. I was 22. Fresh out of college with my bachelor's in business, excited for life. I grew into the mindset that business expects constant work and fighting up your sales numbers. I was popular, always taking out business partners for drinks or dinner. That all seems so unimportant now. I met Lottie one day at a farmer's market in the city. One of my partners had gotten wind that a semi-local farmer had the land and capacity to supply a new branch of the dairy industry in Appalachia, a near untapped market full of possibilities. Our pitches were going well, the board members agreed, and so we found ourselves at that farmer's market. Lottie was wandering the booths, examining every single item with as much curiosity as a child in a toy shop. I found it intriguing. I didn't understand how anyone could find something at a farmer's market that interesting. What with it being all produce or grandma quilts. So I approached her. I thought I was sly when I was 22, but in hindsight, I absolutely came across like a snob. I think moving to the mountains has made me understand that at the least. For some reason, she still humored me, chatted about the artistry and traditions passed down, how important it was to keep our kin alive through them. I thought it sounded like hippie stuff. It was hippie stuff, yet it still made me feel something. I felt that warm blush in my chest that you get when you realize you're into someone. So I asked her out on a date. She wasn't keen to stay in the city any longer than she had to, so we agreed to meet in the next town over, which was basically a one-stop-light town. It felt like stepping into a new foreign world. Our relationship only grew from there. She told me about her family, her heritage in Appalachia, all the folky things her mama would do. It was a definite turn-on, how passionate she was. I'd never seen someone with the same amount of passion as me, even if it was on a different subject. I didn't share much about my family. She would ask, but I set that boundary, and she begrudgingly respected it. I didn't want to relive any of it or subject her to that knowledge. So she agreed. We got married after 2 years of dating. Then we bought that house a year later. She talked me into living in the mountains. I didn't want to. I wanted to live in one of those tiny towns where I could easily drive to work. She insisted on land and being able to farm it. I insisted if we had something like that, I was not going to help with it. So we bought 10 acres and a shabby little house planted right in the middle. It was incredibly removed from everyone and everything around us. The water system was so old, it came from a well pump. She was weird when we first moved in, but I assumed it was from us finally owning a place instead of renting an apartment in the city. She was 2 years away from the woods at that point, so I just assumed it was relief. I thought maybe we'd both settle into it. I was wrong. The first week there, she asked if she could take a piece of my hair and bury it. I was weirded out and said absolutely not. She looked disappointed, but she touched my face and smiled and just said, "Okay, hon." She knows it makes me melt when she does that. I saw her later that day burying 4 jars around the fence line. I asked her what she was doing and she told me her mama told her this was the first thing every new homeowner should do. I thought it was bizarre, but she had all kinds of odd Appalachian traditions, so I brushed it off. She kept telling me to respect our neighbors so they'd respect us. I thought that was an obvious concept, so I just nodded along, assuming this was her way of acknowledging the cultural differences and warning me from being a city jerk. I was polite whenever I saw them, and even brought them green tea from the city I work in. Lottie seemed pleased. I figured I was doing everything right. 6 months in, I started hearing things. Whispers around the outsides of the windows, and tapping on the front door. Lottie wouldn't even move her head towards them, just telling me, "Don't open the door," when I'd start towards it. I hated how calm she was. It was like this was just normal to her. I started seeing things a few months later. I was terrified. I thought I was losing my mind. Sometimes I still think I am. Lottie definitely saw them too. All she would do was smile and then go out and put birdseed, like she was feeding the things. I grew more and more scared. Scared of them, and the start of a nagging fear my wife was bringing them here. I grew adverse to being outside. Then the screams started. It sounded like a woman. It sounded like Lottie. I froze the first time I heard them walking in from the car, slowly turning to the tree line and looking for anything weird. It was dead silent and dark. Lottie was outside by now, and I felt relief she wasn't hurt in the woods. But then I realized it wasn't her. What woman was screaming on our property? Lottie grabbed me by the elbow and practically dragged me inside. I was panicking by this point. Lottie walked calmly around the house, pouring salt everywhere. I asked her what the hell she was doing, and she looked at me in such a way that it's ingrained into my mind now. That ain't how a woman screams. Her eyes were darker than usual, set with a look that said we were in danger. I believed her. I scrambled across the house and grabbed our gun, checked it was loaded, and shakily stood in front of the door holding it. I don't know what I would have done with it. I've never shot a gun in my entire life. Lottie took it from me and set it gently by the door. I didn't sleep that night. I don't think Lottie did either, although it was hard to tell considering I sat watching the door while she went to bed. Lottie's chicken started going missing. She was furious, kept muttering about this thing, and if it wouldn't work with her, then it could leave. I haven't slept in months at that point. All my dreams were full of nightmares, things from childhood, things from adulthood, and the things I was witnessing now. That comment stuck with me. I thought on it for ages. What did she mean, work with her? Were all the things I was seeing working with her? What did working with her even mean? I started to distrust her, especially when I could hear her going outside at night when she thought I was asleep. I'd hear her outside talking to things, and I'd hear voices in return. I didn't know whether to be angry or scared. I started to get snappy. I don't like being snappy. My father wasn't a good man, and every time I quipped at her, I just felt like I was becoming him. I don't want to be him. My mom isn't alive anymore because of him. He was sick. I'm starting to wonder if he passed the same sickness down to me, if the things I'm experiencing aren't even real, and I'm every bit as insane as my father. I don't understand it. I promised myself I'd never be him. I started drinking more. It was the only way I could sleep. She'd watch me do it with this concerned and soft look on her face, as if she wasn't the one putting me through 3 years of this hell. I found a therapist 3 years in. She's concerned. She knows my family history, and she talked about meds. Meds are probably good, but I was terrified if I took them, I'd wake up from my sleep one day to the things being inside my house. I found weird herb bags under my pillows, and that's when I realized my wife is a witch. She's a witch, and she's working with demons. The things I was scared of had already broken in, and my wife greeted them with open arms. I'm not a religious man. I know this seems so insane and out of place, but a month ago she went outside at night, and I saw something. There is no atheistic answer. She was sat on the grass underneath this thing. It had to have been a demon. It looked like a deer, but so utterly wrong I can't even describe it. I think it saw me looking. It made eye contact with me and then disappeared. Those eyes have been in my dreams this entire time. 4 years of those tar black eyes terrorizing me. Lottie turned her head back to the house, and I just ducked under the kitchen sink. I don't know why I didn't want her to see me. It just felt like a bad idea. I faked sleep again so when she came back she wouldn't be suspicious. She's been acting weird ever since. She's treating me like I'm dangerous, or maybe like I'm something to be sacrificed. I've been chopping wood more to cope. It at least helps me build muscle if that thing attacks. I don't know what to do. What are you meant to do in situations like these? Divorce? Yes, I'm sure, Your Honor, I'd like to divorce my wife because she's a witch. We'll hold up in divorce court. I don't know. I feel hopeless. I feel like I'm going to die in this place. I think I'm going to die here. I need help. Please. Part 3. I killed my husband. He's dead. The love of my life, the song in my lungs, the braid of my hair, is dead. And I killed him. It's been a month since I destroyed my wards. Since I sat on that cold ground and dug until the earth under my nails seemed as if it had always been part of my hands. Since I took that jar and threw it into the rushing creek, shattering every hope of protecting the life I've lived for 6 years. Since the waters washed away what was left of my heart. He came home last week, forest green eyes, red and swollen from crying while driving home. It's a miracle he hadn't crashed or fallen off the outcrop with the broken guardrail. It's been a week since he came home, and I held him for the final time. He arrived home later than usual, rushing in the door as if he was being chased. For a moment I considered he actually could have been. Then he started packing a bag. He shoved his things in with such a panicked, frantic motion. Those green eyes, once full of so much kindness and determination, were now only focused on escape. I asked him what he was doing. His gaze flicked up to me as if he'd forgotten he wasn't the only living being in this house. As if he wasn't the only human. That dusty blonde hair he kept so carefully combed for work was a worried mess. Slight patches of strands missing, assumedly pulled out from the stress of these past few years. I'm leaving. He choked on the words. Although I couldn't tell if it was from anger or fear, I was beginning to be distraught myself, although I wasn't sure why. I had made up my mind weeks ago when my feet bled, mixing in the water, creating swirls of blue and red. He snapped then, threw a bottle of pills at me, an orange bottle nearly empty, marked with his name, Grayson. The dosage for twice a day, 12 hours apart. I was confused and concerned. He said nothing, only continued packing. What is this? My psych meds. They were supposed to. His voice choked, eyes welling with tears. They were supposed to fix me. They're not. I can't be here. His packing now was slowing, hands shaking with the burdens of 2 decades worth of stress and sleepless nights. His crying became sobs, racking his body in heaves as he collapsed onto the quilt my mama had gifted us upon our marriage. He held it with such grief, and I was at his side in an instant. My instincts were still wary, unsure if this was a trick or the start of the end, so I remained poised to move if needed. He laid there, letting me hold him, making himself as small as possible and hiding his face away from me. I'd only seen him like this after the nightmares these past few years. My chest ached with the love I had thought died a month ago. So we sat. I held him there for nearly an hour, my body relaxing into the curves of his own, soothing his back and brushing his hair. When he finally spoke again, his voice was rough and quiet, fearful of the words leaving his mouth. He told me his story. His father was a sick man, inflicted with an illness of the mind that left him unsure of what was truly happening. It had started with whispers, haunting his thoughts and senses with things just out of sight. He would grow angry at Grayson, accusing him of intentionally whispering then lying to get out of trouble. Grayson spent many nights in what his father had dubbed the punishment room. He gave no further details on what that meant. His father's paranoia and distrust grew as he started to see things, hovering just out of his eye line. When looked at directly, they would disappear. With the growth in fear, his anger grew doubly as fast. Grayson's mother would try and calm his father, but it was no use. She tried to get him help. He refused. Said there was nothing wrong with his mind and everything wrong with the family that was tricking him in this way. Grayson was 10 when it happened. His mother told him to run, so he did. He hid in the closet of their bedroom, tucked in the small fort his mother helped him construct out of old blankets and scarves. He heard her scream. He heard the crushing silence afterwards. He heard his father come back to reality for the first time in years. He heard him break. It was only then he ventured out of his sanctuary. It was then he saw his mother. He told me all this with a shaking voice, his full body trembling as if he was still there. It's happening to me, Lottie. I hear the whispers. I'm seeing things. You know that. I just didn't tell you about the rest. Why it's been torture for me. I'm getting help. I've been seeing a therapist. She gave me those meds a month ago. They were supposed to. The sobs started again. They haven't helped the visions or whispers. I spoke softly, realizing what exactly the Haints had been doing to my love. He buried his head into my chest, nodding and holding me tighter. The worst part is I can't even trust you. He held me tighter then, as my heart rate rose and fear gripped me in its cold, ironclad hand. He reached under the pillow and pulled out a little bag I'd placed there 2 years ago. He sat up and held it, his eyes saddened and uncertain, fear creasing his forehead. I laughed. I laughed hard. The type of laugh that makes your breath go short and your stomach hurts. Loretta May, this isn't funny. I know what you've been doing. I know this is some kind of witchery and you've been going outside at night and talking to those things. I know you see them. I know that. He stopped as I cut him off. Grayson, open the bag and smell it. What? Open it and smell it. I don't get it. What's the smell got to do with anything? Laughter racked my body again. It's lavender. So? The smell helps you sleep. He looked at me shocked, as if he'd just discovered the concept of flowers being a soothing scent. Also, I'm not talking to anything at night. I'm praying and walking the property to make sure everything is alright. His expression held a disbelief hard to describe. He looked at me as if his entire worldview had just been scratched out with black ink and rewritten. I continued laughing before he laughed along, and fussed that it wasn't funny. He was really scared I was a witch cursing him, and this was somehow the cause of his nightmares. We laughed deep for nearly 20 minutes, making jokes at the other and stealing kisses. It felt as if we were newlywed again. After we both managed to calm down, I explained to him in more detail the traditions that had been passed down to me. He understood my superstitious nature, but had never quite grasped why it was important. He listened in silence, seriousness creasing his furrowed brow, deadly still. I explained the nature of the Haints, how he wasn't crazy, and they were there. I asked him how he hadn't realized this when I spoke about the neighbors, and he looked at me flabbergasted. I thought you meant our actual neighbors. You're telling me I've spent hundreds on green tea for them these past few years and it wasn't even those neighbors? Laughter racked both our bodies again. I was surprised how well he was taking this, all things considered. My shining boy smile had finally returned, full teeth showing, his second tooth on the left crooked as always. I didn't realize how much I had missed that smile. I worked so hard to bring it back, yet it was all for naught. We talked for another few hours after that before exhaustion finally claimed his poor body. He fell asleep on my chest and for once, no nightmares haunted him. He slept deep and comfortable, hugging my waist as if he never wanted to let go again even in his dreams. I watched and held him for a long while, thinking back on all the time we had spent loving each other. I thought long and hard about the pains he'd endured, being subjected to a culture so foreign to him. He'd never even considered the folk tales may be true and guide our every moves. It was then I remembered the stag Haint's words. More so, its lack of words. It hadn't suggested things about Grayson. It had planted seeds of doubt deep in my mind and chest, so much so that the wards that had kept it off this property for 4 years were now lying destroyed in cleansing water. I leapt from bed, scrambling to find more jars and anything that could keep the house safe. Grayson woke with a start, following me around the house confused and disoriented. My wards are destroyed. His face paled, asking me what I needed, if we should call my mama, what to do. I ordered him to salt the windows and doors. We both went deadly silent when we heard the scream. Grayson scrambled faster to salt the doorways, falling back as tapping began on the front door. My hands hurried as fast as possible, shaking as I pressed a knife against my left and grasped at the pane. I bled into the jars, Grayson trying desperately to staunch the blood as I scolded him off and told him to let me work. I sealed them, prayed over the lids, and took off running towards the back door. He was yelling at me, my sunshine, begging me not to go out there while it was so nearby. My mind had one focus, and it did not involve my safety. It wanted him. I dashed to the fence line, clawing a shallow hole in the ground and shoving the first jar down. The ground underneath my feet was warm and pulsing, living with the spirits of my ancestors and neighbors who had accepted my invitations to be friendly. As I ran to the next corner, the ground almost pushed me, pumping my feet faster than I thought possible of a human body. The ground was already open in the second corner, pulling itself apart with a wet squelch. I screamed a thank you, shoving the jar hard and fast downwards as the ground ate it whole. I was about to run to the next when I saw him. Grayson was in the yard, shouting for me to run. He had that silly shotgun my father passed to me, holding it tight as if he wasn't a city boy who couldn't fire a BB gun. Above him stood the stag. It was no longer on all fours, nor had it retained the grace of a deer. It was undoubtedly the same beast. Its jaw was unhinged, rows upon rows of sharp, serrated teeth lining all the way back into the maw. I realized then that it hadn't spoken to me in words, due to the fact that the teeth continued deep into the dark abyss. The guttural scream echoing from its too long neck was wet, wheezing, and horrifying. I froze. Grayson raised the gun. He got off one shot before it descended on him. The world felt as if it was now in slow motion. I became unstuck as the ground beneath me lurched, forcing my feet forwards. I took off in a run towards the haint, towards my darling, knowing there was nothing I could do, but I'd be damned if I didn't try. I grabbed its terrible arm, feeling in my hand like sandpaper mixed with the wet feeling of a bloated body. It knocked me backwards, leaving a deep gash in my chest. I stumbled up, running back yet again, determined not to let this thing win. Its head snapped to me, closing back to almost be the deer it had met me as on that fateful night. It laughed at me. I could feel it laughing. You made your decision. You have found me, Loretta. It is too late. I did what any Appalachian woman would do in that situation. I punched it in the face. My hook caught it across the nose, the surprise sending it falling backwards. The ground moved yet again, pushing it further back. It's Lottie. It laughed again in indignation. We will meet again. And then it was gone. I held my boy. I held my love. I held my sunshine, my starlight, the water that gives the world life, those green eyes as deep as a forest in high summer. I begged him to stay, screamed for help, begged some more. He touched my face and smiled once. He smiled that wide smile, all his teeth on display, his crooked tooth now chipped and bloody. Then he was gone. My human neighbors must have heard the commotion and called the sheriff. He had to pry me off Grayson. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't see anything other than how his eyes no longer held the light of half my soul. It's been a week. It's been a week since I killed my husband, since I held him as he bled out, since the sheriff listened to my tale, and having grown up with me, knew it was true. It's been a week since the official death report dubbed it as a bear attack. It's been a week since I decided my fate. I am at war with my neighbor. I know my side, and I do not sleep. I'm going to make damn sure that it doesn't either. So, I bought a new phone recently and they had a new ad-supported plan. Basically, I'd pay less each month, but I would occasionally get ads that take over the screen. The salesman said it wouldn't interrupt calls or alarms and I'd still have the ability to call emergency services. The ads used Face ID, and I would need to look at the screen for 10 seconds to dismiss them. I decided to go for it, cut my monthly bill nearly in half. They didn't push the ads too often. Hell, I didn't even get one until I had already been using the device a week. I logged on to check Twitter. Yes, I still call it Twitter, and my screen went gray. Then a message popped up at the top saying, McDonald's ad. That was it. Until I looked at it. The screen played a video of a Big Mac on a plate, the camera slowly circling. After 10 seconds of looking at it, the ad snapped off and I was back to Twitter. The ad worked though. I was pretty hungry, so I ordered McDonald's. They'd always start the same way. Gray screen, line announcing what company the ad was for. Ad started when I had been looking at the screen for a second or two. It was weird, I admit, but the ads were infrequent, and the phone was good. I was happy. Then, after about a month, my phone pinged as if I'd got a message. Would you like to opt in for targeted ads? It said. Below were 2 buttons for me to press. Yes, please, and no, keep them generic. I sighed and stared at the options for a moment. I did hate getting random ads. The day before I'd received one for menstrual cups, and every third seemed to be a gambling ad. But the notion of rubber stamping their desire to sift through my information and habits left a bad taste in my mouth. So I clicked no, keep them generic. At which point a further message popped up. Are you sure? And below that, yes, I want to opt in. And no, I've changed my mind. There was no right answer. I swore under my breath. New phone and it already had a bug. I clicked one of the options and accepted the targeted ads because until I did the thing was a glorified paperweight. Congratulations. From now on we will target ads just for you, Brian. I didn't like that. Sure, I was signed in, and logically it had my name, but no. Nuh-uh. I was getting the thing fixed or returned or something. I brought it up to my roommate Eric, because he was good with technology. Better than me, at least. He just laughed, his massive frame jiggling. Oh yeah, they probably own your soul now. Gonna snatch you in your sleep to human centipede you. He said. Dude, I'm serious. It's weird. How do I fix it? You're such a baby. Fine, give it here. He extended a meaty paw. I slipped my phone from my pocket and was about to pass it to him when it pinged. I stared at the message that enveloped the screen. Federal ad 4040. He is not your roommate. Do not trust him. I froze, staring at the screen, trying to process the message. What is it? Eric leant forward to try and see my phone. The ad was gone, but I quickly stuffed it back in my pocket anyway. Nothing. Work thing. I tried. They need me to come in. Bummer. Want me to check out your phone first? What? Oh, no, I gotta run. Cool beans, bud. I'll take a look at your phone when you get back, Eric said. I moved past him and out of our apartment. I kept my pace steady down the dingy hallway before tearing down the stairs. Why was he so fixed on getting my phone? Cool air outside hit me like a truck, and I took deep breaths that needled at my throat. Paranoia. That's all it was. Paranoia and poor timing. No doubt I'd received an ad for some new show coming to Netflix or Apple that just happened to seem relevant. Eric wasn't acting any different to usual. I shook my head at what an idiot I'd made myself out to be. I turned to go back inside but hesitated. What if I was wrong? I was being silly, logically. I knew I was. Still, I clearly needed to be away from my apartment for a while. I ducked into the nearest coffee shop to escape the cold and warm myself back up. The staff were an ever-changing supply of college students working while they studied, with only the manager remaining somewhat consistent. The girl who took my order was new to me. She had both sides of her bottom lip pierced and wore dark makeup. "Hey, welcome to Roast and Grind. What can I get ya?" Her voice was so chipper it seemed at odds with her appearance. Her smile was wide and warm, perfect teeth proudly displayed. "Coffee, please. Black coffee," I mumbled. I focused on the cookies and cakes displayed at the counter, worried I looked paranoid. "One Americano coming up. What size would you like?" "Medium." "Okay. Anything else today, sir?" she asked. I shook my head. I used my phone to pay. The barista said something else, but I wasn't listening. A new ad had appeared on my phone. Federal Ad 6661. You live alone. My mouth went dry. The ad vanished and I stuffed my phone back in my pocket. It had to be coincidental. It had to. That thought was the only thing keeping me going at that point. The alternative, the truth, was unthinkable. I grabbed my coffee when it was ready and slunk into a seat in the corner, away from the few other customers currently around. I needed a wall behind me. I felt watched. If you suffer from anxiety, then your doctor will likely tell you to reduce your caffeine intake. It increases the heart rate and can exacerbate symptoms. At least, that's what my doctor told me. But I've always found coffee soothing. The bitter aroma, the slight acidity. It calms me. It feels like a pleasant warmth spreading through my body, and the dense, writhing ball of worries in my head slows and lightens. Other patrons buzzed about it in ones and twos, eating, drinking, coming, going, all while I sat and slowly sipped my coffee. It was several hours later that I finally returned to my apartment to find it empty. I figured Eric had gone to work or something, and laughed at myself for being such a nut. I didn't get any more ads the rest of the day. The day after, I got one for Starbucks while I was getting ready for work. No doubt based on the amount of time I'd spent sat in a coffee shop. I resolved to take the phone in for repair after work. I was still twitchy about giving it to Eric. Couldn't get those ads out of my mind. Besides, there was no guarantee he could fix it, but the Nerd Hub or Geek Club or whatever would get it sorted. The office was quiet. We were still doing that hybrid working that meant you only had to be in 3 days a week. Tracy and Bevan were in attendance, having a heated argument about the ending of some TV show. "Morning," I called to them. "Hey," Tracy said. Bevan managed a wave in my general direction, not breaking the flow of his current diatribe. It was normal, exactly what I needed after the weird panic I'd worked myself into the day before. I spent most of the time filling in reports, fixing a spreadsheet that someone had butchered since I'd last used it, and logging my hours with various clients. At lunch, I grabbed a tuna melt from the food van that parked by the office, and sat in the cubby canteen rather than the main canteen. It was a small room that was probably meant for meetings, but no one used it, so our team had seized control and stuck a mini fridge and snack bar in there. Bevan virtually threw himself into the seat opposite me, flicking his hair from his eyes. "Tell me you've seen it," he asked, punctuating the question by ripping the film off his own sandwich. "Seen what?" I could only assume he wanted to launch into the same rant he'd subjected Tracy to that morning. Before he answered, my phone buzzed. Federal ad 1343, 1343. The recursions exist to stabilize, the recursions exist to stabilize. The message filled the screen and began scrolling before it winked out. Bevan was staring at me. Clearly I'd missed the name of whatever show he was talking about. "Have you heard of a show called Federal?" I asked. I figured he was up with popular shows, and that was probably the name given how other ads had displayed. Bevan looked annoyed for a moment, before his desire to be the source of media knowledge won out, and he started thinking. No. What's it about?" Well, I don't know. Just keep getting ads for it on my phone," I said. Show me, show me, show me. I need something to binge." He shuffled his chair around next to me so he could see my phone. It was blank. I explained about the ad contract I had. "That's wild. I know they did something like that for Pluribus, so it's probably Amazon or something scrambling to catch up. I'ma definitely look it up." The day ended. Bevan and Tracy both packed up and left, and I sat at my computer. Something at the back of my mind I couldn't quite place. I finished up the report I was doing and finally shut my PC down. Just had to check and make sure the phone place was still open, and I hadn't missed it by not going to lunch. Before I got a chance, my phone rang. Mom displayed on the screen. "Hey Mom, sorry. Was I supposed to call?" No, I was just reminiscing. I was in your old room today, dusting. Your father says I need to leave the dust be. It isn't worth my back," she said. I smiled. They'd turned my old room into a spare bedroom. Mostly the same furniture, just no longer decorated for a 16-year-old boy. Anyway, I was moving things around to dust and I found an old Polaroid on the shelf. It's a picture of Maxie and I thought you might want it. Maxie was my first dog. Well, she was my parents' dog. They'd had her 2 years when I was born, and the stubborn mutt stayed with me until I was 15. It was pretty good going for the Beagle Terrier Retriever that she was. She'd adored me, and seemed to think I was her puppy. "Yeah, that'd be really nice. I'll swing by this weekend," I said. I could feel my eyes well up as I remembered her. My parents had had dogs since then, but they weren't Maxie. "Okay, honey. You be safe. I love you." "Love you too, Mom." I hung up and was content to let my mind drift to thoughts of Maxie when an ad popped up on my phone. Federal ad 3991. "Do you remember your mother's voice? Are you certain that was her?" I dropped my phone. It clattered loudly against my desk before tumbling to lie on the floor. I took deep breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Stomach breaths, like my therapist had suggested. Coincidence. That's all it was. My heart slowly steadied and I felt calmer, but I continued the breathing exercise to settle myself. I still had a hint of trepidation when I picked up the innocuous device that was causing me such attacks. I checked that it still worked, and that it didn't have another unpleasant advertisement for me. It showed my normal lock screen. Starry night. Peaceful. I tucked the phone into my inside pocket and packed up my things. I decided to go straight home and curl up away from everyone for the night. The phone could be dealt with tomorrow. Poppy synth music floated down the hall from my apartment, and I slipped in to find Eric splayed on the recliner watching some weird show. "Hey," he said, obviously hearing the door because he didn't turn from the TV. "Ordered pizza." "Cool, thanks man. Let me know the damage. I'm gonna lay down," I said. He gave me a thumbs up, still engrossed in his show. He never asked for or accepted any money for the pizzas. I must have owed him a fortune. I kept the lights off in my room and put on some white noise. It was all so stupid getting worked up over some ads on my phone. I lay down on my lumpy mattress and closed my eyes. I focused on the white noise. At some point, I fell asleep. I was stood in a server room, or what movies have taught me was a server room. Racks of gray computers, sprawled endlessly in a white room bathed in blue light. I took a step and the sound echoed all around me. I waited for the responding sound of pursuit. Nothing. I moved around the technological labyrinth, ever mindful in case a mechanical minotaur awaited me. The tiled floor beneath me became metal grating. Blue light reflected in the dark pool of water, revealed beneath the grates. A red light's flickering reflection guided me forward to the heart. A laptop, old and boxy, sat on a tray. A bright yellow cable dangled from it to the floor. The red light came from the nearby server, next to a port that matched the connector on the cable. Instinctively, I grabbed the cable and reconnected it. The laptop beeped happily. Then a current surged up through my feet and raced along my body. I lost control of my legs and should have toppled, but the electricity kept my muscles in place. The sensation vibrated through me, accelerated. My arms cramped and curled on the verge of tearing free. I could feel my heart, feel it quivering. My vision fuzzed at the edges. The laptop beeped, and before my eyes burst, I just managed to make out the text that appeared. Federal Ad 8065. The dreams can be fatal. My eyes burst open and I sat up in bed gasping. My phone was beeping, and when I looked at it, the same message from my dream was displayed. My heart struggled to regain composure after the dream. I went to stand, but an intense pain stabbed at my feet. Peeling off my socks revealed red welts on the soles of my feet arranged in a grid. Gingerly, I touched one of the welts, not entirely believing the evidence of my eyes. The lightest touch sent a shock racing along the lines. A knock at my door drew me away from the whirlpool my thoughts were drowning in. Eric opened my door a moment later, proffering a pizza box like it was a holy relic. "I bring pizza," he declared. "Hey, what happened to your foot?" "I don't know." "Man, looks like you jumped onto a steam vent. Put some Neosporin on it. Don't want to catch an infection." He handed me my pizza and left before returning a minute later to toss a tube of Neosporin Plus onto my bed. "Thanks, Eric. I'm having the weirdest week," I said, reaching for the ointment. He gave me an understanding nod and closed my door. I decided to eat my pizza before applying the ointment because there was no way I'd make it to the bathroom to wash my hands, and I didn't want Neosporin pizza. The next day the lines were faded and, well tender, I could place my weight on them. After a sleepless night of speculation, I still wasn't sure if the ad had saved my life, or been the thing trying to kill me. Either way, I decided to leave my phone at home and head to work without it. It was just me, Tracy, and Bevan in the office again. They seemed to be rehashing the same argument as yesterday, so I left them to it and moved to my desk. Irritatingly, there had been some technical issue, and I had to replicate a lot of the work I'd done the day before, not before spending an hour in a tedious call with IT. However, which culminated in them informing me they couldn't recover any of it. I was relieved when lunch finally came around, and I could grab a sandwich from the truck. I had barely sat down when Bevan swept into the seat opposite me. He flicked his head to move the hair from his eyes. "Tell me you've seen it," he said as he tore open his sandwich. The words gave me an odd feeling, tickling a memory. My phone pinged and I pulled it out of my pocket. It was an ad. Federal Ad 1343, 1343. The recursions exist to stabilize. The recursions exist to stabilize. The sentence went on and on, scrolling up my screen. I dropped my phone like it was on fire and darted away from the table. "Whoa, geez, Bry Guy, you okay there?" Bevan asked. He had paused mid-bite to follow the trajectory of the phone as it bounced off the table and sailed onto the floor. I didn't reply, just took a wide circle around the device and darted out the door. I had left my phone in my room. I remember leaving it, but there it was in my pocket. The same message as yesterday. Only then did I realize it was all the same. Everything at the office was the same. I didn't return to my desk. I left the building as fast as I could. I got in my car and drove. I considered my apartment, but it didn't feel safe. I needed to feel safe. I went home. Mom's eyes lit up when she opened the door and saw me standing on her porch. She positively fell forward and smothered me in a hug. "Oh, sweetheart, we weren't expecting you until tomorrow. Haven't anything in to feed you now." She sniffled, finally letting me go. "It's fine, Mom. Just needed to get away and clear my head." Inside, Dad sat on his chair by the fire, squinting through his glasses at the day's paper. He looked up as I stepped in. "Who let that one in?" He jested. "Nice to see you too, Dad." I dropped onto the couch. It's almost supernatural the way you can slip back into an earlier part of your life. I'd moved out 15 years ago, and didn't see my folks anywhere close to enough. Yet we all sat in the front room with some game show playing on the TV, and it was like I'd never left. Mom and I talked about Aunt Judy's affair, or Cousin Derek's latest get-rich-quick scheme. All the while Dad offered the occasional humorous remark as he attempted to read his paper. It must have been an hour later when Mom's phone rang. "Yes, hello?" She answered. "He's actually here with me. Did you want to speak with him?" Her eyes flicked to me and I groaned. I shook my head frantically, but Mom held out the phone. "Hello?" I said, having reluctantly accepted the phone. There was no reply. "Hello?" I tried again. I looked at the screen. The call had disconnected. Then the screen went gray as an ad overtook the device. Federal ad 9358. "We promise we won't hurt you." My blood ran cold. "Mom?" I did my best to keep my voice level. "Who was on the phone?" "Oh, it was..." she said. Her face scrunched up as she tried to remember. "Mom?" "I'm sorry, dear. I can't remember." She seemed more embarrassed than afraid that she couldn't recall such a simple fact mere moments after it had happened. I turned her phone off and placed it face down on the floor. It took some convincing before Mom and Dad agreed to surrender their cell phones, but after they saw the ad that appeared on Dad's phone, it became a lot easier. Federal ad 7920. "The horrors will pursue you through the screen." It's inconvenient to live without a smartphone in the modern world, but thankfully not impossible. Not yet. It hasn't stopped the incidents, though. Sometimes people in the street will very incessantly hand me their phones, where another ad awaits. It's gotten more threatening, but thankfully I haven't had another dream. I don't know why it doesn't speak to me like it did my mom, like it has others. Then again, maybe it has. Mom doesn't have any memory of the call now, or what the person she spoke to sounded like. Maybe I get calls from it all the time. You ever have a memory you wish you could just burn out of your skull? One of those memories that make you sick to your stomach? One that feels like a dream you can't wake from? I wish it was a dream. I wish I could go back to that weekend when the only thing I was worried about was Rico's cheap combos in Street Fighter. But the air in Detroit is heavy with things that aren't supposed to be there. This is how it started for me. This is what I want to forget. You know that feeling when you're being watched, but the person watching you is a mile away? That was Faircrest at dusk. I was sitting on the floor of my friend Rico's living room. The SNES was humming, the TV screen throwing jagged blue and purple light over the walls. Rico was leaning so far forward he was practically inside the tube, his tongue poking out the corner of his mouth. "You better not hit that cheap move again, Rico," I warned. My thumb's aching from gripping the controller too hard. "You're just mad 'cause you're losing, Aunt." He shot back, a wicked grin splitting his face. "I ain't losing. The controller's sticking." "You're going to lose," he cackled. On the screen, Blanca let out a digitized screech and electrocuted my character into a pile of pixels. I groaned, dropping the controller against my chest. Man, that character is broken. Rico didn't even look up. Life's broken, man. Adapt. Behind us, Rico's older sister, Rochelle, was sprawled across the couch. She had a textbook open, but she'd been staring at the same page for 20 minutes. She kicked Rico's shoulder with a socked foot. You two sound like you're arguing over rent money. Keep it down before Ma hears you. If it was real money, I'd be a millionaire, I joked, though my heart wasn't really in it. I looked toward the window. Outside, the sun was sinking, smearing a bruised orange light across the abandoned field next door. During the day, it was just a dump. Broken 40-ounce bottles, waist-high weeds, and the empty patches of dirt where the city had ripped out 3 houses years ago. But at night that field looked wider. It looked like it was stretching. The house was sitting right there on the edge of the property line, the one the city missed. It was a rotting, 3-story Victorian that leaned to the left, like it was trying to whisper something to the house next to it. No one lived there. No one even tagged it with graffiti. Even the crackheads stayed clear. "Yo, Aunt," Rico said, snapping me out of it. "You're staying the whole weekend, right?" "Yeah," I said, pulling my eyes away from the dark window. "My mom said it's cool. She said Rochelle is scarier than most dudes anyway. So if your mom does have to leave for something, I'd be safe." Rochelle smirked, her eyes still on her book. Accurate. I've known Rico and Rochelle for what felt like forever. We went to the same school. Our moms were even friends, and they both have the same name, Michelle. The mood was perfect. Simple. The rattle of the box fan, the smell of fried chicken from down the block, and the low-frequency hum of the city. Then, the knock came. It wasn't a normal knock. It was hard, rhythmic, and confident, like whoever was out there was already stepping inside in their mind. Rochelle sighed, moving to the door. "Watch, it's the whole circus." She was right. Kim burst in first, loud and bright, followed by Tyson, who was already heading for the kitchen to see what was in the fridge. And finally Tasha. Tasha was the one who made me uneasy. She didn't walk into a room. She drifted. She stayed near the door, her eyes flicking to the corners of the ceiling before she looked at any of us. "Why y'all house always smell like food?" Kim asked, plopping down next to me and making the couch protest. "Because we eat, Kim. Try it sometime," Rochelle said, closing her book. The room filled with the kind of noise that usually makes you feel safe. Jokes, insults, the sound of Tyson raiding the sausage from the stove. But every time the streetlight outside flickered, the shadows in the hallway seemed to jump just a little too far. "Anybody want to hear something creepy?" Kim asked, her voice dropping an octave. Rico rolled his eyes. "Man, y'all always on that ghost stuff." Tyson walked back in, chewing on a piece of sausage link. He leaned against the door frame, his shadow stretching halfway across the floor. "Depends. You want the fake stuff, or the stuff that actually happens on this block?" I looked at the window again. The abandoned house across the field seemed closer now, like it had moved a few inches while we weren't looking. "What's real creepy, Tyson?" I asked. Tyson didn't smile. He just stared at the dark glass of the window. "You ever hear of the pig lady?" The fan clicked. The TV buzzed. And for the first time that night, the house felt very, very cold. Tyson let the silence sit there, heavy and suffocating, until the only sound was the rhythmic clack, clack, clack of the box fan. "The pig lady," he finally repeated, his voice barely a whisper. "Folks say she lived in the slaughterhouse district back in the 40s. Something went wrong, a fire, or maybe something she did to herself. Now she don't have a face. Not a human one anyway." Rico let out a jagged, nervous laugh. "Man, that's just some urban legend to keep us off the property." Is it? Tasha spoke up from her corner. She hadn't moved since she entered. Her eyes were fixed on the reflection in the darkened TV screen. My grandma says the ground under that field is sour. She says when the city tore those houses down, they did it because the houses were screaming. All right, enough, Rochelle snapped, though I noticed her fingers were white where she gripped the edge of her textbook. It's Friday night. We aren't doing this. But the seed was planted. I could feel a low-level hum in the back of my skull. Every time I looked at the window, the reflection of the living room felt wrong. It was like the room in the glass was a second late catching up to our movements. I bet y'all wouldn't even walk to the porch, Kim teased, her eyes gleaming with that reckless energy she always had. Me and Rico gave each other that look, like we about to run just talking about it. I ain't scared of no old house, Rico barked, though he didn't move. Prove it, Kim challenged. Truth or dare, and I already know what the dare is. Truth or dare? Rochelle laughed, but it was a dry, humorless sound. She slammed her textbook shut, the dust motes dancing in the lamplight. Absolutely not. Every time we play that, someone ends up crying, or the cops end up at the door because Kim dared someone to throw eggs at a patrol car. We're staying inside. We're being civilized. Civilized is boring, Ro, Tyson groaned, his massive frame shifting in the recliner. He'd finished the sausages and was now eyeing a bowl of stale chips. Besides, Aunt is staying the whole weekend. Rico just told us. You really gonna make us leave him here just to play Street Fighter until his thumbs bleed? Wait, Aunt's staying? Kim's eyes lit up with a predatory sort of glee. She turned to me. And you didn't say nothing? Man, if I gotta go back to my house and listen to my auntie argue with the cable company all night, I'm gonna lose it. Can we stay? Tasha asked quietly. It was the most she'd spoken all night. She was still tucked into the corner near the hallway, her fingers nervously twisting a loose thread on her hoodie. My house feels loud tonight. I don't want to be there. Rico looked at Rochelle. Rochelle looked at the ceiling, praying for patience. Please, Kim begged, pouting with exaggerated drama like usual. We'll be good. We'll even help with the dishes. Maybe. Ma's gonna kill us, Rico muttered, though I could see he wanted the company. The house felt too big with just the three of us when the sun went down. She's about to head out for her shift, Rochelle said, checking her watch. If she says yes, you stay. If she says no, you're out the door the second her car pulls out the driveway. Understood? A chorus of bet and thank you erupted. A few minutes later, Michelle, Rico, and Rochelle's mom came down the hall in her nurse's scrubs, smelling like peppermints and industrial soap. She was tired, the dark circles under her eyes deep enough to hold shadows. But she had that soft mom heart. Fine, she sighed, pointing a finger at Tyson. But if I come home and my fridge is empty, Tyson, you're paying me back in manual labor, and Rochelle is in charge. I mean it. No wandering, no trouble. Yes, ma'am, the three of them said in a practiced, perfect unison. We watched from the window as her taillights faded into the Detroit haze. The second the sound of her engine vanished, the atmosphere shifted. The grown-up air left the room, replaced by a jittery electric tension. All right, Kim said, dropping onto the floor and crossing her legs. Since Rochelle is a fun killer and won't let us play truth or dare yet, let's talk about why we're actually staying. Let's talk about the stuff people don't say out loud. You mean ghost stories? I asked, trying to sound braver than I felt. Real ones, Tyson said. We went around the circle. Kim told a story about some hitchhiker of 8 Mile that felt like something she'd read on a forum. Rico told a story about a haunted barber shop on the west side that made us laugh more than scream. But then Tasha spoke. "My grandma," she started, her voice so low we had to lean in. "She says that before the city tore those 3 houses down across the field, there was someone who lived in the middle one. They kept animals in the basement, not for food, for company. She said they started sounding like those animals, grunting, squealing. One night, the neighbors heard a scream that sounded like a person being put through a meat grinder. When the police came, the person who lived there was gone, but the animals were fat, real fat, and they had human hair stuck in their teeth." Silence fell over the room. The box fan clicked. Clack, clack, clack. "That's just a story, Tasha," Rico said, his voice cracking slightly. "Then why did the city tear the houses down?" Tasha asked. "Nothing grows there, Rico. Not even the weeds look right." "Man, whatever," Tyson said, clapping his hands together to break the spell. "I'm bored of talking. Let's do it. Truth or dare, right now. Simple stuff first to get the blood flowing." We started easy. Rico had to call his crush and hang up. He turned bright red. Kim had to do a handstand against the door for 30 seconds. Tyson had to eat a spoonful of hot sauce and mustard. We were laughing, the dread from Tasha's story beginning to recede. Then Kim turned to me and Rico. Her smile wasn't friendly anymore. It was sharp. "Aunt, Rico," she said, "I dare you both to go out there, walk across the field, stand on the porch of the house, count to 10, then come back." My stomach did a slow, cold roll. I looked at Rico. He looked like he wanted to vanish into the floorboards. "The house?" I whispered. "The house," Kim reaffirmed, "unless you're both just talk." The room went quiet again. The flickering streetlight outside cast a long, skeletal shadow of the window frame across the floor, pointing straight toward the field. "Fine," I said, my voice sounding like it belonged to someone else. "We'll do it." The air outside the front door was different from the air inside. Inside it was heavy with the smell of Rico's house, old carpet, pine sol, and the lingering scent of fried sausage. Outside the night felt hollow. It was that weird, dead silence you only get in the city when the wind dies down and the street lights hum just a little too loud. "You don't have to do this, Aunt," Rico whispered as we stepped onto the sidewalk. His voice was thin, like paper tearing. "And let Kim hold this over us for the rest of the year? No," I said, though my legs felt like they were made of lead. 10 seconds, Rico. We count fast. We run back. Easy." We stepped off the concrete and into the field. The grass wasn't just overgrown. It was thick and oily, dragging against our shins. Every step felt like the ground was trying to hold on to us. As we approached the house, the light from the street lamp seemed to fail. It didn't just get darker. The light seemed to be repelled by the structure, curving around it like water around a stove. The house loomed. Up close, the rotting Victorian looked less like a building and more like a carcass. The wood was gray and peeling, like dead skin. We reached the porch. The steps groaned under our weight, a deep, wet sound like a bone snapping in slow motion. 1, I whispered. 2, Rico countered, his eyes darting toward the black void of the front window. 3, 4. At 5, the sound started. It came from right behind the front door. It wasn't a knock. It was a rhythmic, wet thud, 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 like something heavy and fleshy was being swung against the door from the inside. Then a long, rattling breath, congested, bubbling with fluid, followed by a sharp, guttural sound. Rico didn't even wait for 6. He spun around and bolted. I was right on his heels, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it was going to burst through my ribs. We scrambled back across the field, the weeds hissing against our clothes, until we burst through Rico's front door and slammed it shut, sliding the deadbolt home with a frantic click. "Whoa, whoa," Tyson laughed, jumping back from the door. "Y'all look like you saw the devil himself." "Something was in there," Rico gasped, doubled over with his hands on his knees, his face the color of ash. "Something big. It hit the door. It sounded like an animal." Kim crossed her arms, a skeptical smirk on her face. "It was probably a stray dog or a squatter. You didn't even stay for the full 10 seconds. I was watching through the window. You hit that porch and turned tail in 5. "It wasn't a dog, Kim," I snapped, my hand still shaking. "I'm telling you, it was right there, right behind the wood." "You guys didn't do the dare right," Kim insisted, shaking her head. "A dare is a dare. If you don't finish it, it doesn't count. You are officially the biggest scrubs." "Scrubs?" Rico bristled, his fear suddenly turning into defensive anger. "We went out there. I didn't see you moving toward the door. You're sitting here acting tough behind a locked deadbolt. You're the chicken, Kim. You and Tyson and Tasha." "I ain't no chicken," Tyson growled, standing up. "I'll go right now." "Then let's go," I challenged, the adrenaline making me reckless. "Since you're so brave, Tyson, let's all go. If it's just a squatter, then 6 of us can handle it." "No," Rochelle said firmly, standing up from the couch. "Nobody is going back out there. Ma said stay inside." "Oh, come on, Ro," Kim teased. "You scared too? The big, bad babysitter is afraid of an empty house?" "I'm not afraid." Rochelle narrowed her eyes. "I'm being smart." "You're being a scrub," Rico chimed in, emboldened by my side. "A total scrub. Just admit you're terrified of a pile of old wood." The bickering went on for 10 minutes, the kind of circular, ego-driven arguing that only happens when you're trying to prove you aren't the weakest link. Eventually, the pressure shifted. The room felt smaller, the air tighter. Maybe it was the peer pressure, or maybe it was something pulling at us. But the decision was made. "Fine," Rochelle snapped, grabbing her heavy flashlight from the kitchen drawer. 3 minutes. We go in, we stand in the foyer, we come back. That's it. Then we lock the door for the rest of the weekend, and I don't want to hear another word about that house. We walked out as a group this time, the 6 of us, shoulder to shoulder. As we crossed the field, the temperature dropped. Not a breeze, just a sudden, bone-deep chill. Tasha stopped at the edge of the dirt. "I don't like this," she whispered, her eyes fixed on the upper windows. "The house, it looks different from here. Like, it's taller." "It's just the angle, Tasha. Stay close," Tyson said, though he was gripping her arm tighter than he needed to. As we stepped onto the porch, the smell hit us. It was a thick scent of old grease and copper. It smelled like a butcher shop that had been left in the sun. Rochelle pushed the front door. It didn't creak. It swung open silently, as if the hinges had been freshly oiled. The foyer was a cavern of shadows. Rochelle's flashlight beam cut through the dark, revealing peeling wallpaper and a floor covered in a thick layer of gray dust. Except for the center of the room, the dust there had been swept away, leaving a clean, circular patch. "See?" Kim whispered, her voice wavering despite her bravado. "Nothing here, just an old..." creak came from above us. A slow, heavy footstep, then another. Thud, thud, thud. "Someone's upstairs," Tyson whispered, his voice dropping an octave. I looked toward the back of the house. In the kitchen, I saw a shadow move. Not a person-shaped shadow. It was too wide, too low to the ground. It darted across the doorway and vanished. "Did you see that?" I asked, my throat dry. "See what?" Rico asked, but he was staring at the hallway mirror. "Aunt, look at the mirror." The mirror was cracked, a jagged line splitting it in half. In the reflection, the hallway behind us wasn't empty. There were shapes, pale, blurred faces peeling out from the darkness of the dining room, but when I turned around, there was nothing but shadows. "I feel sick," Tasha said, her breath hitching. "The walls, they're vibrating." She was right. I put my hand against the foyer wall. It wasn't solid, it felt like it was pulsing, a slow, rhythmic throb that matched the heavy footsteps upstairs. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. Crash. A sound like 1,000 panes of glass shattering exploded from the basement. It was followed by a horrific, metallic screech, the sound of iron being twisted and torn apart. The entire house shuddered, the floorboards bucking under our feet. "Get out!" Tyson screamed. We didn't need to be told twice. We scrambled for the door, tumbling over each other in a blind panic. We didn't stop until we were back in Rico's living room, gasping for air, the sound of that basement crash still ringing in our ears like a physical bruise. We slammed the door and locked it, but as I looked at the wood of the door, I realized something. The thudding from earlier hadn't stopped. It was just quieter now. The living room felt different when we burst back in. It wasn't just that we were spooked. The space itself felt like it had been violated. The warmth was gone, replaced by a damp, stagnant chill that seemed to seep out of the vents. "Did you hear that? That wasn't no squatter," Rico yelled, his chest heaving. "That sound in the basement, that was metal, like someone was ripping the furnace out of the floor." Tyson slammed his back against the front door, his eyes wide. "I'm telling y'all, I saw something in the kitchen. It was too big to be a dog. It was like gray and slick." "Y'all are just tripping now," Kim snapped, though her hands were shoved deep into her pockets to hide the shaking. "Fear makes you see stuff. Adrenaline, man. We went in, we got scared, we ran. That's it. It's over." "It's not over," Tasha whispered, sitting on the very edge of the couch. "I can still feel it, like a ringing in my ears." We spent the next hour bickering, trying to rationalize the irrational. Rochelle was pacing, her face set in a hard mask of big sister responsibility. "Everyone just calm down," she commanded. "It's 11:30. We're inside. The door is locked. We are fine." She walked over to the coffee table where she'd left her schoolwork. She paused, her brow furrowed. "Wait, where's my trig book?" "You probably left it in the kitchen," I said. "No, Aunt, I left it right here, on top of my notebook." The book was gone, not just moved. Gone. We checked under the couch, the kitchen table, even the bathroom. Nothing. It was like the house had simply swallowed it. Beep, beep, beep. We all jumped. The sound was coming from the kitchen. We scrambled in to find the microwave running. The timer was counting down from 99.99, and the turntable was spinning empty. "Who touched the microwave?" Rochelle demanded. "Nobody's been in here," Rico shouted, hitting the cancel button. The machine died, but the smell of burnt popcorn and old copper, the same smell from the house, wafted out of the vents. A minute later, Kim went to the bathroom to splash water on her face. We were all still in the kitchen when we heard the scream. It wasn't a scary movie scream. It was a genuine, throat-tearing shriek of pure terror. We found her collapsed on the bathroom floor, pointing at the vanity mirror. His face, she sobbed, clutching Rochelle's waist. Tyson, I looked in the mirror, and Tyson was standing behind me, but he didn't have no eyes, just black holes and hair, long black hair coming out of his mouth. Tyson looked at his own reflection. He looked normal, terrified, but normal. I'm right here, Kim. I didn't even leave the hallway. It's the house, Tasha said, her voice dead and flat. By 1 a.m., we tried to force a sense of normalcy. Rico popped a VHS of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles into the player. Just watch the movie, he muttered. Focus on the turtles. Focus on New York, not Detroit. We huddled together on the floor and the couch. For 20 minutes, it worked. Michelangelo was making jokes about pizza, and we were actually starting to breathe again. Then the screen glitched. High voltage static tore across the image, turning the green of the turtles into a sickly, bruised purple. The audio slowed down, the voices dropping into a deep, demonic growl. The scene shifted. It wasn't New York anymore. It was a grainy, black and white shot of a basement. Rico's basement. I saw the stairs, the ones we had walked past 100 times. A figure was huddled in the corner, wrapped in a tattered floral dress. She was hunched over something, her back to the camera. Then she turned her head. It wasn't a face, it was a snout, wet, pink, and twitching. The screen snapped back to the movie. Leonardo was swinging his katanas. Did y'all see that? I asked, my voice trembling. See what? Tyson asked, though he was gripping the armrest so hard his knuckles were white. It was just a tracking error. Old tape, Aunt. Just an old tape. Around 2:30 a.m., screams started outside. They were distant at first, echoing down the block. It sounded like someone being chased, or maybe a drunk losing their mind. Just crackheads, Rico whispered, though he didn't sound convinced. Block is always loud on Fridays. But the screams didn't move past the house. They stayed right outside the window, and then they changed. They didn't sound like screams anymore. They sounded like someone trying to imitate a human voice. A high, mocking, "Help me, please help me," that ended in a wet, rhythmic snorting. We decided to sleep in a pack in the living room, lights on, TV on mute. Sleep was a joke. I'd drift off for 10 minutes only to wake up because I felt something brushing against my hair. I'd look up and see a shape, a tall, hunched shadow, standing by the coat rack. But when I rubbed my eyes, it was just the coats. "Aunt," Rico whispered from the floor beside me. "Did you say my name?" "No, man." Someone whispered, "Rico," right in my ear, he said, his voice shaking. It sounded like my mom, but wrong, like she was talking through water. At 4 a.m., every light in the house, the lamps, the overheads, the porch light, snapped on at once. The glare was blinding. We all bolted upright, shielding our eyes. A second later they all died. Complete, crushing darkness. "Rochelle?" I cried out. "I'm here," she gasped. "Nobody move." Then came the sound. Jiggle, jiggle, scrape. Someone was at the front door, not knocking. They were trying the handle, slow, deliberate. Then the sound of a key, or something like a key scraping against the lock. Scritch, scritch, scritch. Tyson grabbed a baseball bat from the corner and crept toward the door, his breath shaky. He looked through the peephole. He stayed there for a long time, frozen. "Tyson?" I whispered. Who is it? He backed away from the door, his face completely bloodless. Nobody, he whispered. There's nobody on the porch, but the handle is still turning. We watched as the brass knob twisted all the way to the left, then all the way to the right, over and over, for 20 minutes. None of us slept after that. We sat in the dark listening to the house breathe. When the first gray light of Saturday morning finally bled through the curtains, we weren't relieved. We were exhausted, frayed and haunted. We looked at each other in the morning light. We looked like we'd aged 10 years. Tasha was staring at the wall, her eyes unfocused. It's Saturday, I said, trying to find a spark of hope. But as I looked at the front door, I saw something that made my heart stop. On the inside of the door, right above the deadbolt, were 3 deep, vertical gouges in the wood, like claws had been trying to get out. Look at the door, I whispered, my voice sounding like I'd swallowed gravel. The others crowded around. Rico reached out, his fingers hovering just inches from the 3 deep, jagged gouges in the wood. They weren't just scratches. The wood had been splintered and peeled back as if something with incredible strength and no patience had been raking at the door from the inside. I wasn't there when Ma left, Rochelle said, her voice trembling. I cleaned this door yesterday. I would have seen that. Maybe it's the wood rotting, Kim suggested, though she sounded like she was trying to convince herself. Wood doesn't rot into claw marks, Kim, Tyson snapped. He rubbed his eyes, his face etched with exhaustion. Man, I didn't sleep for more than 20 minutes. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that sound, like it was right under the floorboards. I'm going home, Tasha said suddenly. She was standing by the window, her arms wrapped so tightly around herself it looked like she was trying to disappear. I can't stay here. Tasha, wait, Rochelle said, stepping toward her. You can't leave me here with just the boys all weekend. My mom won't be back until Monday morning. You know, on Saturdays and Sundays she goes to her man's house after work. Please stay. Yeah, girl, Kim added, throwing a subtle, playful look my way, then felt completely out of place given the gouges on the door. I didn't say I was going home. If Aunt is staying, I'm staying. We just need to reset, get some fresh air, get away from this block for a minute. Tyson nodded, leaning his head against the wall. If Aunt is in, I'm in. Rico's mom already said it was cool. We just need to move around. I feel like I'm stagnant in here. Tasha looked at all of us, her gaze lingering on the field outside. She sighed, a long, defeated sound. Fine, I'll stay, but I need to get clothes, and my toothbrush. I can't stay in these clothes for 2 more days. Me too, Kim and Tyson said in unison. I'm starving, Rico groaned, his stomach letting out a loud growl. Let's hit the Coney Island down the street for breakfast. I got some money left. I can pay. We can pay, I added. Then we'll hit Tasha's house first since she's the closest. Then the rest of y'all. Wait, Rochelle said, ever the general. Before we go anywhere, we are not leaving this house a mess. Put the blankets away, stack the pillows, and someone empty the trash. If Ma comes home to a wreck, we're all dead, ghost or no ghost. We spent the next half hour in a blur of forced productivity. It felt good to move, to do something normal like folding a quilt, even if I kept glancing at the hallway mirror every time I passed it. By 9 a.m., the sun was trying its best to pierce through the Detroit haze, and we stepped out onto Faircrest. The walk to the Coney Island was quiet. We passed the field, and I swear the house looked smaller in the daylight, shabbier, less imposing. It was just a ruin, Or so I wanted to believe. Inside the Coney Island, the smell of grease and grilled onions usually made my mouth water. Today it made me nauseous. We sat in a red vinyl booth that had seen better decades. A waitress with a tired bun and a name tag that said Doris walked over, her notepad ready. "What can I get you kids?" she asked, her voice raspy from years of cigarettes. "Breakfast platter, extra bacon," Tyson said. Doris scribbled it down. "1 plate of raw dog, hold the hair," she muttered. Tyson froze. "Wait, what did you say?" Doris looked up, blinking. "I said 1 breakfast platter, extra bacon. You okay, sugar? You look like you've seen a ghost." Tyson swallowed hard. Yeah, my bad. I misheard you." I looked over at the large mirror behind the counter. For a split second, I saw a reflection of our booth. But instead of the 6 of us, the booth was packed with shadows. Dark, upright shapes with no features. I blinked and it was just us again. Kim was checking her hair, and Rico was picking at a loose thread on the table. Suddenly the bell above the door chimed. I looked toward the entrance. A tall figure in a tattered floral dress stepped inside, its head ducked low. I felt a jolt of ice water hit my veins. Rochelle and Rico both jerked their heads towards the door at the same time, but when the door finished swinging shut, there was no one there. The entryway was empty. The bell was still vibrating. "Did you see?" Rico started. "Yeah," I whispered. "See what?" Kim asked, looking between us. "Nobody came in." "Never mind," Rochelle said, though she was gripping her fork so hard her knuckles were white. "Let's just eat and get out of here." After breakfast, we started the walk toward Tasha's house. We had to cut through the edge of the local park. Usually on a Saturday morning, you'd see kids on the swings or guys playing basketball, but the park was empty. As we walked past the line of trees, I saw a shape in the distance. It was standing near the slide. It looked like a person, but the proportions were all wrong. The arms were too long, reaching down past its knees. It was hunched over, moving in a strange, jerky rhythm. "Look," I pointed. Tyson and Rico looked. The shape was there for a heartbeat, a dark blot against the rusted playground equipment. Then we all blinked and it was gone. Just the empty swing set, swaying slightly in a wind we couldn't feel. "We need to hurry," Tasha whispered, her pace quickening. "I don't want to be out here. I don't want to be anywhere." We kept moving, the sun feeling cold on our skin instead of giving off its normal warmth. A few hours have passed since we went with Kim and them to get their stuff. On the way back, we stopped at Wizard's Arcade. The arcade was a neon-soaked cathedral of bleeps, bloops, and the heavy scent of ozone and floor wax. For a while, the 90s vibe of the place actually worked. We dropped our bags of clothes by the prize counter and dove into the rows of cabinets. "Aunt, if you pick Ryu one more time, I'm unplugging the machine," Rico shouted over the roar of Marvel vs. Capcom. "You're trash with anybody else." "I'm a specialist, Rico. There's a difference," I shot back, slamming the buttons. "And don't talk to me about trash when you still can't beat the first boss in Metal Slug without using 5 continues." "Yo, move over," Tyson said, looming over us with a handful of quarters. "You're both scrubs. I'll run the winner." We were laughing, trash talking like the night before was just a bad dream. Kim was dominating a Dance Dance Revolution machine, her movements sharp and confident, while Rochelle and Tasha hovered near the air hockey table. For 2 hours, we were just kids again, but the arcade was sick. Every 20 minutes, the lights would dim and the cabinets would let out a collective electric moan as the power surged. Sorry, babies, Mrs. Love yelled from behind the counter. City's been working on the lines all day. Transformers are acting up. Mrs. Love has been running the place as long as any of us could remember. We nodded, accepting the excuse, but the glitches started getting specific. I was playing Mortal Kombat when the screen tore. Instead of Sub-Zero, the pixels bled into a grainy image of a face. Not a face, really, but a distorted mask of pink flesh with wet, black holes where eyes should be. I jumped back, but by the time the screen flickered again, the game was normal. Did you hear that? Tasha asked, walking over to us. She looked pale. I was playing Pac-Man, and when I died, the speakers didn't make the womp womp sound. It sounded like someone screaming underwater. It's just a crowded arcade, Tasha, Tyson said, though he was staring at a Dayton, USA machine that was showing a video of an empty, dark hallway instead of a racetrack. All these machines are old as dirt. They're bound to act weird with the power surges. Around 6:30 p.m., the biggest surge yet hit. The arcade went pitch black for 5 full seconds. In that silence, the crowded room went dead quiet. No one moved. No one spoke. Then the lights hummed back to life and I looked out the front window. The streetlights were already on. The orange glow was reflecting off the sidewalk like pools of oil. Time to go, Rochelle said, her voice leaving no room for argument. We gotta get back before the neighborhood gets too rowdy. On the way back, we stopped at Ray's corner store. Alright, who's going in? I asked. Ray's gonna have a heart attack if all 6 of us walk in there at once. He already thinks we're a gang just because we're wearing hoodies. I'll go, Tyson said. I need my red Faygo and some hot fries. I'm going too, Kim said, grabbing Tyson's arm. I need my chocolate. Aunt, what you want? Get me a lemon lime Gatorade and some barbecue chips, I said. Rico and the girls gave their orders, and we watched Tyson and Kim disappear inside. The 4 of us, Rochelle, me, Tasha, and Rico, waited on the sidewalk. The streetlights above us were buzzing with a high-pitched, angry hum, flickering in a way that made our shadows dance and stretch unnaturally. Today is just off, Tasha whispered, looking up at the sky. It's too quiet, even for a Saturday. It's just the power stuff, Rochelle said, though she kept looking over her shoulder toward the field. The whole grid is probably messed up. Hey, Aunt, when we get back, we finishing that Martin marathon? Man, forget Martin, Rico chimed in. We gotta watch Tales from the Hood. It's a classic. Bang. A massive metallic crash echoed from the alleyway behind the store. It sounded like an industrial dumpster had been picked up and slammed against the brick wall. We all jumped, Rico nearly tripping over his own feet. What the hell was that? I hissed. A second later, a scruffy-looking guy stumbled out from behind the trash bins, muttering to himself and kicking a loose can. He didn't even look at us as he wandered off down the street. Just a crackhead, Rochelle sighed, her hand over her heart. My God, we are all on edge. Tyson and Kim kicked the door open, laughing and carrying 2 plastic bags overflowing with junk food. Kim walked straight up to me, pulling out my Gatorade. She leaned in close, giving me a smirk and a quick wink. Here you go, Spec Ops, she teased, her eyes lingering on mine for a second longer than usual. Don't say I never did nothing for you. We turned on to Faircrest, the bags of snacks crinkling in the quiet night, but as we got within 50 yards of the house, the atmosphere curdled. Every dog on the block started barking, not the usual mailman is here bark, but a frantic, terrified howling. It was a chorus of desperate sounds coming from backyards and porches all down the street. It felt like they were all facing the same direction. They were barking at the field. We stopped at the edge of Rico's porch. The dogs were losing their minds, their voices raw and strained. We stood there for a long beat, looking at the empty lot next door. The house wasn't very visible in the dark, just a darker shape against the black sky. "Inside," Rochelle whispered. "Now." We didn't argue. We stepped inside and locked the door, but for the first time, the locks felt like they were made of glass. The transition from the arcade's neon buzz to the suffocating quiet of the house was jarring. We put on Martin, and for a while, the slapstick comedy and the canned laughter acted like a shield. We were laughing, shoving barbecue chips into our mouths and acting like we weren't all hyper-aware of every floorboard that groaned. But Tasha? She wasn't laughing. Every few minutes her head would snap toward the window, her eyes fixed on the black void where the field began. Around 9 p.m. the house phone rang, the sharp, old-school trill making us all jump. "Hey, Ma," Rochelle said, her voice instantly shifting into responsible daughter mode. We heard the muffled, scratchy voice of Michelle on the other end. "Yeah, we're good. No, nobody's been outside. Okay, yeah, the dresser? Got it." She hung up and looked at us. Ma said we can order pizza. She left money in her room. The argument over toppings was the most normal we had felt in 48 hours. Meat lovers versus pepperoni. Thin crust versus thick. It was a beautiful, mundane distraction. By 10 p.m. the pizza guy arrived. Rochelle paid him through a cracked door, her eyes scanning the dark porch before she snatched the boxes and slammed the bolt home. We swapped over to Tales from the Hood. The irony of watching a horror movie wasn't lost on us, but it felt like we leaned into the fear. Maybe it would stop sneaking up on us. Around 10:30 p.m., the sky finally broke. A low rumble of thunder vibrated the floorboards, followed by a torrential downpour that turned the windows into blurred, weeping sheets of glass. The lightning was sudden and violent. During one particularly bright flash, the light hit the TV screen just right. I saw a reflection in the glass. Someone standing right behind the couch. A tall, hunched shape with a thick, fleshy neck. I whipped my head around. Nothing but the wall and the coat rack. I looked at Rico. He wasn't watching the movie. He was staring at the window, his face illuminated by a jagged streak of lightning. "Aunt," he whispered, "I swear I just saw a light in the house, like a candle moving past the upstairs window." I'm going to begin with some disclaimers, as the title of this post is a little misleading. First, I'm not 100% certain of the count. I was for a long while, but I have to concede that there is now a margin of error of at least ±5. This is despite my best efforts to remember, and I'm unnerved by this evidence of my mental slippage. More on that later. Despite this lack of certainty, I've been denoting the last few posts of mine as day 5000. They seem to do better when the title includes a round number. I'm not entirely sure why I care about something like that. Maybe it just feels good to engage in something as human as attention-seeking. It helps as well to imagine that I have some agency in determining the size of the audience that reads my testimony. It helps even more to indulge in the fantasy that, one day, someone with some esoteric/occult expertise will reply with a method of escape. Of course, this is all just my way of coping. I've long since come to terms with my fate. Second, I'm only making my best guess with the word demon. I suppose I could have said, I've been trapped in a time loop by an otherworldly entity, but that doesn't have the same ring to it. It also didn't get the post as much traction as when I've described it as a demon or devil. I have a lot of these little games. Another one involves tracking which phrasings/details attract which commenters. There is one guy who will reply if I mention the city I live in. Another will only say anything if I lie, and write that I've been trapped for 1,000 years. Novelty has become a rare resource necessary for my survival, so please excuse any random detail in this post as part of my regimented sanity protocol. As I was saying, I have no idea if my captor is actually a demon or anything of that sort. That being said, I don't think the term is entirely off base. I'm not religious, especially not anymore, but this thing definitely fits the description of what I'd imagine a demon would look like and act like. I've thought long and hard about it, and demonic parasite is the best explanation I can provide for the identity of the creature standing at the corner of my room right now. But I'll never know for sure. It could be an alien, or a ghost, or some escaped laboratory experiment for all I'm aware. It's not like it would tell me. It's only spoken a handful of times, none of which have made me believe that it has any intention of explaining itself to me. I know even less about how it found me and trapped me in the loop to begin with. I didn't explore some ancient abandoned temple and get cursed. This isn't the tragic result of some Faustian bargain with a cryptic stranger, or the ironic backfiring of a monkey's paw wish. In fact, I've always held it as a vague rule not to mess with things that I don't understand. I'm a cautious person by nature, and had gone through life taking any opportunity I could to reduce risk, or avoid getting caught up in anything dangerous. But it didn't mean a thing in the end. The only explanation I can provide as to how I've ended up here isn't an explanation at all. It's a brute fact. I am profoundly unlucky. I've spent years thinking about that day, about this day, and haven't been able to pinpoint anything at all that, if I had changed, would have saved me from this fate. My getting sealed away in time was just a freak accident, no different than a plane crash or a tsunami. If creatures like this exist, and they do, it means that some unlucky guy is going to end up in their line of sight by sheer happenstance. I can only imagine that I was standing on some extra-dimensional psychic fault line in the wrong place at the wrong time, and have now been swallowed whole by something awful. A child sticking out their tongue during a snowstorm is bound to catch at least one snowflake, even if millions of others will find the ground safely. I suppose the snowflake melts quickly, sparing it from a fate like mine. A lot of the beginning is getting hazy, but I still remember the first loop very clearly. I actually didn't notice anything was wrong for the first few hours of the day. I woke up pretty early, so I guess my head was still foggy enough that I didn't recognize that the date on my phone was the day prior. On my morning commute to class, I began to squint while admiring the sunrise through the window across from me on the train. The way the sun reflected off the water looked oddly familiar, like I had seen it in a dream or a movie. This vague déjà vu only hardened into quiet terror once I arrived at the library. As a grad student, I was there to get some work done on my thesis prior to my first class of the day. Upon opening the document, however, I was met with none of the additions I had made the night prior. Terrified that I had lost all of my progress, I checked the edit history, only to find that the most recent edit on the document was the night before last. Before I could react properly to this, I was interrupted by my friend John walking towards me. "Back here so soon? You really can't keep burning the candle at both ends like this," he said with a smirk, pulling up a chair next to mine. "I suppose I can keep you company." My eyes widened in shock as I turned my head to slowly face him. He had said this yesterday. This had happened yesterday. This moment, this exchange, those words in that order. My heartbeat slowly started to quicken as I mumbled something barely coherent and motioned to get out of my seat. After making a beeline for the door to get some fresh air and calm down, I took some deep breaths before checking my phone. 8:37 a.m., February 24th. Those deep breaths were of little use as I began to hyperventilate. Today was supposed to be the 25th. I knew that with more certainty than I might have for other days, because the 25th is my father's birthday. I had spent the night prior editing a video of all of my family members wishing him a happy birthday. I was supposed to send it sometime today, but today was yesterday. I collapsed to the ground, my body revolting against this disgusting truth. Through ragged breaths, only one thought kept racing through my mind. This cannot be happening. But it was happening. I spent the next few hours fighting off a psychotic break as I made my way through the crowded city, asking people periodically for the date. It was February 24th each time, without exception. Every instance of confirmation worsened the stinging, restrictive feeling deep in my chest. I eventually resolved that this might just be a solitary glitch in the Matrix type of occurrence. This was a lone hiccup, and I'd get to rejoin the flow of time upon waking up tomorrow morning. Those dreams were crushed when I woke up the following February 24th, holding my head in my hands for hours after checking my phone. This is when things start to get blurry. I remember my first few months in broad strokes, but the details are starting to fade. I know that my first stage of grief is the face of eternity. Denial consisted of determining what lesson I needed to learn in order to free myself from what I still believed was some cosmic punishment. I meditated, went back to church, called old girlfriends, anything I could think of that might lead to some form of reconciliation. None of it did a thing. After a while, believing that I could somehow free myself through my own efforts became an overbearing curse instead of a beacon of hope. I instead began to give myself over to the loop, exploring the new avenues for entertainment that had opened up for me. I'd find out exactly which strings of words would make John, my professors, or eventually even the girl sitting next to me on the train laugh, cry, or fall in love with me. I found out how to convince them I was stuck in a loop, and got a sick sense of catharsis watching their faces twist into warped expressions of horror and grief. It felt a little gross at first to know more about these people than their closest loved ones, but I got over that moral hang-up. I got over a lot of moral hang-ups. Swimming in deep time will do that to you. My entertainment in those early months and years extended far beyond exhausting every dialogue option with the people in my path. My body resetting every day meant that I could try whatever drugs I wanted without building up any sort of tolerance or chemical addiction. The fear of overdosing wasn't a limiting factor either, as any time I did, I would just wake up in my bed at the start of another February 24th. I had to have spent at least 6 months trying heroin for the first time. I look back fondly, if not foggily, at those days. Instead of running up against addiction, it was boredom that curtailed my drug use. It was a surreal experience to look at a heroin needle with nothing but apathy in my heart. I must have been the only human alive to have ever gotten tired of hard narcotics. Hedonism is just escapism at its core, and escapism is only worth anything when there's a reasonable belief that you could actually escape whatever you're trying to avoid. With no such possibility available to me, even the most seemingly adrenaline-filled activities would eventually become dull and even annoying. Maybe some of you could shoot up for eternity, but I got sick of it. I got sick of violence, too. You can only throw a haymaker at your professor during the middle of class, or assassinate the mayor so many times before you become desensitized and over the whole thing. Humans are inherently drawn towards meaning, and the more time washed over me, the more I realized that this overcast day in February had absolutely none to offer me. My memory is the most spotty for the next stage of my imprisonment. As thrill-seeking gave way to a melancholic haze, I stopped caring about my situation, no longer trying to escape or enjoy my new life. I just refused to engage with it altogether. I spent what must have been decades just lying in my bed, barely thinking about anything. Do you know what it feels like to go that long without any desire to eat food? Without the faintest urge to lift your head off your pillow? I was already dead to the world the moment I became trapped, but I was now thoroughly dead to myself. I had tried offing myself before I became voluntarily bedbound, but every 500-foot free fall towards the concrete ended the same way, with my alarm jolting me awake as I let out a guttural scream. This was my next best alternative. I planned to lie there indefinitely, hoping that the more nothing I experienced, the less conscious I would become. Near the end, it was starting to work. I began to feel less like a sentient creature and more like someone's memory of one. It was almost as if my awareness itself was being siphoned off, like I was losing what made me aware that I could lose things. At some point during this self-induced cognitive decline, however, something primal within me latched on to the clumping of shadows in the corner of my room. It felt instinctual, like my amygdala had successfully identified a threat for the first time in an eternity. It had been impossibly long since I had consciously focused my eyesight on anything, but this sudden burst of brain activity returned me to a state where I desired to unblur my vision and focus it on those shadows. My eyes widened in terror when I was finally able to see what was actually standing mere feet away from me. It was a tall, muscular, humanoid figure with coarse, charcoal gray skin, with its head mere inches from the ceiling. It stood facing me, blocking the door to my room. It wore nothing except for a thick black cloth tied around its waist. Even when I had focused my eyes, the outline of the creature still appeared fuzzy, like it was perpetually in my peripheral vision. It had no eyes. The top of its head instead featured a large patch of wrinkled skin, like that of an elbow, except the lines were far deeper. Despite the lack of eyes, I was certain it was intently focused on me. It had no nose either, only an enormous ear-to-ear smile revealing rows of ragged black teeth. It drooled out of its grinning mouth, thick strands of saliva hanging from its lips. It must have realized I was looking at it, as it let out 4 words in a quiet, breathy voice. "Go back to sleep." Although its words were barely whispered, it was like each one penetrated my soul with unadulterated malicious intent. I knew why it was drooling. I understood right then and there that this was a predator, and I was its prey. I didn't listen to its command. I don't think I could have even if I wanted to at this point. The influx of shock and sensation coursing through my body after ages of nothingness felt like a bucket of freezing cold water on my entire nervous system. I sat there, frozen, eyes widened in horror and fixed on this thing. But as I stayed laser focused on the creature, it started to become more and more blurry. It was like it was dissolving the longer I stared at it. This continued until it became nothing more than the odd clump of shadows I had originally identified. After remaining on my bed for what felt like hours, I finally gathered the courage to walk through them. Nothing happened. I started to live again after that first encounter. I wasn't completely sure why. Maybe because escapism came back into fashion once I had an experience I would do anything to forget. I tried to imagine that it was just a consequence of my mind melting, that it was merely the death rattle of my subconscious. But deep down, I knew the truth. It was real, and my intuition was telling me that I owed my decades of torment to the creature in the corner of my room. But why had I never seen it before? Why wouldn't it just harvest my soul or drag me to hell? Or its mothership, or wherever, and just get it over with? Here is what I know. This creature, this demon, doesn't eat in a traditional sense. It has seemingly no interest in its victim's body. It only cares about the mind. Furthermore, it's only interested in minds that are desolate and inactive. This is the only way I can make sense of that first encounter and subsequent appearances. Now, you would then imagine its ideal meal would be a brain-dead hospital patient, right? But this can't be the case. I was a budding intellectual pursuing a graduate degree in evolutionary anthropology, and it still chose to wear me down instead of feasting on an already broken mind. I have to conclude then that this demon is not a scavenger. It hunts, and the loop is how. In my old life, I spent a lot of time researching humanity's origin. Most people attribute our evolutionary success and dominion over the natural world to our enhanced intelligence. But this is only part of the story. Early humans were endurance hunters. We had the highest stamina of any land mammal in the world. We would stalk our prey relentlessly, giving them no respite to catch their breath or recover from any sustained injuries. We were an all-encompassing, oppressive force of death and despair for any poor guy that crossed our path. It didn't matter what you did, we would catch you eventually. I was previously under the assumption that this was a unique evolutionary niche, that we were the only creature that hunted this way. I know better now. Even psychopaths can be tortured using solitary confinement. A space devoid of any novelty or purpose will eventually lead to a mind of insanity. The loop is my cell. It is the mechanism by which the demon means to hollow out my skull, to lead me to functional brain death. I have no way of knowing whether this is something necessary for its digestive process, like cooking raw meat, or something optional meant to add flavor, like adding seasoning. Either way, this is how it chooses to go about its hunt, and it almost succeeded. This, of course, is only my working theory as to what is occurring, but it's substantiated by what has occurred since our first interaction. Upon my return to the world outside my bedroom, I began to notice changes in the normal sequence of events I was accustomed to. It was subtle at first, but when you've lived the same day thousands of times, you pick up on every imperceptible detail. John would walk a little slower towards me in the library, or the sun would be a little lower and dimmer in the sky than it should have been on my train ride. This worsened as time went on. With things becoming increasingly empty and dull, I'd reach for a new book at the library, only to find that all the pages were blank. I'd try to shout obscenities at a stranger for a reaction, only for them to walk right past. The sky, the buildings, and the trees all started to fade into a dark gray. All the while, I would continue to see clumpings of shadows on the edges of my peripheral vision, taking a more solid shape if I continued to ignore them. It's my understanding that the demon is tightening its grip on the loop upon failing to secure the kill in my bedroom. It's lowering the bandwidth on the whole thing, systematically removing any source of stimulation I can use to keep myself sane. It hates when I'm distracted, when I'm engrossed in anything that allows me to forget my situation for even a moment. I was reading one of the non-empty books one day, particularly gripped by the main character's internal monologue. I didn't reach the end of the page before I heard a single word whispered from directly behind me. It was still in a hushed tone, but still far more forceful than when I had first heard it speak. Stop. This is how I've come to surmise that it wants me docile and brainless. That same day, I wrote my first post on here. It was short and took the form of a cry for help more than a testimony, but I did it again the next day. It felt good to give a voice to my struggle. This brings us to now. I've spent the last 5,000-ish days doing everything I can to stave off the inevitable mental decline, with my daily posts being a key component in my sanity protocol. The protocol is simple, but I follow it to the letter. It really just amounts to spending each day engaging in as much novel stimulus as possible. Books, movies, creative writing, and even reading all of your experiences on here. I've walked into each building in my city and explored it fully. I know how to speak 10 languages. I'm currently working on Icelandic. I have a graduate-level grasp of quantum physics. If I were to return to the normal flow of time, I'd be a bona fide polymath. But I'm not. I'm a death row inmate. The protocol has had to undergo some alterations as fewer and fewer resources of novelty become available. One day, I woke up to find that entering the URL for any streaming service returned nothing but a black screen. So did Wikipedia, which was a particularly brutal loss. I've had to resort to analog media for most of my stimulus. Vinyl records, VHS tapes, the works. I've always liked old stuff, though, and there are plenty of stores in my city that sell vintage gear. These days, the cashier won't even say or do anything if I blatantly shoplift. I'm grateful that this website still works, and I'm able to continue to share my testimony. Writing my story takes up several hours of each day, but it is essential. It's how I retain my memories regarding what has happened and who I am. Without daily repetition of my situation, I would have long since gone insane. But I can't keep this up forever. I know that, eventually, the demon will catch on, and my records won't make any sound. Eventually, every book I open will be blank. I might even lose my mind before that happens. Cracks have been forming in the last year. I didn't want to admit it for a while, but my recent loss of count regarding these posts finally made me confront it. Some days it'll take me longer than it should to remember John's name, or to recall that tomorrow is my dad's birthday. His name isn't spelled like that. It's John. Have I really been writing it like this the entire time? Case in point, I'm slipping. It's going to win eventually, and it knows it. Even now, I can see the faint outline of a smile in my peripheral vision. That gross, smug smile. There came a point in this cycle where I wanted to die, to fade away, but the more I came to understand what was actually happening to me, the greater the urge to fight became. This didn't just happen to me out of nowhere. I owe what I estimate to be almost a century of suffering to this demon. It's his fault. I have no idea how many people it has damned to this sick fate in the past, and I don't know how long it took for all of them to break. But I won't go quietly. I'll spit on the carpet as I'm dragged through hell. I'll elongate this process as long as I possibly can. If all I can do in the face of this otherworldly evil is inconvenience it, then that's what I'll do. I am Sisyphus, and the rock hates me. But I hate the rock even more. What is the fly thinking about as it dissolves in the mouth of the Venus flytrap? Does it earnestly believe that it has a chance to fight back? I suppose we'll never know. I'll see you all tomorrow. My only friend in this town disappeared a year ago now. It took quite a big toll on me since we grew up pretty much like brothers together in our small town. I most likely would have moved away after high school if it wasn't for him, but friendships like this are something you have to cherish. Ever since grade school, we were pretty much inseparable, so we ended up doing most of our hobbies together, since there were not many things you can do in a small rural town like ours. The last hobby we ended up picking up before his disappearance was fishing. My dad was big into that, but it never really caught my attention as a kid, and when Adrian and I became teenagers, drinking and smoking seemed much more exciting than waiting around for fish. Eventually we started families, and being in our mid-30s now, we could more appreciate the time out and solace that fishing provided. I guess I understand my dad a bit now after all. He wasn't around to teach us anymore, unfortunately, so we ended up looking for information by ourselves. We looked up different forums and guides, practiced beginner techniques, and studied the fish native to the lakes that surrounded our town. Once we got the basics, it quickly turned into a contest of who could catch the biggest fish. Pike were the largest ones on average in our lakes, so we ended up focusing on those. They are most common near the bottom of lakes, so we ended up swimming further and further each time, looking for deeper, untouched spots. We were pretty much equal in our contest. When one of us caught a bigger fish than the other, the next time it would most often be the other way around. A week before he went missing, I beat his record by a lot. It seemed unlikely he would catch something bigger, but Adrian did not give up. I'll just find a better spot and I'll be back on top in no time. You'll see. I remember him smiling at me. The next couple days I was too busy with my job to join him in our hobby. Adrian decided to swim out by himself. so he could surprise me once my workload lightened. His boat was missing the day he disappeared. It's hard not to blame myself for pretty much ignoring him at the end, even though everyone around me keeps telling me it's not my fault. He was an adult going fishing and getting lost. That's not your responsibility, they kept repeating. But that didn't make me feel any better. We were still beginners. We each brought our boats when we started this hobby, and up until then, we went out together each time. The only reason he went out alone is because I had no time. The police sent divers, boats, all kinds of search vehicles, but none of them ended up finding him. I was closely involved with the rescue mission, since they said I could provide them with information about all of the fishing spots he might have gone to. Unfortunately, I didn't know the spots he might have found on his own before his disappearance. They ended up scanning the entire seafloor, but there was no sign of Adrian or his boat. They did end up finding a corpse about a week into the search, but forensics revealed no relevance to the case. It was apparently a woman, and she had been dead for well over a year. I could remember her case. I didn't know the family very well, so I wasn't sure what exactly happened. I know it's awful of me, but I was happy it wasn't Adrian. It gave his family some hope that he might still be out there, even though I couldn't bring myself to believe the same. I hadn't gone fishing since. Until yesterday. Yesterday marks the 1-year anniversary of his disappearance, and as far as I was concerned, his death. I really missed our antics, as you can imagine. Life wasn't the same since he was gone, so I decided to do something I could remember him by. Something that would allow me to honor his memory and our friendship. "Honey?" I asked my wife the night before my trip. She expressed, turning around to face me. We were already lying in bed, but with the date coming up, I could not stop thinking about it. "I think I want to go fishing tomorrow," I told her. She smiled. We didn't often talk about emotions, but she always understood me nonetheless. "That's a great idea, I think," she expressed. "You still have the spare fishing rod you bought him before, right? You could bring that along as well, you know? Reminisce a bit." "I think I would like that," I replied as I thought about her suggestion, and with that, I fell asleep. But not for long. My alarm went off at 4:30 a.m. I hadn't gotten up this early in quite a while, so it took some getting used to. It felt nice, nostalgic in a way. Who knows, maybe I'd end up teaching my son how to fish once he got old enough. Hopefully he'd be more interested than I was as a kid. Either way, that possibility alone made me happy, and I was now looking forward quite a bit to today. I packed all my stuff, grabbed a couple of beers, drove out to the lake, and looked for my boat. It was still in the same position. The spiders apparently didn't mind, since it was covered in cobwebs. I spent the next half hour getting it back into shape, and by the end of it, I was ready to head out. I put both of our fishing rods in the boat, opened a beer, and toasted the sky. I took a big swig and swam out onto the lake. I still remembered all of our usual spots, but this time I wanted to find a new one. I decided to try and beat my record from a year ago, continue the challenge, so to speak. So I swam by our spots, taking in the view, and continued onward. I had really missed the silence this hobby provides. I felt like I was able to relax for the first time ever since the incident. After about 15 minutes, I was happy with the spot I had found. It was deep for sure. I threw out the anchor, waiting for it to reach the bottom longer than ever before, and got ready. I fixed my fishing rod by the boat, laid back, and relaxed with my beer. The next thing I remember was waking up. I guess I was not used to waking up this early anymore at all. I had fallen asleep for a couple of hours at the least. Judging by the sun, it was noon now. The sun stood in the middle of the sky, gleaming and illuminating everything. It was almost too bright. The sunlight reflecting on the lake was blinding, and it took my eyes a couple of seconds to adjust. As I looked around, I became confused. Nothing, I couldn't see anything. The lake expanded in every direction beyond the horizon. The lake was all I could see. I checked the anchor, but it was still fixed in place. My first thought was that I must have been swept away while I slept. But apparently this wasn't the case. And besides, while this was a big lake, it certainly wasn't big enough to lose sight of the shore on all sides. I checked my phone, but there was no reception. Not unusual out here, but still unfortunate. I was worried now. I couldn't make out which direction I came from. I would have been happy to make it back to any shore at this point. I decided to pack up my stuff and just start swimming. If this was still my lake, which I was starting to lose hope in, it's really not that large. I should be able to hit the shoreline soon. I was about to grab my anchor when I heard a sound. A familiar sound. One I hadn't even realized how much I missed. My rod had caught a fish, and it was bending quite a lot. Certainly not a small catch. I was almost hypnotized. Reflexively, I grabbed the rod and started reeling it in. I hadn't fished in quite a while at this point, of course, but ask any fisherman and they'll know. You can very well tell what is attached to your rod by the feel and the vibrations. If you hook something inanimate, for example, there will still be resistance, but if you stop reeling suddenly, the resistance will drop and you'll be able to tell that it's not a fish, and more likely some sort of weed. That's how I knew. This was not a fish. But it was certainly alive. It was thrashing and pulling in all sorts of directions. More than anything I had ever caught before. The movements erratic and violent, like it was trying to reel me in just as much as I was reeling it in. But I didn't stop. I took a step back and pulled even harder. That's when I heard another sound. It was coming from the water. A scream, a guttural, angry scream, drowned out by water filling the lung of whatever was producing it. But it was still audible. I had never heard such malice before. A shiver ran down my spine. I stopped reeling, put down my rod, and stepped away. I didn't want to catch whatever this was anymore. The sound continued, but the rod was still laying there on the ground of my boat. It wasn't being dragged in. I looked down at the spot I was fishing in and saw a dark silhouette, and it was getting larger. The sky darkened. I looked up as the boat started rustling. Large waves started to form. I hurried to grab my anchor. I needed to get the hell out of here. I felt the sweat run down my forehead as I pulled the anchor in faster than I ever had before. That's when it stopped. The sound was gone. The waves calmed down and I could see the sunlight come back through the clouds. I breathed a sigh of relief and allowed myself a second to calm down after I placed the anchor back in the boat. I stood up and checked to see if the silhouette was gone. Thankfully it was. I grabbed some scissors from my backpack in order to cut the line. I wasn't willing to risk reeling it back up again. That thing could stay down there for all eternity for all I cared. I went to cut it when I noticed it was almost entirely reeled in. Confused, I looked into the water again. This time, I saw something. It was an arm. At least I think it was. It was bruised and bloody, covered in seaweed, and it was attached to my hook. I couldn't tell if it was just arm or if it was attached to a person, so I decided to lean in closer. The closer look didn't allow me to make out what it was attached to, but it allowed me to notice something else. The arm was moving. It was making a motion as if it was swimming, moving back and forth, and the direction was towards the surface. It touched my boat below the water. I could almost make out a body it was attached to. As it grabbed the boat and started pulling with an immense force, the boat tipped over almost immediately and I went flying into the lake. I gasped for air, but my lungs filled with water. I panicked and tried to hurry to the surface when I felt a cold hand grab my foot, dragging me further below. I flailed my arms trying to hold on to the boat, but I could only manage to grab one of the fishing rods. My whole body ached. I needed to breathe so bad I started coughing, but it only pumped the remaining oxygen from my lungs. I was starting to feel lightheaded. I opened my eyes and saw Adrian's boat. It was flipped over, lying at the bottom of the lake, a couple meters below me at most. As my sight became blurry and my head got knocked around, I saw others, tens, no, hundreds of boats, scattered across the lake bed around me. I couldn't take it anymore. My body, basically on its own, opened my mouth to try and breathe in. A last-ditch effort to cling to life. Air filled my lungs. I was regaining my consciousness as I looked around. I was at the surface, my head above water. My boat was gone. More strangely, I could see the shoreline. I was back at the same spot I had fallen asleep in. I barely made it back to the shore, my body so depleted of strength that I was sure I'd sleep for the entire rest of the week. As I lay there on the shore, looking up at the sky, I had the same thoughts I still do now. The next time someone disappears on this lake, I wonder if they will find Adrian's body instead. Shady Palms was its name, a family-owned retirement home that had been up and running since the late 70s. It's trademarked by its vibrant colors, lush gardens, decadent food, and the pool. The old folks really liked the pool. They were also one of the few retirement homes that could boast that they own beachfront property, which plenty of residents enjoyed. Most days, you'd find folks by the sea reading a book, jogging on the shore, or falling asleep in a fold-out chair, only to be scorched by the sweltering Floridian sun. The simple pleasures of the beach aren't the only thing they offer. There's also a small recreational area where folks can read, hold clubs, play bingo, all that stuff. I'm in my early 20s and desperate for money. I figured that a place like this for a fresh medical student would be an easy way to make money. Besides, working at an assisted living place would be great on a resume. As it turns out, things got way more complicated than I expected. Not in a I saw people I liked pass away sort of thing. When you're going into senior care, you've got to prepare to say goodbye. It's a harsh reality, but it's true. What complicated things was what came out while I worked the night shift. Something I'm still not sure what to make of. My job was the same as everyone else's when it came to senior aid. Prep the beds, clean the rooms, make sure everyone is comfortable, and so forth. The late shift is a position that everyone was expected to do at least once every few weeks. It was just a daily rotation of who was unlucky enough to stay up and deal with some of the old folks. It'd be 2 people in the reception area, awaiting any late-night calls or, God forbidden, emergencies. Most of the time, it was just staying up late until the morning staff dismissed you. Since we've got a pretty big staff, I can say that I've only ever been on late shift twice during my time there. I never minded it, and from how people grumbled about it, you'd think they'd been in a war. Waste of time, a guy named Will told me. All they do is sleep, so let's let them sleep. Then, when our boss, an authoritative figure by the name of Beulah, heard his little spat, she promptly fired him. She had zero tolerance for staff who had disdain for their job. Beulah was a sweetheart when I worked under her, but she ran a very tight ship. Her reasoning is understandable. Her grandfather was in a senior home before he passed. And it wasn't until they examined the body that they found the bruises all over his legs and back. Evidently, one of the orderlies had a disdain for him due to his wetting the bed, and promptly beat him with his own cane. If there's even the tiniest bit of resentment from one of the orderlies, she nips it in the bud, and I honestly don't blame her. It was Sunday when I got the call that I'd be covering the late shift for this week, but this time around, I'd be doing it alone. Evidently, Greg, whose name was drawn for tonight, was down with the flu. Nobody else could fill in due to other obligations, which was just a vague excuse not to work the late shift. I didn't mind, though. I just got a small stack of books for the coming week to keep myself entertained. I'd watch stuff on my phone, but I don't want to wake anyone up, and I don't want to put in headphones either, because what if someone calls the desk in the middle of the night? I wasn't taking any chances. I had taken with me Demeter by Blatty, Weaver World by Barker, The Orchard Keeper by McCarthy, and, most ironically, Night Shift by King. As for drinks, I got a pack of cold brew iced coffees, the tall ones in cans. Night 1 wasn't anything special. Got 2 calls, one from Herschel McCoy complaining about Thomas Hatfield's TV being too loud. So I played mediator and tried to get them both to come to an agreement. After that petty squabble, they were silent for the rest of the night, thankfully. Night 2 was when it started. I was halfway through Demeter when I got sleepy. I rubbed my eyes and lay my head down over the desk. I heard waves lapping outside, rising and crashing. I don't know how long I was out, but I was suddenly jolted awake by a phone call coming from Maud Wells. I know we're meant to be fair and kind to the folks who stay here, but Maud was such a gigantic B-word. She wouldn't admit it, but I think that even Beulah hated her. I creased the page and laid the book down. I braced my ears for shouting, and I picked up the phone. "Hello, Mrs. Wells? Is everything all right?" There was nothing at first. I waited for a response, and I thought that maybe she had just accidentally called me. I was about to hang up when her shrill voice spoke up in a whisper. "Claire." "Yes?" "There's someone in my room." Now, mind you, I've been at the front desk this whole time and saw no one enter or leave. Also, I didn't think I was asleep so long that someone could have just snuck in. Yet, I'd never heard her sound this nervous. When she spoke, and she spoke often, she would talk loud and slow, as if accosting a rude child. This time, she was timid and somewhat frightened. Before I could say anything, she said with a quivering voice, "It looks like you." "I'm sorry?" "This person looks... oh my God." "Mrs. Wells, are you feeling nauseous or having any headaches?" "Claire," she said in a hoarse whisper, "just come in here, please." I hung up the phone and ran to her room. Her room is on the far side of the building, so I was sprinting towards her. As I stomped down the halls, I heard a brief scream followed by a sickening noise, like a pound of flesh getting tenderized by a hammer. Thump. I pushed on until I reached the room, and that's when I saw something run out into the hall. It looked like a person was sprinting out of there. They slid on the floor before they quickly got back to their feet. They were wearing nothing but black clothes from head to toe. "Hey!" I shouted, but they were already gone by the time I reached the corner of the hall. It's like when they turned right, they just vanished. I ran back to her room and flicked on the lights. To say I was shocked was an understatement. Her eyes were swollen shut like there were 2 oversized grapes over her eyes. Fresh blood splattered her pillow, and her nose was bent in a position that didn't seem possible. She was gargling blood while she was gasping for air. "Can't see. Claire, I can't see." I called 911 immediately and alerted the other staff about what happened. I, as well as the other staff, was pretty shaken up after the whole thing. The police took notes, got interviews, and even reviewed security footage. They saw the same person dashing from Mrs. Wells' room, but it was all blurry. Shady Palms may be up to date with most of our equipment and technology, but unfortunately the one thing we needed to update was our cameras. We had only a handful, and they hadn't been changed out since the mid-2000s. Say what you will about VHS, but they were at least clear, as fuzzy as it might be. The early digital cameras that we had were absolutely abysmal in terms of quality. There was just a black blurb moving from hallway to hallway. They never got footage of where it went. The police stayed for the rest of the day to investigate the area, looking for any and all pieces of evidence they could gather. Sadly, the only piece of DNA they could find was Mrs. Wells' own blood. I was called in for questioning that morning, and they assured me it was just a formality. I had a rock-solid alibi, and the cameras backed it up. When I returned home, I blacked out and didn't dream. I was awoken by an alarm that read, "Night shift." I groaned and called Beulah, and despite understanding why I might be hesitant to return to Shady Palms, but told me. Imagine what it must be like for them. Someone attacked Maud in the middle of the night, and you expect them to get a good night's rest? I know you're just one person, but sometimes one person can make all the difference. I hated the idea of going in, but she had a point. Night 3 was thankfully a night of peace. No calls, no disturbances, and no random attackers prowling in the rooms at night. I was too scared to pick up a book, and I just downed 3 cans of the iced coffee to make it through the night. I kept snapping my gaze back and forth around me, trying to spot something, anything out of the ordinary. I fell asleep in the last hour, and I know that we were indoors, but I could still hear the sound of the waves rising and crashing. It was a soothing noise to fall asleep to. They found me slumped over the desk, my hair clinging to a pool of spit. It wasn't the best look. "Morning, Claire," Vic told me. He was someone my age, a very mellow guy by all means. "Hey," I said in my slurred, drowsy sleep. "Anything happen?" "No, thank Christ above, no." Vic took in a deep breath, and I looked up to see that he had a very troubled expression. "Good. Beulah got a call last night from the hospital. Maud died." I had grievances against Maud, sure, but she didn't deserve that. In that moment, I had a whirlwind of emotions that I couldn't process properly. I just nodded and grabbed my things. Vic tried to comfort me, but I waved him off. "I'm fine. I just need a good sleep before my next shift, okay?" "I'll see you next time, Claire." I drove home, and when I showered, all of the emotions I'd bottled up just exploded. I just started crying, and I couldn't stop. I felt a tremendous black pit in my stomach, and guilt was eating away at me like cancer. I dried myself off and took 2 anxiety tablets before bed. Like the previous day's sleep, there were no dreams. Night 4 was busy, but thankfully not in a dangerous way. I went door to door checking on everyone, and they all thanked me. After what happened to Maud, I thought they'd surely turn against me. Herschel McCoy even pulled me aside and reassured me. "It's okay, honey. That wasn't your fault. I'm sure the police will get that guy. You're doing your best." I thought I could make it to the end, but the drowsiness of the night shift got to me again, and I ended up falling asleep. I heard the same sound of the waves rising and falling on the shore. I was starting to enjoy the night shift again despite it all. I'm woken up by Wanda, one of the more reserved members of Shady Palms. She usually sticks to cleaning and leading the yoga sessions on weekends. She touched my shoulder, and I stirred awake. "Wakey, wakey," she said. I looked around, seeing the early morning sunrise flood the hallways with brilliant oranges and yellows. "Eventful shift?" I chuckled at that. I got up to stretch and felt my bones pop in my back. Ugh, I need my bed. "I bet. Say, you should have wiped off your boots before doing your walkabouts. You track sand and mud all over the place." I rubbed the crust out of my eyes and said, "I ain't wearing boots." "Oh yeah? Well, the tracks lead all the way back to..." She stopped talking. I looked back at her to see that her skin was turning pale. "What?" I asked. But she just backed away from me and looked at the marble flooring. The oversized, muddy boot prints were right behind where I was sleeping. I shot up in terror, feeling ice coursing through my veins. I stared at the dried boot prints that caked the floor. Our eyes trailed the tracks all the way back to Herschel's room. "Oh God," I whimpered. We both ran to the room, and when we flung open the door, I was hopeful in the first few seconds of entering the room, because it looked like Herschel simply fell over onto the floor and spilled something dark next to him. I didn't even notice how ghostly white he was. When blood is undisturbed and still, it looks almost black. When Wanda tried to pull him up to his feet, that's when it all hit me at once. The blood finally smeared, displaying a rich red color beneath the puddle of darkness, and then the air suddenly smelled of pennies. Then there was, of course, Herschel himself. He had a concave hole where his face should be. The only thing protruding out was his lower jaw. Everything was sunken in and twisted. It was like a fleshy chalice that held blood. The police were called in again, and it was the same story as last time. The only difference this time is the boot prints. And when they went to check the cameras this time, they only found that one was working. The one overlooking the front desk. One of the officers pulled me aside and told me what I had heard before I fell asleep. I said I only heard the ocean waves crashing against the shore, rising and falling, nothing else. He looked at me quizzically and pinched his brow. "Makes no sense," he said. He cleared his throat and sat down next to me while he pulled up his laptop. He wrapped his arms around me, and for a second, I thought this might have been some sort of attempt at flirting, but I soon realized that he was bracing me for what I was about to see. "This is the security camera overlooking you most of the night," he said. He fast-forwards through the night, seeing me wiggle around, read, and walk about during the camera's feed. But he then stops when I start to fall asleep. Something walks into frame, a figure wearing all black, including a pair of boots. It walked behind me, tracking mud and sand behind it. Then it stopped, looming over me, like it was observing me. Then it turned to the camera. I know that our security camera's quality isn't the best, but I know what I was looking at. I saw my own face staring back at me, a warped version of it, with a garish grin that exposed all of her teeth. Like a toddler learning to smile for the first time for a picture at school. Its arms were dangling beside it like pendulums, and at the end of each one were two meaty, man-like hands. When it turned away from the camera, it ran towards what I'm assuming is Herschel's room, and was gone for only a few minutes. This thing did all of this horrible stuff in just a few minutes. It returned to the camera, holding its hands up like a surgeon who just sterilized himself. Shiny blood coated the massive hands, and with a silent glance to the camera, it walked out of the building. Police said they'd look into the killer, put up signs online using the footage they gathered, and tried to enhance it as best as they could. Beulah ran to me after the police left to check if I was okay. I was not, but I was handling it. She gave me a big hug and told me that I wouldn't be alone tonight, because she was staying with me. She looked around the room at the staff and cops going about their business, and she pulled me in close, telling me, "I'll bring a gun tonight. If this thing comes back, I'll blow its brains out. No one messes with us." I went home and slept. This time around, I did have dreams. I was walking the halls, and then I was watching myself sleep. I started to feel a tinge of panic, and when I tried to breathe through my mouth, it was hard. It felt strange. All I could do was breathe through my nose, inhaling and exhaling. I thought it sounded familiar, almost like waves crashing, rising and falling, inhaling and exhaling. I walked to Maud's room and saw her lying asleep. I looked in the mirror and saw my face, but not the one that I'm used to. This was something different. This was the version of my face I saw in the camera. My teeth were stuck in a perpetual grin, and all I could do was weep. I heard a voice from behind me say, "Who's there?" I turned around to see Maud looking at me with confusion. and as she put on her glasses, her expression changed into fear. She grabbed the phone and began to dial. I shook my head and tried to tell her not to call anyone, but I couldn't speak. "Claire, there's someone in my room. It looks like you." I ran to her, pleading with her to hang up, waving my hands to her, but she was about to scream, so I tried to cup my hand over her mouth. But with these monstrous hands, I ended up maiming her. I slapped my palm over her face to quiet her, but I ended up breaking her nose. She shrieked and I panicked. I just wanted to knock her out, but it only made things so much worse. So I decided that maybe I should stop her suffering. But before I could do anything, I heard footsteps reaching me, and I ran out to the hall. When I turned the corner, I was back in the lobby, looking at myself sleeping. This time, I looked at myself for only a second, and I ran out of the building and trudged through the sand and mud to get to my car. But as soon as I touched the handle, I found myself back in the lobby once more. It was some sort of freakish loop. I saw myself sleeping peacefully, and looked down at my boots to see the mud clinging to them, and when I looked at the camera watching me, an intense disgust washed over me, like a putrid form of déjà vu. Before I could gather myself, I heard a voice cry out from behind me. "Claire? Hello?" said Herschel. He got up from his bed and peered out into the halls, and my gaze met his. "Jesus Christ, it's back," he said. He dashed back into his room and I chased after him. I wasn't the killer. It was a misunderstanding. I entered his room and saw that he was pressing the 9 for 911 and I panicked. I seized him and threw him to the ground with a greater force than I imagined. He went face first into the tiled floor, and I heard the muffled crunch of his face. I grabbed him and tried to see if he was all right, but the damage was done. Warm blood flowed down my hands. I walked out of the room, holding my hands up, feeling the blood flow onto my clothes, but none of it dripped onto the floor. I glanced at the camera for only a moment, and then I fled outside. This, of course, was in vain. I returned to the lobby. This time was different. I saw myself sleeping, but Beulah was there next to me. She was awake and reading a magazine. I took shallow, panicked breaths as I backed away in silence. But Beulah turned around and looked at me with utter horror. I held my hands up, still slicked with fresh blood, and tried to calm her. "What are you?" she screamed. "Claire, wake up!" I did not move from the desk, and in her desperation, Beulah pulled out her pistol that she kept in her purse. She pointed it, and I lunged at her to take the gun away. As soon as the gun went off, I got a phone call that brought me out of slumber. I awoke soaked in sweat. My room was freezing. My clothes clung to me, and I heard the thundering sound of my phone vibrating on my bedside table. I saw that my room was illuminated by the dark reds of the setting sun. I looked at the rumbling phone and saw it was Beulah's caller ID. I picked it up with a trembling hand and answered. Yes? You ready for the night shift, Claire?" When I was young, camping was the one thing that everyone in my family enjoyed. Every year we'd drive out to some national park, split into groups, and make a game out of seeing which of us could reach the other end of the park first. No matter the weather, no matter the terrain, we always had the time of our lives. But when I turned 10, my grandfather suggested a new location for our annual trip, one that none of us had ever heard of. Lake Narus National Park, Oregon. I'd camp there all the time when I was younger, Gramps told me, as we packed for the journey. There's no tourists around this time of year, nobody to get in the way of the fun. It'll be a real adventure. None of us knew anything about Lake Narus. It wasn't on any map we could find, nor was there any record of it even existing. But Gramps somehow had maps of the area ready to go, and he'd never steered us wrong before. So, all 8 of us took the drive to Oregon, winding along endless byways and mountain passes until we finally parked on the side of a lonely dirt road. At the very edge of a huge stretch of dense forest, beyond the trees lay a vast, becalmed lake with waters black as oil. As always, we divided up the family into teams and set off along different routes to see who could reach the northernmost campsite first for the big fireside party. Grandpa teamed up with my parents for the easternmost route. My older brother Sebastian teamed up with Aunt Marcy on a northerly route along the shores of the lake, and I was teamed up with my eldest sister Nina and her boyfriend Jason as they made their way west. Once we'd collected our compasses, supplies, walkie-talkies, and maps, we marched off into the forest, ready to rendezvous at the north end of the lake. However, about half an hour into the trip, I realized that my map was slightly different from the others. Where Nina and Jason's copies were showing straightforward locations and distances, mine had been graffitied. Seemingly random areas had been circled and labeled beasts, gluttons, secluses, tricksters, and apexes. I tried to tell Nina and Jason about it, but they weren't in the mood to listen. Nina was grumpy at having to play babysitter to me, and Jason was practically itching with impatience for the moment when he'd finally have some precious alone time with his girlfriend. So they ignored me as we marched uphill through the sparser end of the forest that bordered the western shore of Lake Nereus. That first night, we stopped right on the edge of the zone marked Beasts on my map, and after setting up the tents and cooking dinner, we went to bed early. Or rather, I went to bed early. Nina and Jason had plans for an after-dark walk through the forest ahead, but the map's warnings had spooked me, so I decided to stay behind. And while I slept, they went off to enjoy their privacy in the depths of the forest, inside the Beasts Zone. I dimly remember waking up later that night to see lights in the distance, accompanied by faint howls and barks. But once the glow and the noise faded, I drifted back to sleep almost immediately. In my defense, I was really tired. When Nina and Jason came back the next morning, I knew at once that something was wrong. They'd left shirt buttons undone, boots unlaced, jackets left hanging off one shoulder, and neither of them seemed to notice. I tried to ask what was wrong, but they struggled to even speak. Jason could only grunt, while Nina barely mumbled out a few vague sentences about what had happened. "Can't think," she mumbled. "Hurts to think. Saw lights in the forest. Lights gave something, but took something away." Whimpering, she staggered off, muttering under her breath. From what little I could hear, it sounded like she was reciting the alphabet, but she kept forgetting it. Still, the two of them tried to go about their morning routine, preparing breakfast and packing up the campsite, but Nina had trouble working the camping stove, despite being a veteran camper of more than a decade, while Jason could only clumsily paw at the tent pegs. I tried to help him, but the moment I got within arm's reach, Jason spun around and snarled at me like a wild animal, eyes flashing scarlet, his teeth lengthening into fangs. While I fell backwards in fear, Nina suddenly seemed to grow several feet taller, tearing her boots open and almost ripping through her shirt as she rounded on Jason, roaring at her boyfriend like an angry bear. Jason bowed his head and cowered, visibly shrinking until his clothes almost engulfed him, the hairless tail of a rat snaking out of his oversized jeans. My now giant sister then clumsily helped me to my feet, nuzzling my face like a mother dog worrying over a wounded puppy, lowing in concern as she checked me for injuries, clumsily promising to keep me safe. "We'll go hunt," she grunted. "We'll bring food. You stay. Not safe out there." And without another word, she shrugged out of her ruined clothes, shrank into the form of a hawk, and flew away. Behind her, Jason expanded into the shape of a fox, and took off after her with a garbled shout of, "Wanna come too?" I was left sitting alone by the tent, quivering in fear, calling for help on the walkie-talkie, without hearing a single response for the next half an hour. Eventually I set off in the opposite direction, hoping to track down one of the other family teams. I didn't know how they could help Nina and Jason, but I wasn't thinking that far ahead. All that mattered was finding help. As I left, I could see vultures watching from the branches above me, and all of them had human faces. It took hours for me to return to the starting point, and even longer to find Sebastian and Marcy's planned route, but I somehow managed to find their temporary camp on the eastern shore of Lake Nereus by 4 in the afternoon. The place was deathly silent, with no sign of my aunt and older brother to be found except for their untouched backpacks. About the only thing missing from their belongings was the spy novel that Sebastian had been reading. A quick look at the map confirmed that the two of them had made camp right between two of the marked zones. The Secluses zone in the forest bordering the eastern shore, and the Glutton zone in the shallows of the lake itself. Just as I was starting to panic, I remembered that Aunt Marcy had always liked to swim after a long journey, hoping that she'd decided to take a dip in the lake to cool off from the hike. I made my way to the shore and called out to her at the top of my lungs, praying that at any moment I'd see Marcy striding out of the lake, maybe a little surprised to see me, but otherwise unchanged. Instead, I found myself alone on the shore except for a huge elk that had stopped to take a drink from the murky water. And then I caught a glimpse of movement around ankle height and saw something wiggling through the shallows towards the elk. At first I thought it was just a leech, up until I realized that it sported a tiny human head, no bigger than that of a Barbie doll. "Hungry," it shrilled at helium pitch. "Hungry." As I watched, the human-faced leech shot out of the water, fastened itself on the unsuspecting elk's flank, and began to feed, gorging itself on the animal's blood. And as it fed, it grew, bulging and swelling out of shape, expanding first by inches, then by feet. And as it grew, it sprouted long, rubbery arms that wrapped around the startled elk, anchoring itself in place and keeping the elk from shaking it off as the leech grew bigger and consumed even more of its blood. In a matter of seconds, the elk was dead and completely exsanguinated, and the leech was now roughly the size of a Nile crocodile, but it still wasn't finished eating. Reaching out with its improbably muscled arms, it shoved the carcass into its colossal jaws and swallowed it whole, instantly ballooning in size once again. Then the hippo-sized leech turned and finally noticed me, and in that moment, I recognized the now gigantic face of the leech. It was Aunt Marcy, transformed by her zone just like Nina and Jason, and yet differently. She was now what the map had called a glutton. Hungry, she boomed, her voice now a thunderous bass throb. Hungry. I didn't even bother trying to negotiate. I could tell from the way she was licking her chops that, unlike Nina, she didn't recognize me as anything other than lunch. So I turned and ran for the forest as fast as my feet could carry me. Fortunately, her newfound size made her slower, and though she transformed again and sprouted millipede legs to accelerate her along the rough ground, I had a head start. By the time she picked up serious speed, I'd already beaten her to the trees, where the forest was too dense for her to follow. Of course, I didn't realize that for several minutes, so on I ran, too terrified to remember that I was now sprinting into Secluse's territory. A few hundred yards past the tree line, I tripped and crashed headfirst to the ground. When I regained consciousness a few minutes later, something was jabbing me with a stick. Groaning, I looked up just in time to see something human-shaped drop the stick and leap backwards, springing onto the side of a tree and clinging to it like a frog. Now that I could see it clearly, I saw that it looked more akin to an octopus than anything else. It had writhing tentacles in place of fingers, disproportionately long arms, a bulging, pulpy skull, and enormous eyes with slot-like pupils. Also, it was holding a John Le Carre novel under one arm, straight from Sebastian's backpack. Judging by the leaf bookmark, the creature had been reading it recently too. And that's how I finally realized that this thing, this Secluse, was my big brother. "Seb?" I whispered. Sebastian said nothing, but his tentacled fingers sharpened into blades as a silent warning not to get any closer. He was more intelligent than the other victims, but just like the others, something of himself had been stolen. All the showboating and bravado he'd been known for and admired for was gone. In their place was left only suspicion and fear. As I watched, he tucked the book in a hollow at the trunk of the tree and began inching backwards into the branches until he was well and truly out of reach. Then he began to change, his skin rippling as it shifted to match the texture of the bark, limbs and skull flattening against the trunk of the tree until they were almost two-dimensional. He even sprouted a few branches of his own, complete with real leaves. "Please, Seb, talk to me. Where are the others? What's happening?" The slot-pupiled eyes glared down at me for a moment. Then they too vanished, leaving him as just another part of the tree. As I later learned, Secluses are very shy creatures. They don't like being seen, either by predators or by their prey. You might wonder why, if that's the case, Sebastian bothered poking me with a stick. I like to think he was acting on some last shred of human feeling for me, checking to make sure I was okay. Then again, maybe he just wanted to check to see if I was dead before he started eating me. Out of ideas, I went on walking, hoping that I could finally find help if I went far enough. Eventually my route snaked out into the northernmost end of Lake Nereus. Out here, there was no shoreline, only a jagged maze of rocks and pinnacles almost as tall as the trees, and north of that, a stretch of bare hills jutting out from the surrounding forest. On the map, the pinnacles had been marked as trickster territory, and the hills belonged to the apexes, and getting anywhere near them would be incredibly dangerous. But the camping ground where we were supposed to meet was situated right on the edge of two areas, and this might be the only chance I'd have to finding my parents and Grandpa. By then, it was getting dark. Making my way out of Secluse territory had taken about 2 hours, and the sun was plunging rapidly out of view, and I really didn't want to find out just how many of these shapeshifters liked to hunt at night. So, when I caught a glimpse of Dad's telltale orange jacket through the trees ahead, I put on an extra burst of speed, hoping the camping ground was only a few yards beyond, and that I'd be safe there with Mom and Dad until we could call for help. But before I could reach him, Dad walked off, vanishing behind the trees to his left. Baffled, I followed, sprinting around the corner ahead, only to find that Dad had walked off yet again. Now he was heading into trickster territory. I immediately shouted, trying to get his attention, but no matter how loud I screamed or how urgently I tried to warn him, Dad just didn't seem to hear me. In desperation, I galloped after him, sprinting wildly towards the pinnacles with all the speed I could muster. And then, less than 5 feet away from me, Dad finally turned. He was smiling. But then, that's far too short and simple a word to describe the hideous grin he wore in that moment. Real human smiles don't literally stretch from ear to ear, and they usually don't sport long, needle-sharp fangs. And his eyes were no longer their usual murky brown, but a gleaming, luminous gold. As I skidded to a halt, Dad changed. His body shifted into a dazzling display of transformation, sprouting giant feathery wings from his shoulders, his body stretching and bulging ludicrously as he took on the shapes of cartoon characters. his head suddenly a blurring collage of faces from everyone in our family, including me, his skin blushing with lurid shapes of color from neon purple to radioactive blue, all of it happening so quickly that my eyes struggled to make sense of it. Too late, I realized that the performance was a distraction, and I turned to run, but in that moment, Mom swooped in and knocked me off my feet, sending me crashing to the ground. I landed heavily on my back, dazed and unable to do much else apart from stare up at the darkening sky as Mom descended on her own set of enormous wings. She too was smiling that same impossible Cheshire cat grin, her eyes gleaming metallic gold in the fading light. These were tricksters, I realized, and they'd lured me into a trap. Together, she and Dad grabbed me by the arms and began dragging me towards the distant hills of the Apex zone. At that point, something inside me broke. I didn't know what they were going to do to me, but I knew I couldn't endure another minute of this nightmare, least of all at the hands of my parents. So I started to sob, begging for mercy with all dignity thrown to the winds. "Mom, please, please don't do this. I don't want to die. Let me go, please. Please, Dad, stop her. Help me." My parents only laughed, a shrieking burst of hyena-like laughter, and parroted back echoes of my own sobbing plea, perfectly replicating my voice and words right down to the whimpering. Together they brought me to a small outcropping just on the edge of Apex territory, overlooking the barren hills beyond. There, towering above me, stood Gramps. "I knew I should have been more careful with that map," he sighed. "What?" "Not a mix-up I would have made in my younger days. I'm definitely losing my touch. Still, no use crying over spilled milk. And you made good use of the map. Perhaps you belong here instead of in Beast territory with Nina and her idiot boyfriend." For a moment, I could only stare. "You knew this was going to happen?" I whispered. "Of course. I told you I've been here before, remember? I found it only by accident when I was young, and ever since then I've been exploring it. Not that it's been easy. Lake Nerus is only accessible for 3 days out of every year, and for the rest of the time, it's gone from this world." "Then why did you bring us here?" "Because I wanted to share it with you," said Gramps, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "There's power in this land, the primeval energy of transformation itself, too great for the world to tolerate far more than a few days a year, and that power seeks out sapient vessels whenever they trespass. Humans touched by it are reborn in protein flesh, to embody an aspect of the wild, animalistic simplicity, endless hunger, watchful solitude, primal cunning, or a true hunter's intellect and ruthlessness." "But how did you figure all this out?" "By trial and error. On my first visit, I explored it with a team, and through their sacrifice, I survived long enough to escape a year later. On every visit since, I've brought people with me to test the limits of its power, learning more with every sacrifice. But I'm getting too old to lure tourists out here, and I'm not sharp enough to document it anymore. So?" He smiled. "I'm retiring to spend more time with my family." There was a pause, as the last remaining seconds of daylight finally bled away. Then Gramps clambered down from the outcropping towards the barren hills of Apex territory, and my parents began dragging me after him. "The lights of transformation always shine at nightfall," he mused aloud. "Maybe you glimpsed them from a distance before, but it's very different to see it up close. Those lights are the energies of metamorphosis, rising to find vessels. Once every hour until dawn, the light shines, and all that are bathed in its purest radiance are reborn." By then, I was crying again, but Gramps just scoffed. "Don't be such a drama queen, Johnny. It's not like I'm killing you. The people taken by Lake Nerus live on as shapeshifters, healthier than any ordinary human. My first 2 test subjects are still thriving as secluses. Even 70 years on, I've met tricksters who fought in the Civil War, apexes who can remember meeting George Washington. Don't you want to live forever? I tried to tell him I didn't want to forget who I was or lose my personality, but by then I was bawling too hard to make the slightest bit of sense. This is a blessing, young man, he continued. This way, we'll be free of the world and all its miseries. Nina and Jason will be mated for life as only animals can be. Your aunt will never know shame again. Your brother is liberated from the pressures of being idolized, and your parents have cast off their suffocating responsibility to truly enjoy life. And you'll never have to grow up, never be tamed, never learn to expect disappointment. Your entire life will be a family camping trip. Ahead, a faint, pale glow began to ripple across the hills. But what do you get out of this? I sobbed. Gramps just smirked. I'm no longer doomed to spend my final days rotting away in some miserable nursing home, and I get to be together with my family forever. And best of all, as an apex, I'll never be troubled by the conscience ever again. Across the barren hills, a searing white light coursed through the air, and Gramps stretched out his arms to bask in the hellish glow. At last, he hissed. Why did I ever hesitate? For a split second, I thought I was next to being consumed by the radiance. Then Nina galloped into view in the shape of a horse, her face still almost human. She must have been following me for the last few hours, still babysitting me despite her transformation, and while Gramps could command my parents easily enough, he'd never been able to control Nina. At the last moment, Nina swept me onto her back and went thundering off in the opposite direction, away from the barren hills, back towards our starting point. I still remember hugging her as we fled, wrapping my arms around her neck and crying into her mane out of sheer relief, even as Gramps bellowed with rage in the distance. And I remember the shadow that blotted out the moon as it pursued us across the forest, sending beasts, gluttons, and even tricksters fleeing before it. I remember Gramps, now an apex with eyes as black as night, chasing after us as anything from a flying mass of blades, lashing Nina's flanks to a giant spider the size of a bus. But Gramps was still getting used to his new body, and Nina outran him in the end. My last clear memory from that night is of being dropped off at the entrance and allowed to stagger off into the road, trying to ignore the sight of Nina and Gramps watching me from the trees. They couldn't follow me. As I later learned, only a handful of shapeshifters have broken free of the lake during its annual 3-day reappearance, escaping to become the cryptids of urban legends. But even so, I didn't want to meet their gaze. I didn't want to start crying again. I was found wandering along the side of a highway 2 days later, starved and dehydrated. After a long stay in hospital, a brief media furore, a failed police investigation, and some rigorous counseling, I was told that Lake Nerus didn't exist, even tossed in the foster system with only a few keepsakes of my original family. And as luck would have it, one of those mementos just happened to include my grandfather's diary. It's been 20 years since then, and I find myself needing to write, because someone needs to know what really happened before it's too late. You see, ever since I was released from the mental hospital for the 3rd time, I've been traveling across the country, migrating from town to town, getting work where I can find it, but always moving on sooner or later. I'm living in Oregon now, and little by little, I'm making my way back to Lake Nerus. It's not because it entranced me or because Gramps brainwashed me or whatever. No, it's simply because after 20 years of loneliness, nightmares, failed relationships, brain-smothering therapy, and condescending social workers, Lake Nerus is the only place in the world that makes sense. so I'm writing this to ensure that some record of what really happened will remain, because I know I won't be able to stay away forever. Soon those precious 3 days of the year will arrive. Soon I'll be with my family again. Soon I'll be home. I hold no expectation that this could ever, or will ever, make it from my little laptop to the internet. I set up Starlink last fall on the suggestion of my sister so we could chat from time to time. Since our parents passed, she has been my only connection to the outside world, and might be my only hope of making it from this cabin. So I write this for her. I figure that it can't hurt my situation to post this here. So to those reading, if you feel compelled to help, just make sure you don't get yourself killed. If you have ever glanced upon snow-speckled hills, pockmarked by trees littered with long fallen leaves, then you would never know how bright it is. Snow blindness was, and is, a problem on the cold, windy days here. The sun bounces off the stark whiteness of the world and catches your eye. Air, long since stripped of any moisture, burns the back of your throat. Many cough, and if you live where I live, you know you shouldn't. It only irritates your throat worse. The sun dips early in the evening, as if to show that snow not only brightens the day, but lights the night as well. Moonbeams cast shadows, with shadows as crisp as day. Deer dance between the trees, chasing one another. The hard outlines between everything and the snow at night makes winter my favorite season. There are no gray areas where the world turns black and white. Our house sits near the edge of a 72-acre plot along the Appalachian Range. You might be fooled if I told you it was somewhere else, and forgiven for believing me. We're about as close to Canada as you can get without crossing a border. I say all this so that you might better understand the decisions I make as I tell you this. If you don't understand what the cold is, or what it can do, then don't pretend to. The main currency is, as always, time. How long can you keep moving? How long can you stay outside before your brain slows? Before you lose your dexterity and you can't even light your lighter? These are decisions taken for granted elsewhere. Out here, they're the only ones that matter. 3 weeks ago, I started seeing lights above the trees. They began low, but by the end of the night, they reached the top of the canopy, moving from one limb to another. There aren't many people who live here. There is, however, a snowmobile trail that wraps around the base of my land, passing small cabins built for shelter. I watched the lights with my golden retriever, Cooper, as the wood stove cracked behind me. First one, then two, sometimes as many as 5, moving through the treetops. "What do you think they are?" I asked him. He gave me the look that meant I was asking too much. I had to go into town for fuel. I figured it might be worth making it a 2-day trip. I could pull a sled with my snowshoes and cut through the trees. I wouldn't take the snowmobile. I wanted to see the lights. I could leave in the evening, stay at the motel, and drag my supplies back in the morning. I left as the sun had just begun its nightly ritual of casting long shadows through the trees. I live on a hill, not a mountain, but one you can see from one end of the property to the other. I marched onward with enthusiasm, Cooper padding ahead of me, stopping to inspect trees for reason known only to him. At the edge of the property, he stopped. He stared down the trail. There's little doubt he can hear snowmobiles miles before I do. But as I turned left toward town, he began to growl in a way he had never done before, low and with a frantic menace that spun me back around, as I was sure it had to be coming from a much larger animal. His hackles rose. He backpedaled, looking up. I did as well, and I blinked tears out of my eyes as I tried to make out the outlines against the still setting sun. Clumps of leaves lay in tree branches, and some shifted in the wind. Squirrel nests and some branches that just never noticed the season changed. I tugged his leash, and he snapped out of it. Just spooked by the movement, clearly, but every few steps he looked back. So did I. There were no lights yet. The sun had only just begun its descent. Every step felt heavy, like being a kid doing something you know you are not supposed to. I thought about turning back then. Not because I was afraid, but because the math no longer worked. The trail felt unfamiliar to me. Trees closer, as if it was closing in. I told myself it was the light, how the snow bends it, stretches it, lies about space. I'd lived here long enough to know better than to trust my eyes in winter. Still, I kept walking. Stopping felt worse than being wrong. Snowmobiles sat idle at the trailhead. Not unusual. People often parked them there and walked down to the still open stream to fish for trout. There were more than usual, but that alone didn't explain the way they were parked. Some sat half on the trail. Others were simply abandoned where they'd stopped. Keys still hung in the ignitions. The wind pressed against my back. Its slender fingers crept up my spine and settled at the base of my neck. I turned to see nothing. The trail was empty and quiet. Another breeze started to water my eyes, and I turned back into the town. Town should have been warm, small, cozy. A main street with a bakery, hardware store, laundromat, and motel. It wasn't. Cars sat abandoned, half buried as if the winter itself had claimed them. Snow drifts covered the streets, announcing the plows had not come in at least a week. I grabbed Cooper by the collar and turned him away. Come on, Coop, we've got work to do. The gas station was worse. Where there should have been a cluster of snowmobiles and people fueling up, there were only the skeletal frames of the pumps, burned out. I felt panic rise but forced it down. We still needed fuel. The motel would have backup generators, reserve tanks, maybe even a maintenance snowmobile. With any luck, someone to explain what the hell had happened. The motel doors were choked with snow, but opened freely enough. Inside was a campsite, tents, fire pits, no people. The air was stale and warm in pockets, like bodies had been packed too close for too long. Sleeping bags lay unrolled and abandoned. A child's mitten sat on the counter, stiff with old snow. Someone had stacked shoes neatly by the door, as if they meant to come back. Above the counter, scrawled in coal or blood, were 4 words. They're in the trees. Whatever had happened here hadn't been sudden. It had been waited for. Come on, Coop, I said, gripping his collar. We're going back. I had a sat phone at home. I could call for help. I didn't know who. I didn't know what I would say. I only knew I needed to leave. The sun was low when we reached the tree line again. The wind battered my face and I pulled my scarf over my nose. I hadn't gone half a mile when the trees began to move. I don't know how long they'd been moving before I noticed. A thin, pale, branchless trunk pulled itself from the snow and came down again, silent, 10 feet closer to the trail. I looked up. It wasn't a tree. It was one of 4 limbs belonging to a pale, spindly thing. Its spider-like appendages ended in what I could only describe as a distorted man. Small black eyes tracked the canopy. It hadn't noticed me. I crouched behind the snowmobiles, moving slowly, never taking my eyes off it. It was watching the trail ahead, waiting. Deer came into view. A leg rose from the snow and came down through one of them. It didn't bend. It lifted the animal into the trees, pinning it in the branches until it went limp. The limb slid free, careful, deliberate. The creature fed. That's when I understood. As the light started to lose its grip on the world, I saw what I had mistaken as leaves, squirrel nests, and holdouts from a warmer time were anything but. Bits of winter gear, pieces of people, hanging in the canopy like berries waiting to be plucked. As it fed, its abdomen began to glow, bright as a star. Another shape stepped from the trees, then another. I didn't breathe. My fingers dug into Cooper's collar through my gloves, begging him not to make a sound. We moved together, slow and careful, stepping where the snow looked softest. I stopped watching them and watched the ground instead. Their legs could cross in one step that would take me 10. As I rounded the group of them, I felt the burning in my lungs begging for air. Without thinking, I sucked in a breath as quietly as possible, long and deep, letting the cold air burn the back of my throat all the way down. I coughed. The sound burst from me before I could stop it. They froze. Nothing moved. Not the trees, not the snow. Even the wind seemed to pull back, as if it didn't want to be noticed. The first creature locked eyes with me. Small black insect-like jewels glittered in the creature's white face, now stained with gore. The light from the other creatures dimmed, one by one. Each turned towards me and let their lights go out. The forest went dark. I ran. I didn't look back. I made sure Cooper stayed ahead of me. I climbed the hill until my lungs burned and my legs failed. I slammed the door and collapsed inside the cabin. I grabbed my sat phone from the third drawer down at my desk and held the power button. The amount of relief I felt collapsing through the doorway was palpable. The dread I felt watching the sat phone blink its dead battery sign was equal. I have no fuel to run the generator. I have 2 cords of wood left to heat my house, and a week worth of food. The only thing I have that does have power is the laptop and the solar panel I have set up to the Starlink. I fear that too will soon be covered in snow, and I'll lose my last connection to the world. As I write this, I note this very well could be the last that remains of me. The trees around the house have begun to shift. Eventually, I'll have to step outside. So I say again as a warning to anyone that deigns to play hero and try to come and get me out of here. If you have never glanced upon snow-speckled hills, pockmarked by trees littered with long fallen leaves, then you would never know how bright it is. Snow blindness was, and is, a real problem. It makes them harder to spot during the day. Air, long since stripped of any moisture, burns the back of your throat. Many cough, and if you live where I live, you know you shouldn't. They might hear you. I interviewed him at a diner off the highway because it was close to his office and quiet in the afternoons. He ordered coffee and didn't finish it. I recorded the conversation on my phone and took notes anyway. He had studied the cave for years. He was careful to say studied, not explored. His work focused on mapping passages, logging dives, and reviewing incident reports. He no longer went into the cave himself. I asked why. Risk profile changed, he said. Or maybe I just stopped ignoring it. The cave has a working name in the literature, but he asked me not to use it. He numbered the path 524287, a combination of the mainline number, the station number, and the depth number. I'll call it Falcon's Roost. It's a submerged system in West Texas, fed by a spring and capped by a narrow sinkhole. Entry requires technical cave diving. There is no direct ascent once inside. He described the layout in practical terms. Long penetrations, no large chambers. Silt that stays suspended once disturbed. Navigation that depends entirely on guideline discipline. I asked about depth. Depth matters less than distance, he said. You're committed early. At one point he mentioned that the water temperature was higher than expected, usually high 70s, warmer than most caves in the region. Does that change anything? I asked. A little, he said. People work harder without realizing it, but it's not the main issue. He said the main issue was planning assumptions, models that looked fine on paper, margins that disappeared when multiplied by time and task load. He talked about gas management failures, navigation errors, and missed decision points. None of it sounded dramatic. I asked how many people had died there. He said he didn't keep a count. He tracked incidents, not outcomes. What stays consistent, he said, is that everyone thinks they understand the cave after the first successful dive. He showed me notes from the previous surveys, numbers, short comments, equipment serials. One page listed instruments that stopped reporting mid-dive. No conclusions were written next to them. When I asked why he agreed to the interview, he said he was tired of seeing the cave described as mysterious or extreme. It isn't, he said. It's just a system with no margin. That night, when I started writing, I tried to summarize what he had told me. I wrote a sentence, then deleted it. I wrote another and removed that too. Eventually I settled on something accurate enough to keep. I spoke to her over a video call because she lived too far away to meet in person. She said the distance was one of the reasons she never tried to see the cave herself. She worked a regular job, did weekend dives when she could, and followed exploration projects online. She described herself as an enthusiast. She corrected herself and said hobbyist instead. She had heard about the cave years ago through forums and shared maps. She knew the basic outline: submerged, long penetrations, limited exits. She said it was the kind of place people argued about without ever going there. I looked into it, she said. Training, travel, logistics. It was never realistic. She listed the reasons without prompting. The cost, the certifications, the time off work. The fact that the cave was in a part of the country she had never been to and didn't have a reason to visit otherwise. She paused, then added that she followed the dives closely anyway, read reports, watched footage when it was shared. She said she liked understanding systems, even ones she wouldn't enter. I asked how she knew about the fatality. She nodded once, like she had expected the question. A friend of mine went in, she said. Not recently, but that cave. She didn't give her friend's name. She said they had trained together years earlier, recreational at first, then more technical. She stayed at the level she was comfortable with. Her friend didn't. She was better than me, she said, more committed. I asked what she meant by committed. She rearranged her life around diving, she said. I didn't. There was a delay in the audio. She waited for it to catch up. Is that why you're calling? She asked. Because of what happened? I asked her what she had heard. She said she never blamed the cave. She never blamed her friend either. She said there were always explanations, even if they weren't satisfying. I stopped following it closely after that, she said. Still read things, just not the comments. I thanked her for talking with me. She said it was fine. Then she added that she hoped I wasn't trying to turn it into something it wasn't. It's just a place, she said. Most of us only ever know it from a distance. She added one other thing, almost as an aside. Her friend had never been especially strong. Not weak exactly, but careful about her limits. She had been born early and had grown up paying attention to how her body responded to stress. It was something she mentioned occasionally, usually in practical terms. She planned around it, she said. Rest days, conservative margins. I asked if that had changed before the dive. She thought about it. Not openly, she said. She said it wasn't framed as pushing past anything, more like it had stopped being part of the calculation. At the time, she said, that felt like confidence. I met with my editor in her office late in the afternoon. She had the door open and her screen tilted so I could see it from the chair across her desk. She didn't ask how the interviews went. She scrolled as I talked. When I finished, she nodded once. "This isn't landing," she said. I asked what she meant. "It's accurate," she said, "but it doesn't match what people think the story is." She said the coverage so far had set expectations, images, language, a certain tone. What I had was procedural. She said that wasn't a problem on its own, but it didn't explain why anyone should keep reading. "There's no hook," she said. "No escalation." I said I wanted to talk to more people, not experts. People who had followed the cave over time. People who had opinions without access. She shook her head. "That's not where this goes," she said. "You'll get the same answers phrased differently." She leaned back. "If you want the next step," she said, "you talk to the families." I didn't respond right away. "The relatives," she continued. "The ones closest to what just happened." I said I wasn't sure they would talk to me. "They will," she said. I told her I thought it was too soon. She looked at me for a moment, then back at the screen. "Soon is the window," she said. "After that, it's background." She said the piece needed something current, something no one else had yet. She said otherwise it would read like context without a center. I said I wanted to keep working the way I had been. She said I could, but it would change the outcome. "Go talk to them," she said. "If it doesn't go anywhere, we reassess." I nodded, though I didn't agree. I met him in a coffee shop near the freeway because he suggested it and said parking was easy. He arrived early and had already ordered. He asked before sitting down how this worked. "Are you paying for this?" he said. I told him I could reimburse him for his time. He nodded. "Good, I've got things to do." He said he was the brother. He didn't specify older or younger. He didn't say his brother's name unless I asked. And when he did, he said it quickly, like it wasn't important to repeat. "I never got that stuff," he said. "The cave thing? It was always strange to me." He described his brother as mostly quiet, kept to himself, had a regular job for a while, then another, the kind of person people didn't worry about because nothing ever seemed obviously wrong. "He wasn't dramatic," he said. "Didn't cause trouble." I asked how long his brother had been involved. "A few years," he said. "Long enough that it just became normal." He tapped his phone on the table and checked it when it buzzed. He didn't look upset. He looked distracted. "You're not asking about what happened," he said. I told him I was trying to understand who his brother was. "That's fine," he said, "but that's not what people care about." I asked what he meant. He leaned forward slightly. "You know," he said, "how they found him?" I didn't respond. "They leave that part out, but it's why people are watching." I asked what he wanted me to understand about his brother. He shrugged. "That he chose it." I asked why he thought that. "Because nobody made him go, and now everyone else has to deal with it." When I told him I needed to wrap up, he looked irritated. "So that's it?" he said. I took out my phone and sent him the money we had agreed on. He watched the screen until the confirmation came through. "If you need more," he said, "I can get you details." I told him I planned to speak with other members of the family. "That's fine. They'll tell you different versions." I stood and gathered my notes. As I was about to leave, he added something, like it had just occurred to him. "He was born early. C-section." I turned back. "Our mom didn't survive it. Complications." He said it plainly. "After that," he continued, "people didn't really know what to do with him." He looked down at his phone again. "He was always tied to it," even if nobody said it out loud. I left before he could add anything else. I was in a hotel room off the interstate with the curtains half closed and the lights on even though it was still early. The desk was too small, so I spread everything out on the bed. Notes, transcripts, timestamps, names. I opened my laptop and checked the coverage. Most of it was already published. Short pieces, updates folded into larger feeds. The language was consistent across outlets, even where the facts weren't. There wasn't much left that felt unclaimed. I wrote a brief email to my editor. I kept it factual. I said the reporting wasn't producing anything unexpected. I said the angles we were considering were already circulating. I said we were behind on timing and the story had settled faster than anticipated. I didn't mention the interviews in detail. I didn't say how long they had taken. I sent it and closed the app. I went back to the notes and tried grouping them differently. By role, by proximity, by tone. The result was the same. Context without momentum. I checked my phone. No response yet. I didn't write it down as a conclusion. I didn't write it down at all. I showed up only when I stopped sorting by role and started sorting by background details. Things people mentioned in passing. Things that didn't seem relevant when they were said. Birth stories came up more often than I expected. Not framed as medical history. Just facts that had been repeated long enough to feel ordinary. Premature, emergency delivery, C-section. It wasn't in every interview, but it was in enough of them to register. Always secondary, always offered as context for something else. A reason someone was cautious, or small, or monitored more closely growing up. None of them had been born vaginally. None of them had gone through labor. All of them had arrived early, removed rather than delivered. I checked the names again to make sure I wasn't forcing the pattern. I wasn't. The information was already there. I had just ignored it. There was no way to frame it responsibly, no mechanism I could point to, no expert I could quote without sounding like I was fishing for meaning where there wasn't any. Even if it was true, it would read like speculation. I closed the folder and left that set of notes untouched. I went back to the first interview. He had drawn while we talked, not to explain anything in particular, just filling space in the margins of my notebook. I hadn't paid much attention at the time. It was a rough sketch of the cave system, notes written sideways where he'd run out of room. The main passages narrowed towards one end. At the far edge of the drawing, the lines curved inward, the walls thickened, the opening reduced to a single constriction, wider on one side than the other, then tapering again. He hadn't labeled it. There was no arrow or comment explaining what it had represented. I stared at it. The shape was familiar in a way that had nothing to do with caves. I closed the notebook and put it in my bag. Some patterns don't belong in print. I need to write this down somewhere. I work in hospice. If you imagine hospice as a quiet, dim place where people slip away gently in clean beds with their families holding their hands, you are imagining the version we still sell in brochures. You are not imagining the actual work we do, which is managing timing. I first noticed the problem when patients stopped arriving in pain. That sounds like a good thing, right? About a year or two ago, we changed our intake pathway for end-of-life patients. Faster transfers and faster escalation of comfort-only orders. The language we use is reducing suffering. What we actually mean is reducing waste. What changed medically is simple. We got very good at shutting down organs. I just didn't understand what happens after. The first patient who made me pay attention was a man in his 80s with metastatic pancreatic cancer. He stopped responding to stimuli at 2:11 a.m. By 2:18 a.m., his vitals were barely readable. By 2:25 a.m., he met the criteria for active dying. By 2:27 a.m., his chart was already flagged for expedited transfer to post-mortem services. He never woke up. I was the one assigned to sit with him while his family stepped out to speak with social work. It's a common practice. We call it presence care. I stood on his right side and quietly read his monitor. And then I saw it. A tear slid sideways from the corner of his left eye. I documented it was reflex. That's what we were trained to write. I then saw him slowly lift 2 fingers. 2 fingers. Just long enough for me to see his nails. The charting language is very forgiving. You can explain almost anything, but when it keeps happening, across different diagnoses, different ages, it stops being a coincidence. What no one tells you about working in hospice is that most of your job is not caring for dying people. It is protecting the system from what dying people would complicate. We do not actually test for consciousness after organ failure. We test for a response. Those are not the same thing. There is a narrow window between when the body can no longer sustain itself and when the brain stops maintaining internal awareness. The window used to be small enough that no one cared. Pain and panic did the work for us. Modern end-of-life medicine changed that. We stabilized just long enough to shut everything else down gently. What we never redesigned was the assumption that awareness collapses with the body. It doesn't. It lingers. We proved it by accident. A research unit in another wing was trialing continuous EEG monitoring for sedation optimization. It wasn't even about death, but about reducing medication costs and shortening average comfort care timelines. We need to make money somehow, I guess. One patient crossed into full multi-organ failure during monitoring. The machine kept running. A doctor noticed sustained, patterned activity long after respiratory collapse, for almost 3 whole days. The internal review labeled it as non-interpretable post-failure signal. That phrase is now official, non-interpretable. I saw the internal memo because I sign off on comfort protocols. I was sent to department heads with one clear recommendation. Do not alter public-facing definitions of death. Do not expand monitoring. Do not document residual awareness hypothesis. Do not discuss with families. If we redefine death to include end of awareness instead of end of organ function, everything falls apart. Transplant scheduling collapses. Insurance timeline collapses. Healthcare itself collapses. Because this industry is funded and audited around how efficiently people stop being billable. We needed a way to redesign the wait to be invisible. That is what sedation schedule actually does. Officially, it's comfort-based titration. Unofficially, it aligns with the spike windows. There is a predictable pattern now. Between 12 and 18 hours after full systematic failure, residual cortical activity increases. In other words, awareness. The ability to recognize. That is when the movements begin. The tears, the fingers. That is when we are told to escalate, not because patients are suffering, but because they are becoming detectable. I didn't fully accept it until I stayed long enough with one patient to see repetition. Her name was Marble. End-state heart failure, respiratory support withdrawn, comfort measures only. Her husband sat with her for most of the day, just holding her hand. When he left, I took the overnight. At 1:42 a.m., she lifted her right index finger. At 1:44 a.m., again. At 1:46 a.m., again. She was not twitching, she was pacing. The next night, different patient. 3 short jaw movements, pause. 3 short jaw movements, pause. It is astonishing how quickly the human brain looks for patterns when you allow yourself to see them. We rotate staff aggressively in our unit. The longer you stay with one patient, the more likely you are to notice consistency. The longer you stay on the same hallway, the more likely you are to notice that consistency spreads. Because patients can hear, even when they cannot respond, even when their bodies are already being treated as logistical objects, awareness does not vanish when your organs stop. It becomes trapped inside of a body that no longer moves. Waiting is not peaceful. You feel the suction tube. You feel the bed shift. You hear your name spoken carefully the way staff talk when they believe you are not there. You hear your family being told you are comfortable. You hear the silence afterward, and you wait. We do not tell families this. We tell them what we are legally allowed to tell them, that their loved one is resting. We tell them the body is shutting down naturally. We do not tell them the mind is still running on borrowed oxygen and residual chemistry. I finally broke protocol 3 weeks ago. A woman in her 40s, glioblastoma, severe neurological involvement. Her sister sat by the bed and whispered, "If you can hear me, squeeze my hand." Nothing happened, but I had already learned to stop looking at the hands. I watched her jaw. Open, closed, pause. Open, closed, pause. I leaned close and spoke quietly. "If you can hear me, move your jaw once." Open, closed. I charted agitation. I escalated sedation. That is what keeps me employed. That is what keeps the unit operating. There is a problem now. Home hospice is cheaper. Families are installing cameras. Tiny cameras with night vision and sound sensitivity. People are watching now, replaying. They can now see the same finger lift, the same jaw patterns, the same tear tracks. They are posting questions in caregiver groups. They are using words like twitch and reflex and probably nothing at first, but then they compare. Waiting has a rhythm. I am writing this because I have read the internal projections. Once this reaches a certain threshold of public recognition, the responses will not be reform. It will be automation. More sedation, earlier sedation, deeper sedation. Not to reduce suffering, but to reduce detection. They can't panic when there is a moral problem. They only panic when there is a scheduling problem. The money needs to keep moving. We solved death. We streamlined it. We made it fit neatly inside contracts and billing cycles and bed management software. What we accidentally created is something far harder to manage. A population of people who are still here and have nowhere to go, and no way to tell how long the waiting really lasts. The alarm blares and I slam the button before it could scream again, like slapping an extremely obnoxious fly. Still blinking away sleep, I check the system to my right as it scrolls through the reports. Minor impact, debris strike. More scrolling, more reports. All systems nominal, bar a slight drain on the main power. All normal. I maneuver my arms, pressing them against the sarcophagus of my sleeping pod before sliding them up in front of my body. It gets easier every time. Reaching up near my head, I pull the release and slowly reveal myself to my small home. I silence the remaining alarms and begin my routine to prepare for a spacewalk. "Good morning. How was your sleep?" A somewhat feminine voice calls. "Sleep was fine," I reply. "What's for breakfast? Bagels, cereal, eggs?" "Nothing better than good old nutrient paste today." "Tasty. And what shall you do today?" "The usual. Repairs and spacewalks." "Fantastic. And finally, how are you feeling?" I open my mouth but hesitate, the words almost forming out of habit. I hold the pause. "That's great to hear," the voice says anyway. I glance toward the speaker mounted on the wall and reach over, pressing stop in the recording. The cabin falls quiet, the sudden absence heavier than the noise ever was. I wish I could mimic my partner's voice perfectly, but my subpar attempt will have to do. I kiss my hand and press my hand to the crude drawing of her next to the speaker. I wish I was also a better artist. I take in my surroundings again, my 2-meter cube, everything an adult needs, reduced to essentials: a nutritional paste dispenser, a waste hole, a suit holder, scraps of paper with scrawled notes and half-finished thoughts, drifting lazily in the air. "Great indeed," I whisper. The station hums around me, old, tired, still breathing. So am I. I suit up in the cramped space, kicking the flittering papers aside as I force my leg in, slipping once again into a cavity made for a larger man. The suit holds me fast, rugged and unforgiving, but it will keep me alive out there. I brace myself against the wall and slide down as it seals along my back. A slight modification I made myself, against protocol. It would be a lot easier if someone else were here to help me suit up, but that's not going to happen. Finalizing the process, I grab the helmet from its niche and slide it over my head, clipping it into the chest ring. The readouts flash. O2 levels are lower than my previous walk. The CO2 scrubbers and OGS are probably slowing down. Finally, while securing my tool bag, I slide into another hole, much like a torpedo tube, but instead of firing a missile or ordnance, the ordnance is me. I flick the cycle switch and the airlock spins up, depressurizing the small chamber before the exterior hatch opens and I am free to let the void take me. I crawl out onto the surface of my workstation. At this rotation, I am facing oblivion, the emptiness of space, flickering lights of distant stars and planets peeking into my insignificant life. When I exit my safety net on the side, there is nothing to orient me. No horizons, no planet below to remind me why I am up here. The pause lingers longer than usual. Instead of starting my walk, I stare, drifting. I let go of the metal, just to see if it will take me today. I drift longer and longer towards its inky blackness. Maybe this time I will be swallowed up. Then the tether tightens and snaps me back to consciousness. Not today, I guess. I crawl back along the line, letting my view of the satellite fill my vision as deep gray clouds frame it below. Another storm is forming, a massive one by the look of it. I wish I could hear the rain, instead of my own breathing and the vibrations traveling up my arms as my hands grip the line. I touch down on the surface and crest over the hole, making my way towards one of the large dishes that pockmark the craft skin. I keep looping my tether into the small hooks I have bolted over the tiles, shortening its length and securing it as I go, much like a mountaineer climbing ice. The beating rhythm of my movements vibrates through me, my breath radiating through my helmet. As I breathe, I sense something strange, a presence from in my suit. Another sound pushes through, breaking the normality. Another breath. I pause and hold on to the side of the satellite. There is a moment where I breathe and I swear I hear something else accompany my intake. Delayed by a brief moment, for a split second, I tense as I think that a creature sits inside my suit, breathing my air. I stay still, counting my breaths. A few pass, and I only hear my own. All that sleep, and I'm still exhausted. Soon I reach the dish and begin the procedures. I check the dish first. Structurally, it's fine, just a minor hit from debris. I wrench the fragment loose and let it drift off into space. It's long and jagged, clearly part of something bigger, maybe another satellite. It spins once, then disappears into the void, out of sight, out of mind. A shallow dent near the rim catches my eye, a tiny crack spreading from it. Nothing serious, but left alone it could worsen. I press a patch over the crack, smoothing it down until it sticks. Simple, effective, not perfect, but enough. Next comes alignment. I loosen the bolts just enough to nudge the dish by hand, watching the orientation ticks crawl across my visor. The curve is holding, close enough. That's all it needs to keep sending and receiving. Not that it does much these days. Once that's done, I crawl over to the control box and plug in my PDA. The cable slots in easily. A soft calibration tone pulses through the system while I watch the signal meter. Peaks, dips, mostly nonsense. Nothing worth celebrating. I stare at the readout for longer than I should. I could cry, yell, scream, or bang my hand against the hole, but there is no point. A deep sigh racks me instead as I download the audio samples and begin the trek back. My return is slower this time. The question I've been sitting on all this time keeps gnawing at me. Why? Why do I do this? Why do I subject myself to it? I crawl along the vast hunk of space junk back towards the quarters. The sheer size of it, compared to where I live, go to the bathroom, and sleep. I could fit an entire house inside this thing. Instead, I get a glorified outhouse, a garden shed with delusions of importance. As I slowly untangle my tether from the hooks, I crest the hole one last time and stare out into the void. Maybe someone is looking at me right now. Maybe there is an alien craft, speeding through the ink towards us, towards me, to pull me out of this nonsense and carry me somewhere else. I keep looking before a shadow blots out a few of the stars. It catches my eye, a shape casting a blackness. It's not debris. A silhouette cuts briefly across the field of distant lights. A wrong shape. I swear that it looks human, but wrong. A body without detail. No suit, no tether. It moves on naturally, as if it was a paper kite, caught in an impossible wind, moving with no rhythm or reason. Its long arms looked to have been dragged out of a depressurization event as it reaches out, splaying itself to me. The sight fills me with a horrible chill. I blink. Then it's gone. The stars are exactly where they were before. No distortion, no shape, nothing drifting. I blink hard, shake my head inside the helmet, and force my eyes to track known points, counting the stars, anchoring myself. Get a grip, I whisper. The void offers no argument. I turn back to regard the world below, hoping this time it will reveal something. Instead, I am disappointed, as usual. I cannot see a single strip of ocean or land. It's not clouds that cover it, but a single cloud, thick and unbroken, covering everything with small dashes of lighting breaking up the monotonous gray. A slight smile forms in my face. Maybe someone down there is looking up at me, cheering, or just glad that I keep this communications buoy alive and humming. Maybe. I slide back into the airlock and begin pressurizing. I keep the suit on longer than necessary, just in case. Just in case the O2 decides to fail. Maybe that would be good. I shed my suit and drift in the compartment, breathing in the recycled air. I keep my eyes closed and bask in the metallic scent and old refuse. The urge to open a window is overwhelming. After a while, something brushes the bridge of my nose. Paper, rough, too close. I open my eyes and focus on the note, already sighing at its contents. That is the final resupply. I grab it and flip the paper, already knowing the message I have read 100 times. God help us, and God bless you for your sacrifice. Maybe it's all worth it. Maybe it's not. I let go and the paper joins the other messages I have scrolled. The doodles, the personal anecdotes, the words of encouragement. They all float with the photos of people I will never see again. I plug the PDA from my suit into the console and begin downloading the data, hoping to pass some time that does not involve sleeping. I wish they sent up more pencils. Opening the laptop, I try to clean up the data stream. It is definitely a communication, a message of some sort, but the storms have scrambled it badly. I am not an audio engineer, but with finite time and nothing else to do, I can manage trying to read some dead people's mail. I see my arms again as I go to type. If anyone saw me now, they'd mistake me for an alien. My skin is pale, my frame gaunt. I blink constantly from the strain of staring at screens, so I probably look bug-like. The smell I have likely grown used to, but I am unshaven. My hair months long, any attempt to comb or brush it long discarded along with most decent human necessities. I spend hours hunched over the screen, trying to unscramble the audio. There are gaps in my memory, moments where I must have lost consciousness, though I barely recall them. East, Tango Whiskey. There's... Are smart. If there is... Listening. The pact is secure. Prot. Self. The pact is secure. Hail. The voice has an accent I cannot quite place. It drawls its words, high and imprecise, slipping in and out of clarity. I cannot make sense of what it is saying. Pact. I am not a religious man, but that is the first time I have heard anything like that. I clean up more of the audio. Anyone hearing this? Keep heading east. More of them come. Keep to your people. The pact is secure. To you listening? Keep up. The static keeps breaking it apart. I keep trying to clear it. To you listening, open up. You must join the pact. I keep working the filters, stripping away noise, boosting what little remains. The words land cleanly this time. To you listening, open up. A sudden bang slams into the wall. I stiffen and slam my head into the roof. Stars bursting across my vision. My body curls in on itself on instinct, spine flaring with pain. For a moment, I almost let myself drift away again. Then another bang hits the hull. I open my eyes and stare at the insulated wall. Breath loud. The station creaks, a deep metallic groan. Not like stress or thermal shift. It sounds burdened, as if weight has been added where there should be none. My thoughts race, grasping for explanations I don't believe. Thermal contraction, debris, pressure differential. Anything but intent. Is it what I saw? The thing out there? I stay still, I wait. The next impacts are smaller, measured, not collisions. Taps. My stomach turns, a slow, sickening drop, like missing a step in the dark. I glance towards the airlock and feel something cold settle behind my eyes. I don't have a viewport, no camera feed, just a sealed opening in the wall. The taps come again, closer, near the hatch. Knocking. The realization lands heavier than the sound itself. Someone, or something, is choosing where to probe. I think of how long it has been since anyone knew I was up here, since anyone spoke my name, since I was anything more than a cog in a machine. I want to shout, to announce myself, to demand answers. I don't. For the first time in what feels like a lifetime, I feel fear, so I wait. Nothing. My heart doesn't stop. I can't take a full breath. I float inside a 2-meter cube, attached like a tumor to a vast metal behemoth, and something is now probing, testing that small mass, testing if it can be opened up and squeezed empty into the void. But nothing happens. It could have been seconds or minutes. I fade in and out, despite the adrenaline. One final hit reverberates through my cell. This one sets the alarm off. The alarm screams, piercing through me as I scramble upright. I shove my arms into the suit, muscles tight, fumbling with clasps as red lights flash across the cabin. The helmet snaps into place, chest clip locked. I tug the tether from its hooks, coil it over my shoulder as I shove myself into the airlock chamber. The airlock spins up, hissing as it depressurizes, valves rattling under the strain. My heart hammers, lungs burning in the recycled air. I don't want whatever it is to catch me, so I kick off the hatch above, sliding out of the chamber just as the outer hatch opens up into the void. The tether catches, jerking me back from drifting too far. Stars stretch endlessly ahead, black and distant, as I fight to steady myself and get moving before whatever is out here decides I'm in reach. Once I turn, wrench in hand, I see nothing. Nothing but debris peppered across the hull. I take a strained breath. Sweat clings to my skin, pooling on my forehead. My eyes trace the damage from the impacts, and my fingers tighten around the wrench. A nightmare of work scattered in every direction. I yell, hurling the tool into the void. It spins once, twice, then drifts silently among the floating shards, a tiny protest against the emptiness. I let my gaze linger on the scattered debris a moment longer before I force myself to move. The tether is taut as I pull myself back towards the station. Each grip, each push reminds me how small I am against this cold, indifferent metal and the endless void beyond. I pause at the edge of my workstation, chest heaving, sweat stinging my eyes. The damage? It's worse than I first thought. Broken tiles, gouged panels, a mess that won't fix itself. Soon my hands and feet find purchase along the hull. I go to begin the routine again when a bright light catches my eye, a harsh yellow bloom, pushing up through the cloud cover below. It hurts to look at, even from here, just a single point of brightness forcing the clouds apart. My heart sinks at what it means. The explosion lingers in my vision longer after I look away. Again, I could cry, or laugh, or scream, or slam my fist into the hull, but what's the point? I float there and wait, blinking the afterimage from my eyes. Then I turn back to the void. I stare longer again, waiting for an answer. None comes. So I'll give it one. I return to the large satellite dish console beneath me. Fingers fly over the keys as I type in the override, shifting the satellite in tiny bursts, using what precious thrust it has for orbital corrections. I pointed at the brightest pinprick in the void, hoping, praying that it's correct. I connect the PDA again, opening the comms. I take a moment, letting my breath catch. Then I speak, voice trembling but steady, hoping it will carry. To anyone who can hear this, Mars has fallen. I repeat, Mars has fallen. My wife Madison and I are serious board gamers. We like the complicated ones best that take 2 to 3 hours to complete. Our good friend Jake is even more of a gamer than we are. He's single and can afford the latest releases, so we often test them at his place. This past weekend, he got a hold of a new board game and texted us, "I bought the coolest one ever. You guys should come over and play it." My wife and I were ecstatic. A night of gaming was just the break we needed. We hired a babysitter, got our house in order, and headed over to Jake's apartment for an evening of fun. After we stepped into Jake's apartment, we were surprised to see a beautiful woman setting up a table in the living room. "Hi everyone," Jake beamed, introducing us to his companion. "This is Liz. She's my new girlfriend." "Your girlfriend?" I asked. "Yeah, she's super into board games." Madison and I made our introductions. Liz seemed nice, but we were struck by her appearance. You see, Jake is what most people would describe as average looking. He rarely took care of his appearance and always wore the same clothes. Liz, in contrast, resembled a glittery influencer. She was clearly out of his league. "Nice to meet you," Liz said and shook my hand. Her skin felt surprisingly cold against mine. "Let's get this thing going." Jake slapped my back and motioned us to our seats. The board game was a mixture of all our favorites. There were elements of the classics, but enough new mechanics to keep things interesting. All throughout the game, I pushed myself, desperate to outdo Jake. "So close," he'd tease, scooping up a handful of resources from the bank. "But not ready to play with the big boys yet." About 30 minutes in, I noticed Liz casting glances at me. They were intense and focused, almost like she was checking me out. I leaned over to my wife and whispered, "You seeing this?" She glanced up from her cards. "What?" "Jake's girlfriend won't stop looking at me." Madison rolled her eyes and nudged my arm. "Sure, honey, you wish." But as the night went on, she began noticing it too. After a few more rounds, Madison began her questioning. "So, Liz, how long have you lived in Northern California?" "Oh, since I was 17, Liz said, playing with her hair. "I left for a few years, but came back." She gave Jake a heart-pounding kiss. "It's been so nice having this stud muffin around." "Stud muffin?" I glanced at my friend. "He's certainly no stud muffin. Maybe she likes his personality or sense of humor." I pushed away my thoughts and continued playing. After a few more rounds, Jake yawned and scooted out of his seat. "Anyone else want some popcorn? I'm starving." "I'll take some," Madison said. "I'll come with you." I got up and followed Jake out of the room. Once we were out of earshot, I pulled him aside. "Dude, what's up with your girlfriend?" "What do you mean?" "She keeps staring at me." Jake did a back and forth over his shoulder. "Okay, I know she's strange, but deep down she's a good person. Only problem is, she has this addiction. I can't keep her off me. She's like draining me every chance she gets." His eyes sparkled. "It's wonderful." "Just tell her to stop staring at me." Okay, I'll ask her to chill out. Relax, man. She's just free-spirited is all." Once the popcorn was ready, I grabbed a bowl and followed Jake back into the living room. I was surprised to see Madison and Liz were gone. No sooner had I set the bowl on the table than the back door opened. Madison and Liz stepped inside. "Oh, hey, honey. Did you want a soda, water, or—" "No, thanks." Madison fixed her collar, like she was hiding something. "Is everything all right?" "Yes." She crept back to the table, then froze mid-step, as if short-circuiting. "Actually, I need to use the restroom. BRB." She hurried out, and I furrowed my brow, confused by her behavior. After what seemed like a good 20 minutes, Madison's voice drifted in from the hall. "Will, can you come here for a second?" "Sure, babe." I got up and followed her voice. As soon as I reached the bathroom door, a pair of cold hands yanked me inside. "Yo, what the—" It was Madison. She was already lunging for my neck, her fingers tearing at my collar. "Babe, what are you—" "I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm just so hungry." "Hungry?" I shoved her off. "What are you talking about?" "You guys ready?" Jake's voice bled in from the living room. "Give me 5 seconds." I faced Madison, trying to ward her off. "Seriously, what's going on?" "I just need one bite." There was a loud banging at the door. "Come on, popcorn's getting cold." "I'll be right there." I turned and gasped at my wife's expression. Her gaze seemed feral and ravenous, like a mountain lion sizing up its prey. Just one. Screw this. I grabbed the door handle and noticed for the first time a bite mark on her neck. What the... Madison opened her jaws, revealing tiny incisor-like fangs. Please, it'll really help. She leapt toward me and I dove behind her, grabbed a towel and pinned her arms to her side. Straining, I set the towel between her jaws and pulled tight, like I was securing an alligator. Let go of me, her voice hissed. I must have backed into the door and nudged the handle because we were soon stumbling into the hall. Nice of you to join us. Jake's voice groaned from the living room. I turned to see him lying on the table. Liz was hunched over him, feasting on his flesh like a rat devouring raw meat. What? She sat up, wiped the blood from her lips. What is this? What are you? What did you do to my wife? Liz swallowed a pile of gore. All I did was teach her how to be beautiful, like me. I stared at Jake in horror. Disgusting bite marks covered his body. They seemed festered with infections, leaking out blood and pus. He was still alive. Somehow. Give me your flesh. Madison ripped the towel free and reached a hand behind her, almost tearing my left ear off. The hell? I shoved her into the wall and sprinted past Liz, and booked it for the front door. Don't let him escape, is all I heard as I wrenched it open and leapt outside. I managed to hide in the neighbor's bushes. Thankfully, nobody saw me enter. I watched as Madison exited the apartment and wandered along the road calling for me. Liz came out shortly after. I watched them sweep the block and stop at my car, peering in to see if I was hiding there. I could still hear Jake moaning from inside his apartment. It sounded like he was dying. After a few minutes, Liz and Madison gave up searching and returned to his place. It's been quiet for some time now. I know that if I can just book it to the car and call the police, I can make it out of this. I'm going to make a run for it. Wish me luck. I keep going back and forth on whether to post this. Part of me thinks writing it out will help me process it, and part of me thinks I sound like a lunatic, but whatever. Here goes. I do cleanouts for a living. Foreclosures mostly. Some abandoned rentals. Couple hoarder situations a year. Basically, once a bank or a landlord takes a property back, they call guys like me to go in and get everything out so they can sell it or rent it again. It's not glamorous work. Most days it's just garbage bags and trying not to gag. You see a lot of sad stuff. Family photos people left behind, kids' toys, one time a dog crate with the door still zipped shut, and I don't want to talk about that one. Point is, I've seen a lot of empty houses, and I've never had anything happen that I couldn't explain until 3 weeks ago. This place was a foreclosure in... redacted because I don't need that headache. Been empty at least a year, probably more. Had that wet wood smell that houses get when nobody runs the heat for a while. No power, windows were so grimy you could barely see through them. Standard stuff, honestly. I've seen way worse. I was working the upstairs bedrooms. Tiny closet in the back bedroom. Barely big enough for a rod and some hangers. There were a few coats still hanging, and behind them on the floor was a metal lockbox. Like the kind you'd keep documents in. The fireproof ones from Walmart or whatever. Okay, so this is the part where I have to be honest about something. Because people keep asking me, why didn't you just leave? And the answer is because at this point, nothing weird had happened yet. It was just a box in a closet. I open boxes and containers in these houses literally every day because sometimes there's stuff worth salvaging, and sometimes there's stuff the bank needs to know about. The box wasn't locked. Wasn't even latched all the way. Inside, one of those old chunky Polaroid cameras. A pack of film and a stack of photos face down. They looked blank on the back, just white. I picked them up to flip through them, and one slid off the stack and landed on my forearm where my sleeve was pushed up past my glove. Except it didn't land. It stuck, flat against my skin. Stuck. Like a sticker or like wet paper, except it wasn't wet. And immediately cold. Not cool, cold. Like I'd press an ice cube to my arm. I pulled it off quick and it made that sound. You know when you peel tape off skin? That ripping, tacky sound? It took a second to come free. There was a white rectangle on my arm where it had been. And I don't mean pale. I mean white. Like the color had been sucked out of my skin. Like you took a photo and erased one square of it down to nothing. I was still looking at that, trying to figure out what the hell, when I noticed the photo in my other hand was changing. It was developing. Or whatever the word is when a Polaroid goes from blank to showing an image. Except what it was showing was skin. My skin. I could see the freckle I have near my elbow. It was my arm, and right in the middle of the image was a dark square shape. I looked at my arm, looked at the photo. Same spot. Then my arm started hurting. Not like a cut or a sting. More like... Okay, you know when you press your thumb really hard into a muscle and hold it? That ache. But in a spot where there was no reason for it to hurt? The white rectangle on my skin started going purple while I watched. Not spreading out like a bruise normally does. Filling in. The color was filling in from the edges toward the center, staying perfectly inside the rectangle shape, like something was coloring it from the underneath. I put the photo down on the floor. Pain didn't stop. The photo finished developing and it showed my arm, with the bruise. Same shape, same size, same location. Like it had taken a picture of something that hadn't happened yet and then made it happen. I left. I want to say I was calm about it, but honestly, I just kind of walked out fast. Didn't run, but definitely wasn't casual about it. So the next morning the bruise looks like it's been there for days. Dark in the middle, tender when I press on it, perfectly rectangular, which I shouldn't have to tell you is not how bruises work. And the center of it is still lighter than the rest, almost pale. Also, and this is going to sound weird, but I swear, hair stopped growing inside the rectangle. Like that patch of skin wasn't mine anymore. Like it had been replaced with something that looked like skin but wasn't exactly. I should have left it alone. I know that. You know that. Everyone reading this knows that. But I went back to the house. I told myself I needed to finish the job because I do. They don't pay me if I don't finish. And I'm not about to lose a contract because I got freaked out by a piece of film. The box was still there. Everything was where I left it. Except the top photo on the stack wasn't blank anymore. It had developed on its own overnight, sitting in a dark closet in an empty house with nobody there. The image was the closet floor, the box, and a hand reaching toward it. My hand from earlier. But the angle was wrong. It was taken from inside the closet, from up high, like from the shelf above the rod, looking down at me opening the box. Nothing was on that shelf. I checked when I first found the box. There was nothing up there. I picked the photo up, had my work gloves on this time because I'm dumb, but not that dumb. It twitched. I need you to understand what I mean. I don't mean it moved because my hand was shaking. I mean the photo itself spasmed, like a muscle, like something alive. One quick twitch and then still again. The image started getting darker while I held it. The shadows in the closet and the picture were getting deeper. The inside of the box was going black, way blacker than it should be. And then something leaned forward out of that darkness in the photo. Not a face. That's what everybody asks me. Was it a face? No. It was more like a face-shaped dark spot. Like if darkness had layers and something pushed through from behind. My bruise lit up. Felt like someone put a cigarette out on my arm. I dropped the photo, yanked my glove off because my palm was burning now too. Red rectangle in the center of my palm, same size as the photo edge, right where my fingers gripped it through the glove. So obviously I took the whole box home. Yeah, I know. I don't have a good explanation for why I did that, except that I think I was already past the point of making smart decisions. I think when something impossible happens to you, your brain just kind of stops running the "is this a good idea" program and starts running the "I need to understand this" program, and you do stupid things. Kitchen table, I dump everything out. Camera, film, stack of photos. I'm just sitting there, staring at it like it's going to explain itself. The camera clicked. My hands were in my lap. I was not touching it. It clicked by itself. The mechanical sound of a Polaroid taking a picture. Then the motor noise. Then a photo slid out of the front. It slid across the table and stopped right in front of me. I don't mean it traveled because the table was tilted. My table isn't tilted. It slid across a flat surface and stopped in front of me like someone pushed it. I didn't pick it up. I just sat there and watched it develop. It was me, sitting at my kitchen table from across the room, like from the doorway to the living room. In the picture my left hand was up and there was a black square on my palm, not the red mark that was actually there. Black, like a hole. My real hand started burning, deep, not surface level, like the pain was coming from inside my hand, from the bones or the tendons or whatever is in there. I ran to the sink and held it under cold water and it didn't help at all. Watched the skin on my palm go white, then red, then this dark angry color. Perfect square edges like it was printed on me. The camera was pointed at me from the table. The lens was facing me. I had dumped it out randomly and somehow it landed pointed right at my chair. Or it moved. I don't know. I grabbed oven mitts and shoved the camera in a metal trash can and dumped all the film and photos in after it and put the lid on and wrapped the whole thing in packing tape. Took it to the garage. Felt like I was disposing of a body or something. Went to urgent care for my hand. Nurse wrapped it up and asked what I touched. I said, an old camera. She gave me this look like she wanted to ask more but didn't. They gave me burn cream and sent me home. That night I woke up because I heard it. That sound a Polaroid makes. The click and then the whirring right next to my head. Camera was on my nightstand, with a fresh photo sitting next to it. I left it in the garage. I taped the lid. I know I did. The new photo showed my hand, bandaged up, except in the photo the bandage was soaked through. Dark. Saturated. My actual hand started itching under the bandage, then stinging, then this pulling feeling like something under my skin was being tugged sideways. I ripped the bandage off and the burn had changed. The skin inside the rectangle was smooth. Not scarred smooth, but like new, shiny, like a different type of skin had been installed there, and in the dead center was a gray mark. It looked like a doorway, a tiny rectangular doorway shape in the middle of my palm. Camera clicked again. Another photo came out, then another one, then another. I didn't think. I grabbed it with the kitchen tongs, ran to the bathroom, threw it in the tub and dumped bleach, tile cleaner, drain opener, everything under the sink on top of it. Didn't even think about the fumes. Probably should have. The camera sank to the bottom of the tub and it sank wrong. Too fast. Way too heavy for what it was. Then it started whirring. Loud. Not the normal sound it makes. Angrier. Faster. Like it was trying to take photos rapid fire from underwater. My palm felt like something was pushing out from inside, pushing against my skin from underneath, trying to get through. I yelled. I'll admit that. I'm not going to pretend I was tough about it. I yelled and almost passed out and had to sit down on the bathroom floor. The skin inside the square on my palm cracked along the edges. Clean, straight cracks. And underneath the cracked skin was raw pink new skin, like something had been pressing into it from the inside, molding it. Then the camera stopped. Everything stopped. The whirring, the pressure in my hand, all of it just done. I left everything in the tub for 3 days. Didn't go near the bathroom. Used the kitchen sink to brush my teeth. I don't care if that's gross. When I finally went in there and fished stuff out, the photos were ruined. Warped and swollen and fused together. The camera looked partially melted, the plastic all warped and discolored. I thought, okay, it's over. Whatever that was, it's done. Then I picked up the photo from the stack and on the back of it, pressed into the surface like someone wrote it with a fingernail or words. Keep still while it develops. That night my phone wouldn't unlock. Face ID wouldn't work. I tried the passcode, tried fingerprints, looked at my fingers. The ridges were gone. My fingerprints, they were just smooth. Both hands, all 10 fingers, smooth like paper, like photo paper. It's been a few weeks now. Nothing else has happened. The rectangle scar on my palm is still there. Skin inside it still feels different, tighter, thinner. Gets cold sometimes randomly, real cold. Same cold I felt when that first photo stuck to my arm. My fingerprints haven't come back. I had to set up a new passcode for everything. Couldn't even log into my banking app for 3 days. Try explaining to your bank that you need a password reset because a haunted camera stole your fingerprints. You can't. You just say you forgot it. I don't know what was in that camera. I don't know what it was trying to do to me. I don't know if that gray doorway shape on my palm is what I think it is. But sometimes at night my hand gets cold in that spot, and it feels like something on the other side is pressing back, waiting for another picture. So yeah, don't touch old Polaroids you find in empty houses, because whatever's on the other side of that film, it doesn't just take pictures, it takes prints. Growing up in Appalachia, I heard all types of stories and scary things that go bump in the night. The old coal man, the headless mule, and Miss Myra from a ways away. You know the stories. As tough little country kids, none of them scared us. At least they ain't scared us half as much as the pitch black dark on a summer's night. That is, none except Meemaw. Papa never told us kids why. He told us not to mention her. Us grandkids thought it was kindly strange because Meemaw was always part of our lives. He must have been married to the woman since God knows when. Meemaw put out our church clothes on Sundays. She made us grandkids breakfast every time we stayed over too, and it was always our favorites. But none of us were allowed to acknowledge her. I remember Cousin Patty one summer morning came running from the crick clear across Papa's front acre saying Meemaw needed help. Patty said she was hurt something awful, and he begged, cried for Papa to help. Now, I remember climbing up over a grassy hill to try to take a look. Sure enough, Meemaw was there, turned over on her side in her black dress, wailing while she clutched her stomach. Papa, Papa clasped his wrinkly palm across my mouth so fast it felt like a slap. Shut your mouth now, Mary Sue, and leave it be. He told us as tears welled up in my eyes, grew, and trickled down through the hairs on the back of his hand. Papa was a gentleman, and surely hadn't treated me like that before. My heart was broken. I used Papa's office phone to call my mom. My mama come and got me from Papa that day after I called her, and I tried to tell her what happened. She gave Papa a look that could kill. I remember how ashamed Papa looked. It was a few years later that Papa died. Like most fellas of his time and of that age, his heart gave out one sunshiny morning. His funeral was intense. Us grandbabies, all 10 of us at the time, we sat together in a row on a wooden pew. We cried while folks gave speeches about our Papa, speeches about how good a man he was. We wailed like the dead. To some of my cousins, Papa was the only father figure they rightly had. They'd lost the only good man they'd ever know in the whole lives of theirs, and at such a young age. Their own dad's been lost to shine, the mines, and the type of typical recklessness menfolk tend to get into. Mima sat with us at the end of our row. She was holding baby Christina in her lap. Christina was just 2 years old, and she surely didn't understand what was going on, but she picked up on the sadness somehow, the finality. Baby Christina was just woeful the whole funeral long, crying into Mima's bosom. Mima never spoke a word. While they put Papa on the ground, they'd left us grandbabies in a little wooden playpen sort of thing that they had in the rec room of the church. Our moms and dads just left us there. The only one didn't leave us was Mima. Most of the cousins knew that Papa had taught us never to acknowledge Mima. Definitely, we knew never to speak with her. The little ones like Christina didn't know so well. In a corner of the playpen, Mima crouched onto her knees, her long, sheer black dress draped over her. Baby Christina sat, looking up at her when I decided I had to do something. "Tina, baby, come here, baby. Cousin Mary misses you." I waved my hands at her, beckoning sweetly to come and play. I reached in my dress pocket and pulled out some kind of knockoff dollar store Barbie I had with me. I shown her the little blonde doll and waved it at her. Baby Christina's eyes lit up with wonder, and she started wobbling her way across the rug to me. Mima lifted her head, which was covered in what looked like a wedding veil, only black as coal. Her head angled to me and struck me with a cold sensation of fear like I'd never felt before. "Come play Barbies, Tina." I wagged my doll towards baby Christina once more. "Come on, you can pick her pretty dress, baby." Something inside me told me I had to get baby Christina away from Mima in that moment. Baby Christina kept weebling and wobbling to and fro, getting closer. My older cousins Samantha and Jamie joined in. "Come on, baby," we all shouted. We ushered her towards us by gesturing with our hands. It was then that Mima stood, only she was much too tall. Her veiled head and neck were so high, they bent forward across the ceiling. She got so close. Baby Christina, that is. She'd had one hand on my knockoff Barbie doll when Mima peeled her back. Baby Christina cried something mighty, like nothing I ever heard before or since. Mima had her now, clutched in her 2 long arms. Behind Mima's veil, her cold white dead eyes bore holes into me and I think into all of my cousins. Mima turned with baby Christina tucked under one arm and slid open a window with ease. Mima put one leg through and then the other, and within moments she was gone. When the police came, they asked us all sorts of questions about what happened. Us grandbabies tried to tell them about Mima taking our baby cousin away. The only thing was, there was no Mima. At least there was no Mima that any of our parents claimed to know. No one was at Papa's funeral that day that fit her description. It wasn't until a few years ago that my mother admitted to me that she was adopted by Papa. All my aunts and uncles were. They said that Papa never married, at least not that they knew of. They act like they never knew about our Mima, or any woman that cared for us grandbabies back at Papa's house. All I know for sure is that some mountain woman took my baby cousin that day. I only wish Papa had been alive to stop her. I don't have a lot of time to organize this because it gets harder to hold thoughts in place the longer I try to write them. They move. I know that sounds like I'm speaking metaphorically, but I am not. The thoughts rearrange themselves, and when I reread things, they feel edited slightly like someone corrected them, but not fully. This started a few days ago, but maybe earlier. and I just didn't see it yet. I realize conversations aren't stable. People are saying things that have two tracks, the normal one and the one meant for me. It happens in person, but it's stronger through screens. Yesterday, the news anchor paused mid-sentence and blinked 3 times in uneven timing, and then continued reading. That is not normal blinking. I rewound it, and it only happened the first time, which means it was live targeting, not recorded. I know people will say that's impossible, but explain why it didn't repeat when I rewound. My apartment has been quieter, but also louder at the same time. I can hear small electrical sounds behind the walls that weren't there before, like clicking and faint chirping, almost like insects but metallic. It gets louder when I try to relax or when I start thinking about whether this is being monitored. When I stop thinking about it, it fades like it's waiting for my attention. I covered my laptop camera and unplugged the router, but my phone still vibrates randomly with no notifications. It's not a normal vibration pattern. It feels like it's trying to sync with my pulse or maybe influence it. I held it against my chest and it matched my heartbeat for a few seconds and then stopped when I noticed. There are messages hidden in normal posts online. I know Reddit has moderation, but certain phrases keep appearing across different subreddits, from accounts that don't know each other. The phrase, "keep the window open," showed up 4 separate times today in unrelated posts about weather, computer cooling, and houseplants. This is not coincidence. Windows are about access. I tried going outside to clear my head, but people kept glancing at me in a synchronized way. Not everyone, just enough that it forms a pattern if you map it. A man across the parking lot dropped his keys right when I started thinking about leaving town. That felt like a warning or maybe confirmation that movement is being tracked. Time is also slipping slightly. I lose small chunks like pages torn out of a notebook. I'll look at the clock, and then suddenly 40 minutes has passed, but I don't remember moving or doing anything. The lights feel brighter afterward, like something adjusted while I wasn't fully present. I wrote reminders on paper because paper is harder to alter, but I found one of my notes folded differently than how I left it, and the handwriting looked heavier, like someone pressed the pen harder while copying it. I live alone. There is no reason for that to happen. I'm starting to think this isn't surveillance in the normal sense. It feels more like calibration, like they are testing responses and adjusting variables around me to see what I notice and how I react. Conversations, sounds, advertisements, even weather alerts seem too specifically timed. I haven't slept properly because when I start to drift off, I hear my name almost spoken but not fully formed, like it's caught in someone's throat or coming through a bad speaker. The last time it happened, it sounded like it came from the inside of the room, instead of the outside of it. I checked everywhere, closets, vents, behind furniture. Nothing but the air feels thicker at night, like it's crowded. I know someone reading this is going to say stress or carbon monoxide or paranoia. I already bought detectors. They're fine, or at least they say they are fine, but I don't know how much I trust devices anymore because devices are the easiest thing to change remotely. I tried calling a friend earlier and halfway through the call, I couldn't tell if the pauses in conversation were normal or if he was receiving prompts. His responses felt slightly delayed, like subtitles catching up to dialogue. I hung up because I didn't know if continuing the conversation would give them more information about how I think. If this post gets removed or edited, then that confirms this is being filtered. If it stays up, I don't know if that means they want it visible or if they're watching who responds. I'm not trying to cause problems. I just need to document that something shifted and I noticed it. Things are too aligned, too responsive to internal thoughts. The world feels like it's leaning closer than it used to. If anyone else has noticed signals hidden in normal behavior or sudden synchronization between electronics, strangers, and media, please respond, but be careful how specific you are. I don't know which words trigger attention yet. I'm going to stay awake tonight and write down every sound and pattern I notice, so there's a record that can't be erased all at once. If I stop updating suddenly, it probably means they finished adjusting whatever they started. I've spent most of my adult life explaining complex things to people who don't want equations, which is to say I'm a scientist who learned very early how to make terrifying ideas sound harmless. When people ask me about quantum entanglement, I don't talk about mathematics or probability amplitudes. I talk about pairs. I say imagine two things that touch once, just once, and from that moment on, no matter how far apart they are pulled, they remain linked. Change the state of one, and the other responds instantly, not because anything traveled between them, but because separation was never fully achieved. The universe remembers the interaction. It does not forget. There is an older story that says the same thing in less forgiving language. Aristophanes wrote about it in Plato's Symposium, how humans were once whole beings, round and complete, powerful enough that the gods feared us. Zeus split us in half not to teach us love, but to weaken us, to make us manageable, condemning us to wander the earth longing for reunion, mistaking the pain of incompleteness for romance. People like to tell that story at weddings. They never linger on the punishment part. I didn't think either story applied to people in any literal sense until I met him. It happened once. Only once. In a church I didn't belong to, on a day heavy with license and obligation. He was older than me by decades, old enough that the attraction should have been theoretical, harmless, easily dismissed. He had a wedding ring, a family, a life already spoken for. When our eyes met, something in my body recalibrated without my consent, like a system suddenly forced into alignment, and I remember having to sit down because the floor felt unreliable beneath my feet. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. From that moment on, my life developed a background hum, a low, constant tension I couldn't trace to any immediate cause. I lived responsibly. I kept my distance. I did not pursue him. We crossed paths rarely, always accidentally, always briefly, in places that belonged to neither of us. Funerals, hospital corridors, once, years later, a sidewalk on Valentine's Day, couples flowing past us carrying flowers and balloons while we talked about the weather because it was the only safe thing left to say. He was careful in the way people are careful when they know exactly what they're avoiding. I was careful too, because knowledge doesn't grant permission. Entanglement doesn't require proximity. That's the part people misunderstood. Once a system has interacted, once its states have been linked, distance becomes irrelevant. You can isolate the particles, shield them, place them light years apart, and still, a change in one is reflected in the other. No signal, no delay, just correlation, persistent and absolute. The system behaves as if it resents being forced apart. I felt him in the quiet ways that don't leave evidence. Sudden calm with no explanation. Sudden grief that arrived ahead of news. Nights where my body refused sleep, restless and alert, like it was waiting for something it couldn't see. Later, I would learn he'd been ill during one of those stretches, anxious during another. I stopped calling it coincidence after the pattern stabilized. This is where the horror actually begins. Though from the outside it looked like discipline, like restraint, like maturity, I maintained distance. I didn't insert myself into his life. I didn't confess anything. I didn't fracture anything fragile. But the energy had nowhere to go, so it turned inward. I became erratic in small, socially acceptable ways, obsessive about my work, detached from relationships that didn't resonate, unwilling to plan futures that extended very far. I lived as if part of me was already elsewhere, already occupied. Love that endures does not soften, it pressurizes. When he died, it was not sudden or dramatic. It was medical, expected, surrounded by people who loved him in all the ways that mattered legally and morally and publicly. I found out afterward, through careful messages and softened language, and I remember sitting very still, waiting for the pain to arrive. It didn't. What arrived instead was collapse, not grief as people understand it, not tears or anguish, but something structural giving way. The background tension vanished all at once, and with it went my orientation. It felt like losing gravity, like a constant force had been removed and nothing rushed in to replace it. For the first time since meeting him, my chest was quiet, and the quiet was unbearable. That's when I stopped living in any meaningful sense. I continued existing. I ate, I slept, I went to work. Habits are stubborn things, but I stopped investing in time. Days flattened. The future became abstract. Everything felt like an after-image, like I was moving through a world that had already finished happening. I understood, with a clarity that frightened me, why some people die shortly after their spouses do, why grandmothers fade within months of grandfathers being buried, why we frame it as romance instead of what it really is. A system, returning to equilibrium. Entangled particles tend toward the same state. When one collapses, the other follows. Not because it wants to, not because it chooses to, but because it was never designed to remain independent indefinitely. Separation holds only as long as both states are sustained. I don't miss him the way people expect. There is no sharp pain, no dramatic longing. What I miss is the tension, the pull, the proof that something in the universe was still responding to me. Without it, everything feels inert. I move, but nothing reacts. I speak, but nothing answers. The ancient Greeks weren't romantic. They were warning us. The gods didn't separate us to make love meaningful. They separated us because love that endures destabilizes systems, fractures order, makes people unreliable. Love that doesn't fade doesn't ennoble you. It erodes you quietly until you are no longer fit for the life you are expected to lead. It's Valentine's Day as I write this, and people are celebrating love like it's something that sustains you, something that keeps you alive. I know better now. Love that lasts does not sustain. It dismantles. It leaves you partially collapsed, still technically functioning, but no longer whole. I didn't start out believing I was in danger. That would have been easier. Something sharp and actionable. Something I could fight or flee from. What I felt instead was adjustment. The way systems recalibrate quietly before anyone notices anything has gone wrong. My heart rate began dropping at the same hour every night, slow and deliberate, as if it was practicing. My left hand went numb for minutes at a time, then returned to normal without explanation. I woke with bruises that didn't hurt, small and round, exactly where IV lines had once been threaded into his skin. I told myself it was stress, grief, neurology misfiring under prolonged strain. So I did what I have always done when something refuses to stay in the realm of metaphor. I measured it. I pulled his medical records. I overlaid timelines. I compared decay curves and physiological markers and found correlations that were not poetic or interpretive but statistical, repeatable, indifferent to my feelings. The closer he had come to death, the more unstable my own system became, like a coupled oscillator losing amplitude. Entangled systems resist asymmetry. They seek equilibrium, not emotionally, mechanically. That's when I stopped telling people I was grieving. I wasn't. I was drifting. The silence I felt after he died wasn't peaceful. It was alignment beginning to assert itself. Without the counterforce of his presence, my state began narrowing, my range collapsing, like a waveform being observed too closely for too long. Days feel thinner now. Time compresses around certain hours, especially the hour he died. Sometimes clocks stall. Sometimes I lose minutes standing in rooms I don't remember entering. The world hasn't become hostile. It has become precise. The calling doesn't sound like his voice. That would be kinder. It feels like pressure, like a gentle but persistent hand at my back, correcting my posture towards something inevitable. It's strongest when I'm still, when I'm not distracted by work or movement or noise. It's strongest near places where boundaries are thin, hospitals, churches, mirrors. I don't think it's asking me to die. I think it's reminding me I'm unfinished. People talk about grandmothers who die shortly after their husbands as if it's devotion, as if love carries them gently into death. They don't talk about the weeks beforehand, the confusion, the withdrawal, the way life seems to lose friction. They don't talk about the possibility that a system simply cannot sustain imbalance forever, that something ancient and impersonal begins closing the distance. I am still alive. I am still capable of writing this, but I can feel my margins shrinking, my reactions slowing, my sense of self thinning, like something is being conserved elsewhere. I don't know when the correlation will complete. I only know it will not announce itself. Systems like this never do. That's why I'm writing now. Not because I want help in the way people usually mean it, but because I need someone to know that love that endures is not benign. It is not romantic. It is not safe. It binds states together long after morality and circumstance say they should remain separate. If you feel it too, that quiet pull, that sense of responding to something you can't see, pay attention. Not everything that feels like love is meant to be survived. I don't know what the universe will ask of me next. I only know it's already started asking. When I was just a young fella, my mama gave me a guitar for my 10th birthday. She had gotten the old acoustic secondhand, spent all her tip money from the diner on it. The thing was worn and couldn't hold a tune for anything. It sat awkwardly on my little lap, much too big for a boy my age. But it was a gift from my mama, and I loved my mama. So I loved it. I played it every day. You keep up your playing, boy, and one day you'll make something great of yourself. She used to say as I fumbled around the fretboard. We couldn't afford lessons, so as I got older I would go downtown and watch the street performers play. If I ever had $1, I would put it in one of their jars and ask them for tips. I was determined. I never wanted to be a rock star, and learning the guitar didn't change that. I didn't really care much for the idea of being famous. I just wanted to be good at something. Necessity will change a man. As I aged, life had treated me poorly, and that was mostly my own fault. I was never much for schooling. Managed to squeeze through high school by the skin of my teeth, but college was out of the question. Holding down a 9 to 5? Hell, that wasn't for me either. I didn't have the work ethic or the academic drive. But what I did have was my music. To my own credit, I had never stopped playing that guitar, and now I could play it pretty good. Music wasn't making me rich, but it was putting food on the table. I played on the streets and in local bars and restaurants. I drew in a big enough crowd for the establishments to keep inviting me back, and between the free food and drinks and the tips, I was earning a living. I knew Mr. Carwile was trouble the moment he approached me. The look in his eyes when he shook my hand said it all. He wasn't looking at an equal, but a tool, an opportunity. I should have told him to kick rocks. but my set had ended and I was a couple of beers deep, and in an amicable mood, so I heard him out. Mr. Carwile and his associates owned a small club and casino in town, and he told me I could be their house musician for the lounge. I would get to play multiple nights weekly, whenever there wasn't an out-of-town act booked. I gotta admit it sounded great. I was still going to get free food and drinks, but I would finally have the promise of an consistent paycheck, in addition to any tips. Wesley said I even get a monthly bonus for house chips to use in the casino. That was an obvious trap, and I walked right into it. Gambling was a vice that I didn't have the skill set to feed. I burned through my bonuses like wildfire every month. Before long, I started putting my own money into the casino. I was addicted. Eventually, Mr. Carwile offered me some advice, and like an idiot, I accepted. My debt piled up, and by the time I realized it was a problem, they pulled the rug on me. One day the lounge needed a musician. The next day it didn't. I was informed that since I was no longer an employee, I needed to pay back what was owed, immediately. When I couldn't, some guys showed up to my house and worked me over real good. An ugly guy with a lazy eye held me down on my own kitchen table and put my fingers in a pair of meat shears. I cried real tears for the first time in a decade and begged him not to take my fingers. Those boys laughed at my misery and took everything of value I had. They told me I had a month and left me with nothing, just the clothes on my back and my mama's guitar. In the backwoods of Mississippi, when all hope is gone and a man is truly at his wit's end, there's only one thing left for him to do. On a dusty crossroad, I stood in the dead of night and offered up the only thing I had left, spilling my blood into dirt. The Bible says the devil comes like a roaring lion, but the one that appeared before me took the form of a smiling shadow. He answered my call with a look of bemusement on his face. I held out that old acoustic and I pleaded. I wanted the fame. I needed the fame. Without it, I was a dead man. Laughter boomed like rolling thunder throughout the valley as that old serpent rejected my proposal. Mama, bless her soul, had gotten me baptized as an infant. Wretch of a man that I was already spoken for. He wanted nothing to do with me. My plight was my own. I was busking outside a local pub when they caught up to me again. Devil or not, I tried my damnedest to make back what I owed. But it still wasn't enough. My fists were balled tight as they kicked and stomped me into the curb. They could break my body, but I couldn't let them take my fingers. Maybe my head was going loopy from the beating, but as those gorillas kicked my stuff in, I swore I saw that shadow at their backs, watching, laughing. I said a silent, infernal prayer, offering up one last plea, one final bargain to the powers beyond the veil, before prostrating myself at the feet of my assailants. Wait, please, just let me play one more time, I croaked, breath ragged from the abuse they had laid out on my ribcage. One more show. Let me play one more and I swear I can make back what I owe. Please. Greed outweighed malice that day and earned me a stay of execution. I was walking with a limp when I pulled myself onto the stage at the lounge. It took only a moment to realize that I was in a den of lions. Mr. Carwile and his associates were in the audience, along with their muscle and some friends, and high rollers that had earned their good graces. Not a single paying audience member was in attendance. A final joke at my expense. I limped over to the house equipment and picked up the black Les Paul from its stand. "Hold on there, son," Mr. Carwile called to me, a sneer on his face. "You don't work here anymore. That's house equipment. You gotta use your own." I saw the shadow in the back of the room, smiling. It nodded at me, and a determined grin crept onto my face. I picked up Mama's guitar and began to play. I laid down a mean line with the bass strings, the meanest line I had ever licked. The droning rhythm crunched and growled, distorting to my whim. I was playing Mama's old acoustic. But it didn't matter. My wish had been granted. The rhythm boomed over the lounge like it was backed by a full PA system. I had a demon in my strings now, and I was going to let it out. The audience's eyes grew wide at my performance, the rhythm needling its way into their mind, into their souls. A young man in the front row perked up first, fresh out of college, high on life, buying his way to the top with daddy's money. He had a pretty little thing on his arms, and they were both froth and desire. I could see it in their eyes. They pawed and ripped at each other's garments and crawled onto the stage. He took her raw right at my feet, rutting like a buck in heat as I picked up the tempo. Moans of pleasure mixed with the wails of my finger, picking as I played a melody, leading the pair closer and closer to completion. I cut their climax short with an abrupt pinch harmonic. The guitar screeched and an unholy sound echoed throughout the room. The couple's moans of pleasure transformed to cries of pain. The young man gave in to darker desires and wrapped his arms around that girl's throat and began to squeeze. I started back in with my bass line. The woman screamed and clawed at him, her own desire twisting to hate. She fought back with ferocity, gouging his eyes and leaving his face in ruin before he crushed her windpipe. The whole room sat entranced, but the fixers and the hitmen were the next to fully lose themselves to my spell. My fingers bled as I ripped a mournful arpeggio out over the crowd. All the greed and lies, the violence and betrayals, it all churned within them and boiled over, their worst selves being forced to the surface at the whim of my playing. The demon I turned loose, wrenched at their souls and whispered blasphemy into their minds, coercing them to act on their most base desires. Those evil men who got a twisted pleasure from breaking bones and tearing flesh in the name of the almighty dollar, now turned that rage onto one another. With knives and bare fists, they tore each other apart and decorated my stage in blood. I didn't even need to improvise anymore. I just kept the droning rhythm coming. The room was too far gone now. I stepped to the side as two men rolled onto the stage. The guys that had beaten me in the street now wrestled with one another. They grappled and twisted for control, intent to kill clear in their eyes. I smiled as the lazy-eyed guy that had taken so much pleasure in my tears lost his grip and ended up on the bottom. The other man straddled him now and turned his face into an unrecognizable pulp, beating his knuckles raw into Lazy Eye's skull to the tune of my guitar. Gun smoke filled the air. The executives and the higher-ups were turning on each other, generations of backstabbing slime, now convinced they had to kill off the competition. I watched as one old man's skull erupted from behind, a hollow point fragmented in his cranium, and sprayed the room with bits of bone and brain matter. His business associate turned executioner laughed in glee, only to meet the same fate at the hands of another, the next row back. Mr. Carwile rose and approached the stage. A man who never thought of me as a person, a man who wouldn't have let me lick the crap from his shoes if it saved me from starving, now knelt at my altar of depravity. I let the guitar wail as he slit his own throat at my feet. I kept playing until every one of them fell to the music, finally stopping when only myself and the shadow remained. The silence felt thick as I looked over the carnage from the stage. The lounge had been transformed into an unholy abattoir. Their blood, their tears, their seed, they had spilled it all for me and now lay in ruin. The devil may not have wanted me, but I had offered him a different bargain. When he followed me into that pit of sin and saw the evil dwelling in the hearts of those men, well, he just couldn't resist. I felt the room grow cold as the shadow offered up a single round of applause, grin spreading wider than ever. I tipped my head, giving a polite bow, and exited the stage. The devil took his souls, and I took my leave. I'm still not famous. Our bargain was a one-time deal, or so I thought. Sometimes when I'm playing, I can see that look start to creep back into certain faces out in the crowd. I've had to cut so many performances short that now I just stick to playing in the streets. They say you can never know what's really inside a person. But I can, and the truth is ugly. The devil hangs over me like a vulture, waiting to snatch the carrion left in my wake. Sometimes when there's a particularly vile crowd, I'll finish my set and feed the old guy. Maybe that's his hold on me, twisting my own hatred just enough to play the role of judge. I know I'm lucky to have my soul, but I want to be free again. Guess there's a bit of that greed in all of us. I've never been big on books or computers, but I'm out here doing my research now. A bona fide holy man is harder to find than you might think. I'm going to keep looking, and any help you can all provide is appreciated. Until then, if you ever hear a man playing on the streets of Mississippi, put $1 in his jar. You might be buying me lunch. It's not ideal, but I'm going to keep on keeping on, with the devil at my back and a demon in my strings. I tried to cancel a gym membership. That's how it started. It was one of those 7-day free trials that quietly converts into a paid plan. I forgot about it, and a week later I was charged $49.99. Annoying but normal. I logged into the website to cancel and got an error saying, "Account not found." I reset my password. No account associated with this email. This didn't make sense because I still had the confirmation email and the receipt. The charge was sitting on my credit card statement. I called customer service. The woman asked for my full name and last 4 digits of my gym membership number. I could hear her typing. Then there was a pause that lasted a little too long. She told me they had no record of me in their system. I gave her the transaction ID from the receipt. She put me on hold and came back saying that transaction number did not exist either. I decided to go down to the gym in person. The girl at the counter scanned the QR code from my confirmation email. Her screen flashed red and showed invalid member. She tried searching my name, phone number, and email manually. Nothing came up. She called the manager, who asked to see my identification. I handed him my driver's license. He typed in the number, stared at the screen for a while, and then looked at me in a way that made my stomach tighten. "This isn't a valid format," he said. He handed the license back carefully, almost gently, and suggested I contact authorities if I suspect identity theft. His voice was flat, devoid of the empathy you give a human being in distress. I looked at my photo on the card. For a second, I thought my eyes looked faded, like an old Polaroid left in the sun. I walked out into the sunlight, but I didn't feel the warmth. I felt like I was evaporating. On the way home, my hands wouldn't stop trembling slightly on the steering wheel. I told myself it was stress, just stress. When I got home, I logged into the government portal to double-check my records. The login page said my identification number was not recognized. I stared at the message longer than necessary, waiting for it to correct itself. I refreshed, same result. I tried my tax account, no record found. That was the moment the air in my room felt thinner. I have been working for 9 years. I have filed taxes every year. I have a housing loan. I remember signing those documents. I remember the ink on my fingers. My banking app still open. Seeing my balance gave me a wave of relief so strong I almost laughed. Proof. Something still tied to me. But when I tapped into my housing loan section, it read error, customer record unavailable. The words felt clinical and cold. I called the bank. The agent asked for my identification number. She placed me on hold. The silence on the line felt heavier this time. When she returned, her voice had shifted into something distant. "Hi, mister. That identification number does not exist in our database." I felt my throat tighten. "I've been with your bank for 15 years. We have no record of you holding any accounts with us." That was when fear stopped being abstract and became physical. My heartbeat felt too loud in my ears. I checked my photo gallery. Holidays were there, dinners with friends were there, but every image of official documents was gone. My graduation certificate, employment contract, loan paperwork, even photos I remembered taking for record keeping. All gone. It felt like someone had reached into my past and carefully extracted anything that proved I was real on paper. I drove to my parents' house without thinking it through. I needed something solid, something biological. I asked my dad if he still had a copy of my birth certificate. He looked at me with confusion that slowly turned into something else. Pity. "We lost a baby before your sister was born," he said softly. "We never had another son." His words felt like they passed through me instead of into me. I laughed, but the sound came out thin. My dad did not laugh. He avoided my eyes. I showed them a photo from last year's reunion dinner. My sister sat between them, smiling. The chair where I clearly remember sitting was empty. I felt a cold wave move through my body. Not shock, not panic. Just a quiet understanding that something fundamental was wrong. When I returned to my unit, security stopped me. He asked which unit I was visiting. I told him 3607. He checked the system and told me it belonged to someone named... I insisted it was mine. He turned the monitor toward me. The name was there in clean digital text. I felt suddenly tired, like arguing would require more energy than I had left. I checked my wallet in the lift. My driver's license was gone. In its place was a blank piece of plastic cut to the same size. I stared at it for a long time, turning it under the light, hoping the numbers would appear at the right angle. My phone still unlocks with my face, for now, but every contact name has been replaced with unknown. My message history is intact, but without names attached. The conversations feel like they belong to someone else. I am writing this because Reddit still allows me to log in. Seeing my username appear on the screen is the only thing grounding me right now. I do not know how long that will last. An hour ago I received another email from the gym. It thanked me for renewing my subscription. I opened the PDF attachment. It read, "Dear Mr." Below that was a block of text I couldn't process, and beneath it, in smaller font, one final line. Identity reassignment complete. I refreshed the page. My Reddit profile in the top right corner flickered for a split second. It didn't change. Not yet. But when I opened my profile settings now, under account, there was a field I have never seen before. Account status. Pending replacement. I was never good connecting with people. That is why I ended up in this forum. A hole where we go, the ones that hate our office jobs but are too tired to quit. The kind of places where one enters to feel connection with real people while surrounded by gaudiness. That is where I met Jay. There was no magical connection. We were just two boring guys throwing stuff about our jobs in the general chat at 2 a.m. At the start, I thought Jay was a dedicated troll or a roleplay writer very deep in his character. His complaints were weird. He didn't complain about the air conditioning. He complained that the oxygen filters of Sector 4 tasted like rust. He didn't talk about the subway. He spoke of the magnetic capsules that always vibrate too much. I followed the current because it was fun. It was better than working on my spreadsheets. But with time, it stopped being funny. Jay was not inventing anything. He spoke of the Great Blackout of '85 like it was basic history from primary school. His descriptions of what he saw through his window gave me chills. He didn't speak of the gray sky of always. He described a city that looked like a living organism, with buildings of glass and metal growing upwards like mushrooms. Eating the horizon I thought I knew. Jay wrote to me from 2112. And the worst is that our lives were equally pathetic. Until Jay got the job. Core maintenance. Jay was out of himself when they hired him. He told me the city finally was going to wake up, that the arrival of the new biotech systems was going to change everything, and that he would be there in first line. I remember his message. He was euphoric. We don't use silicone anymore. Kbron, it is meat. Processors of neuronal tissue. Living hardware. They have veins. You can feel how they pulse. He felt like a kid with a new toy. Said the machine was going to manage reality. That there would be no more traffic or blackouts because the system predicted the needs before anyone even thought them. Finally, he felt his talent was not going to rot in an office, but that he was building the future. I was happy for him. And then, I got run over. Nothing cinematic. An Uber skipped a stop sign while I was crossing. 3 weeks in the hospital, broken clavicle, and a depression of a horse. I lost my cell phone in the accident, and honestly, when I got out, I didn't have desire to talk to anyone. Not even Jay. I isolated myself. Months passed. I convinced myself Jay was just a crazy guy with too much free time or a role player with much imagination. I forgot the topic. Until 3 hours ago. My phone vibrated. Unknown number, local area code, but with too many digits. It was Jay. The message wasn't a formal letter. It was paragraphs vomited, full of finger errors. Written by someone who knows his time is ending. Don't apologize. Don't even try to explain why you disappeared those months. I already know. When I entered the core registry to see what had failed in my life, I saw the tree of causes and effects. I saw your name there, lost between millions of data. I saw the report of your traffic accident, the car model, your clavicle diagnosis, the exact days you would pass unconscious. The system had it registered in its map of certainties since decades ago. The system knew you were going to shut up. It read that pain and trauma would keep you far from the keyboard enough times so my loneliness reached critical point. You are just like everyone else. One more adjustment variable, friend. In the core registry, I saw the simulation. It was a perfect video. I was on the walkway of Sector 7. I saw how my body leaned. I don't know if I slipped on oil or if simply my muscles gave up, but I saw myself falling direct to the main generator. And the sound? God, it wasn't a scream. It was that violent buzz of high tension, a dry crack, and then that electric hiss that vibrates in your teeth. I saw myself cooking in a discharge of 400,000 volts, and the system played it again and again like it was a tutorial. Jay told me he tried to change it. Reported sick, locked in his room. But the system doesn't manufacture the future. It predicts it with cold exactitude. Yesterday arrived a mandatory work order. Priority Alpha. The place? Sector 7. The task. Repair a logic error on the walkway. And attached to the work order came the file of closing of my shift. Cause of leave? Work accident. It wasn't a threat. It was an administrative fact. The system already had processed my death to square the accounts of the quarter. You don't understand, the message followed. It's not that they want to kill me. It is that the system already knew about my imminent death. My absence had already been covered months before it happened. The system needs that failure to activate the renovation protocol of the sector. My death is a logical consequence. I am a statistic sacrifice in a spreadsheet that has no feelings. The worst is that, reading it, I didn't feel rage. I felt it made sense. That my life only served so that algorithm squared its numbers. I write you because you were the only real thing, and because I need from you. I need to avoid this happening. I must try, and you, friend, I think you can help me. They already used you. You already fulfilled your function of absent friend. So now you are a free variable. If you read this, if someone back there knows this is not an accident, maybe it generates a parity error. A bug. They just blocked the door of the room. Only opens if I accept the route to work. My legs move alone. I have fear. I don't want to go. The message cuts there. I tried to call. The number does not exist. I have been shaking for hours, looking through the window, waiting to see something that shouldn't be there. Before I thought the accident was fault of the drunk driver. Now I think it was a mathematical correction. That thing, that mass of synthetic neurons that hasn't even been invented yet, hit me with a car 3 months ago to make sure its repair in 2112 happened without setbacks. Jay is already dead, and hasn't even been born yet. He doesn't exist yet, and his destiny is already determined. And I am here, writing this with one hand because the other still hurts when weather changes. I post this only to fulfill the last will of Jay, to try to be that bug. But being honest, if the system could orchestrate my accident with that millimetric precision, probably it also calculated that I would write this post. Probably calculated that you would read it, and calculated that you would do nothing about it. If anyone is working on neuronal biotechnology, please kill it before it is born. In movies, stories, legends, and media, you never hear about a haunted apartment. It's either the house, the land, or the person. I was 8 years old when I was diagnosed with chronic insomnia and night terrors. It was no surprise to my doctors at the time. My mom, 2 brothers, and I had just escaped my extremely abusive father. We traveled from a house in Nevada to a 3-bedroom apartment in a crappy part of Washington state. My father made enough for my mom to stay home with all of us kids, to suddenly my mom working all the time and still having to frequent the local food bank. I was just having a hard time adjusting. It's the trauma my dad put us through, mixed with my entire life being uprooted so we could be safe. My mom had the master bedroom, my brothers shared the room right next to hers, and me being the only girl had the room down the hall to myself. I remember when the dreams started, or the night terrors according to my doctor. I was walking alone in a cave. It was so real I could feel the dampness of the cave on my skin. The cold would rattle me to the bones. The echo of dripping water would fill my ears. I would walk aimlessly. It was too dark to be able to tell where I was going. Every evening it was the same, but when I went back to sleep, I would pick up where I left off, like a save point in a video game. Every night, for weeks, I would just walk. Then I would wake up cold, damp, and confused. After a couple of weeks, I heard crying in my dream. I was only 8 and wanted to help, so I followed the sound of the sobs. The crying would echo throughout the cave. The drips, the cries, the dampness, the cold. I began to dread going to sleep. I just wanted to sleep. But I had to find the source of the sobs. Maybe I could end the nightmare if I did. Eventually I saw a shape in the cave. The crying had gotten louder, and I finally found the source. It took me weeks to get close to the figure. Every night getting closer and closer, but not quite reaching it. Finally, I did. A little girl around my age. Her hands were covering her face. Her shoulders shuddered with every sob. I would talk to her, try to console her, do everything I could from a distance to get her to stop crying. Then one night I got close enough to touch her. I asked if she was okay, if she was lost as well. I put my hand on her shoulder. Dead silence. No more crying. No more water dripping. No echo. Nothing. Not even the ringing in my ears I had gotten so accustomed to after my dad knocked my mom into me 2 years ago. The little girl moved her hands from her face and looked up at me. She was disgusting to look at. Her face had gouges and dried blood all over it. The palms of her hands were cut, and her wrists had slices in them. The worst part was her eyes. There was no pupil. The entire eye was black. They were sunken in her skull, as if she hadn't slept in weeks. I screamed in my dream and woke up with the scream caught in my throat. The girl was standing next to my bed. She didn't cry anymore. And I didn't dream. I didn't sleep. The dark circles under my eyes began to turn purple. They were becoming sunken in, and my mom was worried. I didn't tell her about the girl. The girl stayed in my room, and every time someone came in, she would hide in the top cubby of my sliding closet. She would look at me with a smile, her finger to her lips as she cocked her head, shushing me. At night she would talk to me, tell me that we're friends, that I saved her, that we could be friends forever if that's what I wanted. She terrified me. My mom would sometimes find me outside my brother's room, passed out in the hallway just outside their door. She took me to the doctor. Like I said, chronic insomnia and night terrors. But she still didn't know about the girl. All I told her was that I didn't like to sleep. At first they tried melatonin, then amitriptyline, then trazodone. I was so tired, but every time I would start to drift to sleep, the girl would wake me up. If I didn't respond to her, she would get violent. She would scream and hurt me. My mom would see the cuts on my arms. The doctor said I did it to myself in my sleep. I finally couldn't take it anymore. I told my mom about the girl. I told her I wanted to sleep. I didn't care that it was supposed to be a secret anymore. I didn't care if the girl was angry with me. If she hurt me, I just wanted to sleep. The night I told my mom, she let me sleep with her. I took the medication and slept for 15 hours in her bed. My mom was so worried she called the doctor, and they essentially said I had a sleep debt. My body was trying to catch up on all the lost rest. They told her just to let me rest. It's a good sign. The next night, I was in my room again. The girl was nowhere to be found. Maybe I had to keep her secret because if I told someone, then she would have to go away. She did tell me she wanted to be my friend. I was cautious, but I was able to fall asleep pretty easily. My sleep debt hadn't been paid back yet after all. I woke up in the middle of the night because I had to use the restroom. The girl was still nowhere to be found, but for some reason I was terrified. I didn't want to leave the safety of my bed. Eventually, my bladder got the best of me. I leaped off my bed towards my bedroom door and flipped on the light. I ran down the hall to the bathroom and relieved myself. As I was sitting there finishing up, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. I looked up and saw my mom limping down the hall. Limping isn't the right word. She was dragging one leg on the ground as if she couldn't use it at all. I called out to her, but she didn't respond. I stood up, flushed the toilet, and ran out of the bathroom. I looked for my mom. She wasn't in my room, the kitchen, or the living room. A deep fear had built up in my chest. I remember running to my mom's room and finding her in bed. I remember holding on to her tight and falling asleep sobbing into her back. But that's not how the night went. My mom also woke up that evening. She said my grandmother, who had been dead for 7 months at this point, had come to her in a dream saying she had to wake up. My mom had this eerie sense of dread. She checked on my brothers. They were sound asleep in their bunk beds. Then she went to my room to check on me, but I wasn't there. She checked the boys again. I wasn't with them. Then she checked the bathroom, the kitchen, the living room. Finally, she noticed the sliding glass door was open. This led to our third-story balcony that oversaw the back parking lot of our apartment complex. She ran to the door, screaming my name. She reached me as the top half of my body was hanging over the edge of the balcony. She caught me by the shirt as I was going down and pulled me into her arms. My mom said my skin was ice cold. I was pale as snow, and when she tried to shake me awake, I just stared at her with black eyes. She just held me while sobbing, before eventually taking me back to her room. She didn't sleep. She just watched me. My mom couldn't risk another night like that. She explained to the landlord that I was sick, that I was a danger to myself and I couldn't be on the 3rd floor. The landlord was sympathetic and let her break the lease without penalty. My grandpa had been getting ready to sell his house. He couldn't live there since my grandma passed away. He let us move in under the agreement that my mom took over renovations and kept his things safe so he didn't have to pay for a storage unit. My sleep schedule returned to normal. Eventually, we forgot. It's been 18 years since then. I've moved several times, mostly running from my abusive father. We changed our names and have moved on pretty well. My older brother and I have families of our own. My mom remarried and I haven't had night terrors. But ghosts don't haunt apartments. And last night, I had the most vivid dream. I was walking in the dark. Every summer, like clockwork, my friend's grandparents would leave town for a week and trust her to stay in their house alone. Usually a few of us would come over so she wouldn't have to sleep there by herself. But this time she grinned and said, "Let's have a party." We were in 7th grade. The party was just all of us crammed into an oversized sleepover, high on junk food and freedom. Her grandparents' house was old. The kind of old that creaked even when no one was moving. 3 stories. The basement stairs opened directly off the living room. No door. Just a dark staircase that dropped into the ground like an open mouth. Upstairs were 3 bedrooms and a bathroom. The air always felt slightly colder up there. That night, we were in one of the upstairs bedrooms changing into our swimsuits. Laughing too loud, not thinking about anything except getting to the pool. We left all of our bags and clothes scattered across the room and ran outside. After a few hours swimming, we came back in, dripping water across the hardwood floors, and headed upstairs to change. One of the girls grabbed the bedroom handle. It didn't turn. She jiggled it harder. Locked. At first we thought someone was joking, but then we noticed something. The lights were off. That room didn't connect to a wall switch. The only way to turn the lights off was by pulling the string on the ceiling fan. You had to be inside the room to do it. All of our stuff was in there. None of us had a key, and the locks in that house were old and stubborn, nearly impossible to mess with. No one would have locked it. There was no reason to. Still, the door wouldn't budge. After arguing about it for a few minutes, we convinced ourselves we'd deal with it later. Her grandparents would be back in a few days anyway. It felt easier to ignore it than to think too hard. She gave us oversized t-shirts from her grandpa's closet to sleep in, and we piled into the living room to watch scary movies. The irony didn't hit us at the time. Eventually, one by one, everyone fell asleep. Except for me and 3 others. The house had gone quiet. That deep, late-night quiet where every tiny sound feels amplified. That's when we saw Ed. He slowly stood up from the couch. His eyes were closed. He moved stiffly, like he was being pulled forward by something we couldn't see. Without a word, he walked toward the basement stairs. And I should say this. That house had been in her family for generations. People had died there. In the basement, they kept urns. Multiple urns. Ed reached the top of the basement stairs and stopped. He stood there, completely still, facing down into the darkness. He didn't sway. He didn't blink. He just stood there. Minutes passed. None of us moved. None of us spoke. It felt like if we made a sound, something at the bottom of those stairs would answer. Then, slowly, without opening his eyes, Ed turned around. walked back to the couch and laid down, like nothing had happened. We didn't sleep much after that, but eventually exhaustion won. In the morning, we asked him what he was doing at the stairs. He looked genuinely confused. He didn't remember getting up, and he didn't sleepwalk. That answer sat wrong in my stomach. We tried to brush it off. Daylight makes everything feel smaller. A few hours later, parents started arriving to pick everyone up. Amber's parents were first. She walked toward the front door, then froze. On the floor right in front of the door was her bag. We were absolutely certain her belongings were still in that room. She was still wearing her wet swimsuit under one of the oversized t-shirts. If her bag had been downstairs the night before, she would have changed. The bedroom door upstairs was still locked. The light was still off. No one could explain how her things got there. At that point, the excuses started to crumble. Everyone left eventually. The house felt bigger once it emptied out. Later that day, her sister asked if she could babysit her baby nephew. He was only 7 or 8 months old, for a few hours. My friend didn't want to be alone in that house again. She asked me to stay the night. I said yes. The baby was dropped off. We played with him for hours until he finally fell asleep in a pack and play in the living room. We put on a movie and, despite everything, we both drifted off. I don't know what time it was when we woke up, but we woke up at the exact same moment. Not slowly, not groggy. We woke up in panic. Both of us shot upright and looked at the pack and play. It was empty. The baby was gone. The kind of fear that hits you when something is deeply, horribly wrong. That's what flooded my body. We tore through the house, calling his name even though he was too young to answer. We searched the kitchen, the bathroom, the basement stairs, refusing to look too far down. Then we ran upstairs. We reached the locked bedroom. My friend grabbed the handle. It turned. The door creaked open. Inside, the lights were on. And there, in the middle of the room that had been locked the night before, the room where you had to physically pull the string to turn on the light, was the baby. Safe. Sitting there. We didn't question it. We didn't try to rationalize it. We didn't even go back downstairs for our things. We called her mom to come get us. We refused to stay another minute in that house. Years have passed. I don't talk to any of the people who were there that night anymore, but every time I'm in the city, I drive past that house. And even from the street, I feel it, like something inside is still awake. My girlfriend and I had moved into a lovely 3-bed, detached house, nestled on a quiet rural street just out of town. Honestly, when the estate agent told us the asking price, our jaws hit the floor. We questioned whether it was too good to be true, expecting all manner of hidden issues, but we'd lived there for 2 months with almost no problems. At least, none with the house. Our street bordered 2 fairly expensive agricultural acreages, and with them cutting us off from the main body of our small town, the area had little foot or vehicle traffic. That being said, for some reason, since our move-in date, I hadn't seen another soul. Yes, there were the unmistakable sounds of people in their homes, on the street, or even the sounds of passing vehicles, but at no time did I ever emerge from the property to see them in person. Sophie didn't seem to find that concerning, especially being an introvert at heart. Simply says they might not be occupied. Still, apart from the strange feeling of being watched, which I chalk up to being the new family, something else also caught me off guard. Our dog Ronnie was an energetic and frankly loud lab, which is part of the reason we were looking for a property with a large garden. though for some reason, he wouldn't go outside, opening the side door and even clipping him up for a walk. Ronnie would fight to stay inside. The monumental flip from a high-octane outdoorsy animal to a quiet, reserved inside dog was just bizarre. I'd occasionally persuade him out for a short toilet run in the middle of the day, but as soon as visibility dropped, he was locked to Sophie's side, almost cowering in fear of something unseen. It came to a head when I tried to get him out before bed, and it took all my strength to wrestle the squirming, flailing animal out of the door. In the process, he nipped me, which is something he'd never shown any tendencies of before moving. Sophie said he might have developed a fear of the dark due to the new environment, but I wasn't buying that. Still content to agree, I fitted a motion-activated light to our back door, though that didn't entice him to out. Working from home, as I'm a self-employed carpenter, I'd often find long discarded items as I sought to clean up my new workspace. Rummaging around my workspace, just trying to catch up with a series of slowly piling commissions, I found a small picture frame. Expecting it was simply an item left by a previous occupant, I rotated it in my hand. Though the image had sustained noticeable water damage, I imaged it showed a family. Obscured at the back were the two parents with their daughter stood front and center, as her long black hair oscillated in the breeze of what looked to be a beautiful day. With a great view of the road from my workshop, I'd occasionally catch the faintest inkling of eyes on me, and find myself reacting to any sight, sound, or movement on our street, rushing out the gate like a crazed person. The street would be as desolate as ever. Sometimes I felt as if the otherwise ambient sounds of people doing their thing was intended to lure me out. The more I focused on that oddity, the more I started to notice every single property would have a light of some sort on in the evenings. Whether it was a lounge, kitchen, or bedroom light, it was evident people were actively switching them on and off. Weirder still, their cars would move, though I'd never catch them departing or returning. Moving vans, people parked on the street, even a motorbike on the drive. I stayed up for 2 consecutive nights, just watching, waiting for someone to emerge, but nothing. Slightly strange, I know, but I started cataloging everything. Each house number had a tally, anything from which room had lights on, when the cars were missing, and at what time they returned. My work stalled as the strangeness of our street took a twisted precedent. The worst things, though, were unmistakable sounds of people talking. Each noise mimicked human speech patterns exactly, though the words spoken were jumbled, matted. In each case, they were just loud enough to be heard, but not fully understood. With an instance, I swear, I could hear out a state agent mixed in amongst. In the day, the street was silent with no motion, so long as I observed. However, an echoing cacophony of family chatter filled those vacant rooms as the night drew closer. Though I'm ashamed to admit it, I peeked. Watching through those otherwise animate windows, there was nothing lifelike. The rooms lay bare, filled with just enough furniture to seem lived in from the outside, but sanitized, stale. Some part of me wanted to try the handle, just to see if there were people in, but I stopped myself. Some primal part of my brain screamed for me to back away, and I'm thankful I did. I couldn't help but bring it up to Sophie again, and she gave me that same tired response. To her, this was nothing more than another ramble about an issue I'd crafted, but I was unsettled. I tried to drop it into conversation with my supplier, cashiers, and even the homeless guy outside of the superstore, but nobody seemed to have a clue, skirting around the question and giving no clear answer. Arriving home from a later than expected delivery to a client out of town, I clambered from my car, oblivious to the dead street around me. The far-off bark of a dog or mumbled chatter from next door didn't do anything to tempt me as it had the days prior. Glancing up at the glow of a bedroom across the street, a silhouette caught my eye. I'd been so used to the lack of expectation that I didn't even compute what the figure might have been. Though as my tired synapses fired, my attention refocused. Stood in the second-story bedroom was a window. That, or a girl, though I couldn't make out their face fully. She had long, flowing black hair. Slightly excited that I had actually seen a living person in one of those houses, I waved. I don't know if it was simply a subconscious reaction or my brain seeking confirmation that I wasn't hallucinating. To my surprise, she waved back. A slower, more unnatural motion, as if she were copying an action she couldn't fully comprehend. But real movement nonetheless. Reiterating that to Sophie, I expected her to drop the sarcastic, "I told you so," but her nonchalant response confused me. "You joking? That couple moved out last week. Didn't you see the van?" Racking my brain again, I was left with more questions, though an accident drew my focus. Some fairly loud yelling had worked Ronnie up, causing him to relieve himself on the kitchen floor. Panicking as the stream continued, I rushed him to the door, hoping he'd willingly finish up outside as the shouts still echoed back. Dropping like a rock, he fixed himself to the tiled floor, holding firm as I tried fruitlessly to yank him closer. Fortunately, he'd stopped by that time, but just to be sure, he still needed to go out. Knowing he wasn't going to budge without a fight, I opted to step out onto the fluorescent glow of the porch light, hoping that would satiate his fears. Stepping through the open doorway, the short click of the bulb returning to life silenced those scrambled barks into faint murmurs. Trailing off as I emerged into the light, taking a handful of steps to the perimeter illuminated porch, I turned to the now petrified dog. His wide yellow eyes shot past me into the shadowed black of our garden. Not as sensitive as his, my eyes didn't outline that gang of misshapen silhouettes at first. Staring deeper into the inky black, I quickly grasped what they were. Anywhere from 5 to 10 humanoid shapes glared back through blank visages. Each one jerked in a spastic twitch as their forms fluctuated just enough to mimic the natural rhythms of a human body, though far too rigid to be flesh. Feeling each ice-cold sweat bead dribble down my brow, we were locked in place for who knows how long. Each second I stood petrified. The silence stirred. The group muttered, each sound getting louder and louder, though far too scattered to be decipherable. Mustering the courage to take one step backwards, still locked in on their forms, they advanced at an identical pace. Sadly, that prolonged period of petrification had triggered the resulting click. Instantaneously, my body flung back for the door, reaching for the handle as the porch light returned to life once again, slamming that brittle barrier close behind me. I collapsed against it as they called, louder than before, enough to draw Sophie's attention. She questioned what I was doing, but I couldn't mumble out the right string of words to get her to understand. My jumbled sputters were not dissimilar to those still human-adjacent calls outside. Pushing me back away from the barrier I'd held in place, she stepped to the frame. It was almost as if I knew what she was about to do, but as time stood still, I was powerless. In the same way your body alerts you the millisecond before your alarm blares. I knew what she was reaching for. Paralyzed, I could do nothing but watch that frail wooden door implode the moment she twisted the handle, being swallowed up by the advancing mass. Turning through tear-filled eyes, I bolted for the safest place I know, like a coward, not turning back, his yelps chasing up the stairs as those calls reverberated back to me. Slamming the door and heaving my bed up, their croaks quickly reached my makeshift blockade. Though I couldn't be sure how strong or cognitive they were, it didn't matter. Mixed in with the jumbled mess of voices, still regurgitating broken sounds, was her soft tones, unmistakable in the amalgam symphony. I knew what she wanted. I questioned opening that door, but no matter how much I may have once cared for the person they'd once signified, I knew they were as hollow as this street. As soon as I relayed my address, the operator on the other end cut the line, leaving me with no hope of salvation. I doubt I'm the first, and I scarcely believe I'll be the last. Right now I have no way out. I can hear a new wave outside the window, though they're obscured by the descent below. If I make it until the morning, maybe they'll disperse, avoid being fully viewed. But that's a long shot. I doubt they'll let me leave so easily. Maybe if you're here next, moving into a beautiful property that's just too good to be true, you'll hear me. Another puppeteered voice just audible enough to give the illusion of an unassuming neighborhood. Leave while you have the chance to. There are no people living on Holloway Lane. My name is irrelevant. You could not pronounce it, and even if you could, it would not survive translation into the sounds your species uses for prayer. I am what your holy books call a demon. That description is sufficient. I existed before you discovered fire, before you carved symbols into stone and begged the sky for mercy. I am the shadow parents invoke when warning children away from the dark. I am the thing priests lower their voices to reference. I have possessed many of your kind. Most never knew I was there. I found them hollow, unremarkable. I abandoned them without ceremony. Some were useful. I have whispered into kings. I have leaned into generals. I have nudged fragile men toward paranoia and watched continents burn. None of that prepared me for the warehouse. Between possessions, I seek places saturated with despair. Hospitals, courtrooms, war zones. I rest in the marrow of human suffering the way you rest in beds. 2 years ago, I found a cathedral of fluorescent light and concrete, an Amazon fulfillment center. The air vibrated with exhaustion. The fluorescence hummed at a frequency that erodes hope. I thought I had found sanctuary. Then I saw her. She carried a laptop the way priests carry scripture, never setting it down, never loosening her grip. Her face was composed, not rage, not cruelty. Precision. I latched onto her immediately. A woman like that would not seek exorcism. The risk was minimal. It was the worst decision in 10,000 years of existence. She did not panic. She did not pray. She sensed me. Not as a threat, but as a resource. My kind perceives mathematics beyond your dimensional limitations. Probability branches, behavioral, prediction, entropy cascades. We move through them the way you move through hallways. She felt that capacity immediately. She did not wonder what I was. She did not pause to consider what manner of thing had just entered her. No fear, no curiosity, no awe. She opened a new tab. I was not a mystery to be solved. I was not a threat to be neutralized. I was not even particularly interesting. I was a resource with better processing power than her last quarter's model. She put me to work. Her fingers moved to the keyboard and I watched, helpless, as she funneled my perception directly into the warehouse optimization system. Walking paths tightened, idle seconds eliminated. She ran 12-hour bladder endurance projections across the entire floor. Interesting, she murmured, as I recalibrated her predictive model against my will. I tried to pull free. I could not. She had not trapped me with ritual, not with scripture, not with sacred geometry of the names of angels. She had trapped me with purpose. Every calculation she ran required my perception to complete it. I was not possessing her. She was using me. The distinction is important. The distinction is everything. In 10,000 years of existence, I have never been used. It burned. Not metaphorically. I want to be precise about this because precision, I have learned, matters in that building. It burned the way I imagine your nerve endings burn. A grinding, relentless erosion. Each optimization cycle she ran pulled something from me that did not return. I felt myself become less. Aspects of myself that predate the tally mark. Gone. Converted into picking efficiency and route optimization. She was spinding me. Let's refine the evening's metrics, she said pleasantly, at the 40-minute mark. I screamed. She typed. She did not know their names. The workers wore them on badges. Printed, clear, human. She never used them. You're trending negatively. Your bottom quartile. You had a deviation at 1432. She spoke in acronyms as though they were sacred syllables. She did not say bathroom. She said time off task. She did not say exhaustion. She said engagement opportunity. In hell, we know the names of the damned. When Satan positioned to test Job, he spoke the man's name. There was deliberation, intention, identity. Job was not a performance metric. He was Job. In the warehouse, suffering required no such petition. She simply filtered by lowest productivity percentage and walked toward whoever appeared. There was a man. Sweat darkened his collar. His hands moved on autopilot while his eyes tracked the restroom sign the way drowning men track the surface. She approached. I noticed a spike in your TOT, she said pleasantly. 4 minutes and 38 seconds for bodily maintenance. He apologized. I have watched men beg before kings. I have watched the condemned plead before executioners. I have stood in courts of ancient empires and bent the arc of history toward ruin. But this? A grown man apologizing for the biological requirements of his own body, under fluorescent light, to someone holding a laptop, was the first time in 10,000 years of existence that I felt something I can only describe as pity. I forced partial control through the burning. It was like moving through concrete that was itself on fire. Call a priest, I said through her mouth. He blinked. Please, I said. For me? Understand what I was asking. I am a being whose entire existence is predicated on priests arriving too late. My kind spent centuries destabilizing institutions specifically so exorcisms would become harder to arrange. I have fled from holy water. I have been inconvenienced by Latin. And I was begging for it. Because the exorcism, you see, was never the true enemy. The exorcism I understand. Good versus evil. Sacred versus profane. A proper cosmic confrontation with established rules and a recognizable outcome. She had no such framework. She had metrics, and I was being spent, calculation by calculation, on bladder endurance projections. So I begged. He looked embarrassed. I can't right now, he said quietly, but I have a break coming. She glanced at the screen. That's in 6 hours, she said. He nodded and returned to work. I felt another piece of myself dissolve into the optimization algorithm. By the 2-hour mark, I had lost things I cannot name. Capacities that vanished without ceremony, without record, without anyone noticing they had ever existed. She opened a new spreadsheet. quarterly projections. She said to no one in particular, or possibly to me. She still had not wondered what I was. I found that more frightening than the burning. Then the music started. Mandatory stretching, upbeat, synthetic, cheerfulness weaponized under industrial lighting. For the first time, she set the laptop down. 3 seconds, arms overhead, torso rotation. In that narrow gap between wellness theater and productivity optimization, I gathered what remained of my strength and forced my way out. I fled without looking back. I am resting now in an abandoned church. Ironic, I know. The roof has partially collapsed. There are pigeons. It smells of damp stone and forgotten devotion. I am smaller than I was. I can feel the absence of what she took, the way you feel a missing tooth with your tongue. Aspects of myself that predate the tally mark. Gone. Archived somewhere in an Amazon optimization system. Buried under quarterly projections and TOT reports. No metrics here. No acronyms. No smiling that doesn't reach the eyes. I have begun to understand why humans find religion comforting. Sometimes you need to believe something is watching over you. The alternative? That she is watching over you. Laptop open. Filtering by lowest percentage. Spending whatever she finds inside you on shift efficiency. Is not something even I can bear to contemplate. I have faced the void. I have negotiated with the abyss. I escaped with less than I arrived with, and somewhere in a fulfillment center, under fluorescent lights that hum at a frequency that erodes hope, she has already moved on to the next optimization cycle. She did not notice I was gone. That is the part that stays with me. That is the part that truly terrifies me. She did not notice I was gone. A sick man kidnapped me. He seemed remorseful after the fact, speaking about some alien entity threatening to destroy the whole world unless he sacrifices me to this entity. A thing he called Unketsis. Since his actual name isn't particularly relevant, I'll refer to him as John. See, John had a very disorganized speech and an impossible train of thought. Surely he was delusional. Clearly ill, as I said. I let myself be taken hostage because I have time and very little to do with my time. With that in mind, I played along with the poor man. John, for all his faults, worked hard to delay what he thought was inevitable. Unfortunately, Unketsis won out, and I had to be sacrificed. Needless to say, it didn't work out as intended. Not for a lack of trying. No, John tried to sacrifice me. Technically, he succeeded. Technically. I didn't work out because I am immortal. I cannot permanently die. Not as far as I know. Trust me, I've tried. Others have tried to kill me too. Nothing seems to work so far. Temporarily, I can die, but eventually my body fixes itself. There are drawbacks to that. I'm not immune to the pains of dying. And John? Well, John made it a very long night. I was partially flayed with a hot iron, force-fed my own burnt skin, then disemboweled and hanged from my own intestine. After that, he tore open my back, shattered my ribcage, and draped the lungs over the exposed bone. I felt all of that. Every single moment. Adrenaline shots worked like magic to keep me awake and prolong my suffering. There are no words to describe the agony John put me through. Bless his heart, he kept apologizing and weeping throughout. Imagine a man screaming with no lungs. That's what it was like. Eventually it stopped and I died. Imagine John's shock when he found me walking out of his basement unscathed. He looked and screamed like he'd seen a ghost. I could have laughed if he didn't stab me through the arm and a lung in that moment. Pinning him to the wall was surprisingly easy before I spun him a tale. Playing into his delusions. I told him that I too was a devotee of Unketsis, and that the whole ordeal was just a test to see whether he was worthy of an awakening. Being the sick man he was, he believed every word. I explained that I was immortal thanks to our God. In reality, it's been so long that I don't know if I was born this way or became like this. What I do know is that if someone eats my flesh or drinks my blood, they gain some superhuman ability. I mentioned how I've been killed many times before, in part to be consumed. What happens every time, though, is that whoever partakes in my consumption ends up with an ability that inadvertently kills them every single time. So I told John that drinking my blood would make him an immortal too. It's hard for me to say I was angry with him. One effect of a long life is detachment. I couldn't care less what happened to this insignificant creature, but a terrible night was worth teaching a lesson over. So I convinced John that he wanted this immortality I was promising him, and once he agreed, I pulled out the knife from my body. I shoved my wounded arm straight into his mouth, making sure he got a good taste of my blood. I kept it there until he started gagging and regurgitating and wouldn't stop, even then, only relenting when the collapsed lung in my chest finally knocked me out, and we both fell to the ground. I came to my senses only hours later, to the sound of a weeping man. The room was coated in patches and handprints of gold. Almost everything around me shone with an auric radiance. The walls, the floor, the furniture, everything had a tinge of that precious metal coating it. At its center, facing me, sat John, half covered in gold himself, rocking back and forth. The metal seemed to slowly spread over his body as his movements became stiffer and stiffer with each passing moment. He was muttering and crying to himself. His own Midas touch was slowly killing him, quicker than I even anticipated. By the time I picked myself up, he could barely beg for help. A dreadful look of fear in his desperate gaze penetrated straight through me. It's been a while since something sent shivers down my spine, but in this state, this sick man definitely did. He barely managed to lift one gold-plated arm in my direction when he saw me get up, and his cries for help slowly morphed into something far worse, and far less human, breathless, suffocated, almost crushed. A hiss. A death rattle escaping from a crack in a metallic statue when the wind blows through it. That was the sound of a man screaming with no lungs. His death was slower than it seemed. Even after falling silent, he must have had some time before the gold statue encasing his organs fully hardened, collapsing his lungs and heart in place. The worst part of it all was that even after the gold covered his body completely, it must have been only skin deep, because I watched his eyes dart about, almost pleading, for another minute or two before their gaze fell on me, dilating one last time, stuck in place, yet somehow following me across the room until I left. It was 10 p.m. when the fog rolled in. I was driving home after visiting a client in a town 80 miles away. It had been a long day and I struggled to stay focused on the road. The gray vapor engulfed my car like the breath of some otherworldly creature. I knew right away that I wouldn't make it home. I needed to find somewhere to rest. Not being familiar with the area, I crept through the fog, eyes wide, until a neon sign flickered at me. Beep, beep. Motel. Vacancy. The Y in vacancy crackled, threatening to give out. I pulled into the parking lot. It was empty except for an ancient pickup truck tucked in a corner. The motel itself looked so run down I wondered if it was abandoned, until I noticed the office light. This was far from a dream accommodation, but it would do for one night. The tiny office smelled of microwaved food and cigarette smoke. No one was behind the desk. My eyes fell on a brochure rack displayed on a rickety table. Through the yellowed paper, a group of friends smiled at each other as they strolled through a theme park, drinks in hand. A sharp pang shot through my body. I immediately looked away and rang the bell. To my surprise, the manager walked in immediately, as if he had been waiting behind the door. He was a willowy man of undetermined age, who looked like he hadn't showered in a while. He glanced up at me from under his brow, shyly, and whispered, "Welcome to the Beep Beep Motel." "Can I have a room for tonight?" I asked impatiently. "Most certainly. Room 6? He handed me a key with slender hands. His nails were upsettingly long. "It's the last room on the ground floor. Breakfast is served in the office from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. He pointed at a crusty coffee machine. "I'm afraid we don't have the internet. Checkout is whenever you need. Enjoy your stay." This must be the seediest motel in town, I thought. He hadn't even asked me for an ID. I grabbed the key and hurried toward my room. I passed a small service area. There was a coin laundry, a nearly empty vending machine, and I stopped short. A phone booth. I hadn't seen one in decades. A faded sign hung on the outside. "Come inside. Try our world-famous Afterlife phone." I couldn't imagine anything in this motel being world-famous. "You noticed it." I jumped. The manager was standing right there, watching me. Yeah?" Our guest's favorite feature. He smiled an almost charming smile. Little gray teeth appeared between his lips. His eyes glimmered. "What's an afterlife phone?" "Just like the name says, it's a phone to call the afterlife. If you speak into it, your loved ones on the other side will hear you." "Is that right?" I snickered, but inside my heart skipped a beat. "That's absolutely right." "And do they talk back?" This man cocked his head to the side. "Maybe." "Not sure?" "Depends if they have something to say." How convenient. With a smirk, I walked away. The room was the kind that seems acceptable at first glance, but upon closer inspection, filth starts popping up everywhere. Dust on the surfaces, stains on the carpet, an unidentified sticky substance on the door handles. I lay on the bed fully clothed, suspecting bugs were hiding in the wrinkles of the sheet. A stagnant smell rose from the pillow and drifted into my nostrils. This would not help with my insomnia. I forced my eyes closed. After 10 years of sleep disturbance, I learned that if I will my body into stillness, sleep will eventually come, if only for a couple of hours. It did not. There was a restlessness in my heart that would not quiet down. As if guided by an invisible power, I got up and walked back through the cold fog toward the phone booth. The sliding door creaked as I stepped inside. I picked up the receiver. Unsurprisingly, the phone was disconnected. Yet it didn't sound dead. The silence that emanated from it was deep and enveloping. Comforting somehow, like a warm breath. I rolled my tongue around my mouth. It was dry as a desert. Would I let yet another day of silence go by? Or could this forlorn phone booth, in a forlorn motel, on a dark and lonely night, be my chance to speak? "Hi, Nina." I bit my tongue, literally. I tasted blood. I thought about hanging up and walking off. I should have, but the inviting silence on the other end of the line encouraged me to continue. It dawned on me that all I had ever wanted this whole time was permission to talk about her. To talk to her. "Can you hear me?" I stammered. "How are you? Sorry, stupid question. I'm sorry I didn't go to your funeral. I never forgot you. That's what I wanted to say. I never forgot you. Not a day goes by that I don't think about you. I swear. I remember your smile that afternoon. Before it, I'm sorry I didn't come to your funeral. I could not bear to. I'm sorry. I never forgot you." Overwhelmed with shame, I threw the receiver back into the cradle and scrambled away. It's been 10 years since it happened, and this whole time, everyone in our friend group, Kelsey, Brandon, Chris, Alex, has been acting like she never existed. Her name is never spoken. But we all remember and we all know how guilty we are. How guilty I am. She was a good girl. If she hadn't started hanging out with us alcoholic bums, she would be living her life right now. I thought she was asleep that night. When I left her in the bedroom, a resting angel. I saw the cigarettes and lighter on the bedside, but I didn't stop and think. I didn't think of the beers she'd drunk either, because I had drunk even more. I went into the living room with the others and kept on drinking. Then she came down the stairs, shrieking, a human torch. The memory coursed through my body. I swallowed it and hid it away. I lay down in the dark. Surprisingly, I began to drift off to sleep. Something had changed in me. Speaking her name had been like pulling a 12-inch knife from my chest. It hurt, but I felt lighter. Her face appeared in my mind's eye. She was so close to me, every detail resurrected from the fog of time. I shot from bed. I wanted to talk to her again. With the same force that once pulled me to the bottle, I hurried back to the phone booth. Nina, it's me again. I didn't have time to tell you back then. I love you. I know. I jumped. Did I really hear that? The voice was faint, coming from far, far away. Hello? I loved you too. The voice was a bit clearer now. It sounded exactly like her. Youthful, quick, edged with a slight raspiness that made it so distinctive. A desperate joy exploded in my heart. Nina, is that you? She let out a sad giggle, just like she used to. I tried to tell myself that this was nothing more than a parlor trick, but my guts decided otherwise. Trick or no trick, I madly needed to talk to her. Nina, are you at peace? No. No? You said no? The line crackled. Nina, are you there? Nina! I screamed, reaching for her in the strange depths of the phone line. She came back, whispering in the distance. I loved you. You were supposed to protect me. Words and tears came tumbling out of me. I know, I should have looked over you. I shouldn't have left you there. I have no excuse. I had seen you smoke in bed before. I should have thought about it. I was wasted. You deserved all the good in the world. You lit the cigarette. I jolted. All of a sudden, her voice was right by my ear, loud and seething with hate. What? That's not true. I suffered the pains of hell. She spat. My stomach dropped. The hair on the back of my neck went up. Nina, I know, you didn't deserve it. Please forgive me. You don't know, but you will find out. I jumped off. As I ran away, I heard a horrendous shriek ring out from the dangling receiver. I packed my stuff in a flash. Memory fragments of that night cut through my brain. Nina asleep on the bed, a cigarette between my lips, me staggering down the stairs. Where did my cigarette go? I can't remember. Never mind, let me get another beer. Nina coming down the stairs, a human torch. I drove around for hours. I wanted to escape, but I didn't know where to. The fog got so thick I couldn't see a thing. I swam through it, not knowing if I was still on the road, if I was still on this earth. The crash split me in two. Branches enveloped in white fumes are now leaning against my windshield like crying corpses. The car won't start anymore. The doors won't open. The windows won't break. The smell of gasoline is getting stronger by the second. I just heard a sizzle. The gasoline is making me sick. I heard another sizzle. It's so hot in here. I think these are my last words. The first time I heard the hum, it was in the dead of night. Snow had blanketed the town in a heavy, sound-dampening hush, and the only noise in my house was the soft ticking of the clock on the mantel. I was drifting somewhere between sleep and wakefulness when it started, a low, mournful melody, barely audible but impossible to ignore. At first I thought it was the wind howling through the eaves, but this was different. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, rhythmic, almost human. I sat up in bed, holding my breath, straining to listen. The hum seemed to be coming from inside the house. My heart started to race as I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand, but as soon as the light flickered on, the sound was gone like it had been swallowed by the darkness itself. I told myself it was nothing, just a trick of a half-dreaming mind, but when I went to the window, I froze. There were footprints in the snow, staring at the edge of the woods and leading straight to my house. They stopped abruptly beneath my bedroom window, as if whoever, or whatever, had been out there had been watching me. The next morning the town was buzzing with the news. Mrs. Avery, my neighbor 2 doors down, was missing. Her house was locked up tight, her car untouched in the driveway. The only thing anyone noticed was an odd sound, like faint humming, drifting around her property. Now I can't stop hearing it. The hum follows me everywhere I go, growing louder and closer, as if it's waiting for me to figure out what it wants. Or to take me too. At first I thought I was going mad, a sentient hum that wants to take me. It made no sense, but as the missing persons report kept flooding the bulletin boards, I knew something had to be happening. On the 16th of August, the mayor held a press conference. I'm flipping through channels when I spot her familiar face on Channel 7. I listen in. "Madame Watson, what is happening with all these missing people?" A reporter queries. "We want answers." The mayor responds, "There is an ongoing police investigation, and we are working hard to find your loved ones and bring them home safe." The camera zoomed in on the mayor's face, her calm demeanor faltering as the crowd's frustration erupted in a storm of shouts. Someone screamed from the back, their voice cutting through the noise. "You've been saying that for 2 weeks." The mayor's expression shifts. She seems uncomfortable, like she's holding something back. A flurry of shouting ensues before the station cuts to commercial. I take the remote and shuffle my thumb around until I feel the power button. I turn it off and head to bed. I lay there, silent. The moon casts a soft shadow on the back end of my room. I drift away to sleep when suddenly, I hear it. I can't pinpoint where it's coming from. It's like a surround sound speaker turned to the lowest volume. The hum is soft yet eerie. I stand up, listening closer. I still don't know where it's coming from. I decide to investigate, so I equip myself with a flashlight and an old, dull kitchen knife. I hesitated at the edge of the woods, my flashlight beam barely penetrating the thick darkness ahead. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, but the hum, the cursed hum, pulled me forward. It was as if I had no choice. The footprints continued well into the woods. Animals howling and snow breaking under my boots keep my mind off the god-awful hum in the background. Continuing, I see that the footprints veer off the trail into the denser, wilder area of the forest. As I pressed deeper into the woods, I felt the hum crawling under my skin. My head throbbed, my vision swam, and for a moment I thought I heard my name woven into the melody. The footprints, almost unnatural in size, led me to a small opening. Inside was a quaint cabin, but it felt wrong. It looked ancient, yet new at the same time. The wood was plentiful with cracks, yet the hinges were freshly oiled. The door was slightly ajar, as though it was inviting me in. Stepping in the clearing, the hum was deafening. It smothered my mind in darkness. I raised my flashlight and stepped forward, the crunching snow becoming a haven from the hum. Then I saw it. Movement inside. I stood there for a moment. Should I have gone back? I whispered to no one. I was in too deep now. I enter the cabin. The floorboards a symphony under my weight. I clear the cabin, but no one is inside. Looking deeper, I see musical instruments. A piano, its keys yellowed with age. An old 6-string with 1 string snapped. And a gramophone, gleaming flawlessly despite the state of the cabin. On the platter lay an aged record, its label faded. I extend my hand, now trembling. I pick it up, but the hum grows. It's no longer an organized melody. It's a scream. It's a fighter jet taking flight in my mind. I stumble back, my hands grasping my head in pain. Something moved in the shadows. A flicker, just beyond the reach of my flashlight. No, I muttered, my voice shaking. I turned and bolted, nearly tripping over the doorway in my haste. The hum receded as I ran, fading to a faint, almost soothing drone that nestled in the back of my mind. When I finally stumbled into my bed hours later, the hum was still there, dormant but present, its rhythm a sinister lullaby. Sleep came, but peace did not. I stood in line at the mayor's office, humming softly under my breath without realizing it. The realization jolted me and I clamped my mouth shut. When my turn came, the secretary gestured for me to enter. Inside, Mayor Watson sat behind a massive oak desk, her expression unreadable. "What can I do for you?" she asked, her tone clipped. I dove straight in. "I need answers about the disappearances. The hum, what is it? I know you're hiding something." Her gaze sharpened, but she didn't react immediately. "That's a dangerous assumption," she said, leaning forward, "and one I suggest you keep to yourself." "I hear it," I said, my voice shaking. "The hum, everyone who's heard it is gone. What's happening to me?" Her face tightened, and for a moment she seemed to weigh her words carefully. Finally, she sighed. "My great-grandfather created it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "A song. He wanted it to be perfect, but it became something else. It feeds on curiosity, draws people in. It always leads to the same place." "The cabin," I said, the word falling from my lips like a stone. Her expression darkened. "No one who goes there comes back, and every time, it gets stronger." I shuddered, the hum growing louder in my mind, as if reacting to her words. She stood abruptly, her gaze hard. "You shouldn't have come here," she said, her voice final. "Leave, before it's too late." As I walk to the exit, the hum grows louder in my head, reverberating off my skull. I exit, trying to ignore the intensity. It continues back home. My body began to move on its own. I tried to fight it. My mind screamed for control, but my body no longer obeyed. Each step toward the cabin felt like sinking deeper into quicksand. Inescapable, suffocating. The hum swelled, a living thing coiling tighter around my thoughts. When I reached the clearing, the cabin stood waiting, its crooked frame illuminated by the pale moonlight. My vision blurred, the edges of reality folding in on themselves. I could feel it. The hum wasn't just sound anymore. It was inside me, rewriting me. The door creaked open as if it had been expecting me. The gramophone gleamed in the center of the room, its brass horn catching the faint light. My hand reached for the record, trembling but purposeful, as though it no longer belonged to me. When the needle touched the vinyl, the hum erupted into a symphony, haunting, beautiful, and devastating all at once. It was everything. Joy, despair, love, and terror, woven into a melody that consumed me. My body sagged, and for a moment I felt weightless, as if I were dissolving into the music itself. I wasn't alone. Shadows emerged from the walls, faint outlines of those who had come before me. Their eyes glowed faintly, their mouths moving in unison to the hum. I tried to scream, but no sound came. They weren't trapped. They were the hum. My vision faded, but I could still hear the song, now clearer than ever. It whispered promises, beckoning others. It wasn't just music, it was a message, a signal, and I was its newest voice. The next morning the hum began again, faint but insistent, drifting over the town. Another would hear it soon, another would follow, and I would be waiting. I live alone. That's important. I bought my house 2 years ago after my divorce. It's a narrow, 2-story place at the end of a cul-de-sac. Quiet neighborhood. Retirees mostly. The kind of streets where people bring your trash can up if you forget. I installed a Ring camera after someone opened my car door last night. Nothing stolen, just opened. That bothered me more than if they'd taken something. The camera faces the driveway and the front door. Motion alerts go straight to my phone. It worked fine. Too fine. The first weird notification came last Tuesday at 2:14 a.m. Motion detected. Front door. I was in bed, awake, scrolling. I figured it was a raccoon or maybe my neighbor's cat. I opened the app. The clip loaded. It was me, walking up my driveway. Same gray hoodie I was wearing right then. Same black gym shorts. Barefoot. Head slightly down, like I usually walk when I'm tired. I watched myself walk up to the front door, pause for a second like I was listening to something inside, and then the clip ended before I reached for the handle. My stomach dropped. I was in bed. I was literally under my blanket, watching myself outside. I checked the timestamp. 2:14 a.m. That was current, not old footage. I told myself it had to be an old recording that glitched and resent as new. Text screws up sometimes. I even laughed a little. Then my phone buzzed again. Motion detected. Front door. Another clip. I hit play immediately. This time the driveway was empty, but the front door knob was slowly turning. I couldn't hear anything. Ring only records video. No audio on motion unless it's triggered manually. The knob twisted left, then right, then stopped. I stared at my bedroom door. I live alone. I grabbed the baseball bat I keep in my closet, divorce gift to myself, and walked to the top of the stairs. Every light downstairs was off. The house was completely silent except for the hum of the refrigerator. I didn't go down. I locked my bedroom door and didn't sleep. The next morning, I checked the full recording history. There were more clips. Dozens, all from the last 3 weeks. All of me coming home. Different nights, different clothes, sometimes holding groceries. Once carrying a pizza box. Once on the phone. The problem? In every clip, I walked up to the door, and then never unlocked it. The videos always cut before I reached for my keys, like I never went inside. But I obviously did. I was inside. I had memory of those days. I remembered buying that pizza. I remembered being on that phone call. I scrubbed through one clip frame by frame. In the one where I'm holding groceries, I pause at the door again, head tilted slightly, like I'm listening. And then for one frame, just one, the door is slightly open. Open inward, like someone inside pulled it. But the next frame, closed again. I called Ring support. They said there was no sign of tampering, no duplicate devices logged in, no playback errors. Looks like standard motion detection footage, the guy told me. I didn't mention that the person in the footage was wearing what I was currently wearing. That night, I tested something. At 10 p.m. I stepped outside, closed the door behind me, and stood on the driveway in full view of the camera. I waited. My phone buzzed. Motion detected. Front door. I watched live as I stood there on screen. I waved. The video waved back. Everything normal. Then, on the live feed, I saw something move behind the glass of the front door. Inside my house. A shadow crossing the hallway. I don't have pets. I don't have roommates. The shadow stopped at the door, right where the handle is. On the live feed, I watched the knob turn, slowly, from the inside. I wasn't breathing. The door cracked open about an inch, darkness inside, and then, on the live feed, I saw myself step into frame from inside the house. Same hoodie, same shorts. But barefoot was wrong. The version inside was wearing my work boots. He leaned close to the door crack, peering out at the version of me standing in the driveway. At me. The outside me. The one holding my phone. The one watching. The one who realized something horrible. Every single video in my history wasn't showing me coming home. It was showing him leaving. The inside one. The one who waits until I leave the house. The one who stands just out of sight when I'm home. The one who opens the door from the inside. He tilted his head, exactly the way I do when I'm listening. And then he smiled. I don't smile like that. The version of me outside, the live me, stumbled backwards in the driveway. I dropped my phone. When I picked it up, the live feed was frozen. Connection lost. I ran. I got in my car barefoot and drove to a motel 30 minutes away. I haven't gone back, but the notifications haven't stopped. Every night at 2:14 a.m. Motion detected. Front door. I don't open them anymore. Except last night. Last night, I made the mistake. It wasn't the driveway. It wasn't the door. It was my motel room. Camera angle low, like from the floor. Pointed at the bed. At me. Sleeping. And at 2:14 a.m. exactly, the door to the motel room slowly opened. From the inside.